Okay, great. Good morning, everybody. As mentioned yesterday, Crystal and I, in putting the program together, tried to have some thematic blocks. So I think we have 4 papers in a row on different aspects of gender-based crime, gender-based violence. First paper is presented by Jeff Greger.
Okay, thanks for having me. So this is joint with Andy Jordan, who's here, and Tom Kirchmeier, who's not. And so the motivation for this paper is a protocol in England. So at every domestic abuse call, English police predict whether the victim is at high risk of serious harm, and they do this using a lengthy questionnaire called DASH and their professional judgment, and that's it. So this is a difficult problem, and it's made harder by 3 things. One is officers get little training. Second, they get little feedback. And third, as we'll show, roughly half the questions in the questionnaire are actually misleading. Okay, so what we're going to do in this paper is analyze the performance of officers' predictions. Then we're going to test for mistakes versus preferences. We're actually going to show that the questionnaire is flawed. And then we're going to look for evidence of cognitive biases. So, in brief, the predictions, as you might expect, are lacking. So they're just a little bit better than random. And maybe more importantly, the protocol misses nearly 9 out of 10 of the most serious cases. And this is true even after adjusting for the sensory or selective labels problem that Jens was talking about yesterday. So that's one. So second, officers' predictions reflect mistakes. So we see objectively low-risk classes that are cases that are classified as high risk and vice versa. Officers both over-predict low-risk cases and under-predict high-risk ones. Okay, so this isn't consistent with rational behavior. And then finally, it looks like mistakes arise from a combination of the bad information and then from a couple of cognitive biases that I'll talk about. Okay, so we contribute to 3 literatures. So one is this literature on police response to domestic abuse. So we know domestic abuse is really widespread, affects 1/3 of women worldwide, has serious consequences for victims and children. There's also a really large arrest that started back in the 80s on what happens when you arrest the perpetrator. There is relatively little literature on risk assessment, despite the fact that it's in widespread use, so basically throughout the developed world. So we also contribute to this literature on sensory and screening problems. The problem that arises is if the victim is classified as high risk, then at least in principle, protective services are deployed to keep her safe, and this may convert latent true positives into observed false positives. Okay, so this is similar to the censoring problem that arises for bail judges, for radiologists, for hiring managers, examples that are familiar in the literature. The difference here is that which sentence?
That if I give protection, I convert a latent true positive into an observed false positive.
Right. So what happens is, so suppose I predict high risk, but then nothing happens. It's inconsequential. And there's a case where serious recidivism would have ensued, right? So that's a correct prediction. That's a true positive. But now if there are effective interventions that may prevent the recidivism from taking place, so that becomes a false positive.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
Okay?
So the record of what it was, there's a lag between when you first show up and when you measure whether...
We give you a year.
Okay.
We give you a year. Yeah, I'll get there. Okay, so the solutions, sort of current solutions to date, basically extrapolate from the least censoring decision maker, the supremely lenient decision maker. That approach needs random assignment, and we don't have random assignment of cops to cases. Okay, so instead what we're going to do is develop an imputation method based on causal force, and that may be of independent interest to other people who, like us, analyze cases where we don't have random assignment. Okay, and then finally, we contribute to this huge literature on cognitive biases in decision making. And so lack of feedback means that basically these guys aren't Bayesian. We couldn't really expect them to be. So instead, think about this as asking what mechanisms drive officer decisions. And we find evidence for things that look like representativeness bias as well as categorization and selective attention, which we'll talk about more. Okay, so a little more background. So since 2009, there's been risk assessment pretty much universally throughout England and Wales for cases of domestic abuse. And so what this means is when a cop is called out for a domestic abuse case, they do this 2-part protocol, the DASH protocol. And the first part consists of administering a 27-item questionnaire. So they administer, this is the officer administering the questionnaire to the victim at the scene. Then, based on those responses and the officer's professional judgment, this is how the guidance reads, the officer is supposed to classify the case as, the risk facing the victim is either standard, medium, or high. And high is supposed to mean something. It's supposed to mean that there are identifiable indicators of risk of serious harm, the potential event could happen at any time, and the impact would be serious, okay? Then one of the important things for us is that victims that are classified as high risk are then provided services by something called a Multi-Agency Risk Assessment Council, or MARAC. Okay, so that's the basic process. Now, I want you to see a sample of the questions for various reasons. One is we're going to sort of revisit some of these questions later. Mike?
Do the officers have any incentive? Like, what are the incentives the officers are facing in terms of trying to do a good classification?
You know, it's just like the standard professional incentives. They're told to go out and do a good job, and
So there's no accountability if they label somebody low risk and then they get killed by their spouse or something.
so the thing in England is actual deaths are rare, right? They don't have many guns, they don't have many homicides. So there are those extreme events, they don't happen very much. In terms of accountability, I just don't, there doesn't really seem to be any direct accountability. You're not graded on how many you got right, for example, and they're basically just not given any feedback.
Would it usually be the same officer who has to go back to the house? So one way you get feedback is you keep servicing that same address
Oh.
over and over again.
So that happens really rarely. So that's like a 0.5% kind of occurrence in this data. So that's not sort of a built-in incentive that way.
Are there a different set of questions if the abusers at the address didn't show up?
So-
Is there a second thing where you interview him?
No, he's not interviewed. So typically, there are two cops that go out to the case. One deals with the victim, who's usually a woman. One deals with the man if he's there. Basically, they go into separate rooms. The officer administers the questionnaire, right? So at least in principle, it's out of earshot of the abuser.
Sorry, just one quick procedural thing for the audience. I think we're back on live stream, so if you can remember to use the microphone. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, I want you to see a subset of the questions. This is going to be relevant later. So the very first one, has the current incident resulted in injury? Do you feel isolated from family or friends? Are you currently pregnant? So maybe a couple measures of sort of vulnerability there. 2, on escalation. Is the abuse happening more often? Is the abuse getting worse? And then there's a set on some sort of like latent risk stuff that has happened in the past that's threatening. So has the abuser ever used weapons to hurt you? Has he ever threatened to kill you? Has he ever attempted to strangle you? And then there are questions about just the abuser per se, one of which is, has he had problems in the past year with drugs or alcohol? Okay, so this just gets, I'm not going to go through all 27 of them, but these give you a flavor of what the questions look like, and we'll come back to many of these specific questions later on. Okay, now, so data come from Greater Manchester Police, and that's up in the northwest of England. The service area population is about 3 million, so it's sort of like the city of Chicago. And their case files give us 154,000 male-female intimate partner violence cases over the period 2014 to 2019. Now, what do we get from them? We get incident reports, and the useful thing about these incident reports is they link to the victim, they link to the perpetrator, so we can link them together, and we can also link them over time. So that's one thing, that's a big source of data. And then we also get the dash forms. We get the dash forms and the officer's risk assessment as well. Okay, so for outputs, what we're going to do, actually for most of this paper, is we're just going to look at the officer's belief. So whether the officer graded the case as high risk or not. We're also going to look at an outcome of serious recidivism, and that's defined as any domestic abuse calls involving either violence with injury or sexual assault within a 12-month period. So, and we're going to have a bunch of predictors here, including both the dash responses, which are supposed to predict the officer's high risk rating by design, as well as criminal and DA histories. And you can think about these as like several dozen measures actually that reflect the recency, frequency, and severity of the interactions between the dyad as well as sort of criminal histories on the part of the perpetrator. Okay, so that's what goes into this. Okay, now the first question is, how well does DASH predict serious recidivism? And so what this is just a 2x2 confusion matrix. So it's a cross tabulation of the the dichotomized high-risk designation, high risk, yes, no, that's the column variable. Observed recidivism, I'm just going to say it's all serious recidivism. I'm going to use that as a shortcut. But observed recidivism is the row variable. Before we delve into these numbers, a couple numbers that aren't here explicitly is we have a recidivism rate of about 13%, and we have about 9% of these cases are designated as high risk, just to keep in the back of your mind. But now, if you look at the entries in the table. So the top right, we have the number of false positives. So those are cases that are classified as high risk, but where we don't observe serious recidivism. There's about 11,500 of those. That translates to a false positive rate of about 8.6%, which may or may not be so bad. If we go down, so stay in the second column, go down the second row, what's a lot worse here is the true positive rate. And so that true positive rate is only 11.4%. The other way to think about that is the false negative rate is 88.6%. So the protocol is missing 89% of the cases that result in serious recidivism. So that's an issue. So there's this final measure here down the bottom, the AUC. And the AUC is useful because AUC of 0.5 means the cases are effectively randomly assigned. An AUC of 1 would be if if the predictions are perfect. And what we see is an AUC of 0.51. So the protocol does just a little bit better than random.
Jeff, so as you're using language around like false positives and true positives, to what extent do you think there could be reporting issues conditional on this idea of serious recidivism? Like, if an event occurs, do you think that there are ever cases where victims aren't bringing it to police? And then how would that shape how we think about the
Yeah,
concept?
so a standard limitation with police data is that, you only see what the cops see, right? We don't see the stuff that doesn't get reported. That's just a limitation. That's what we work with. There's a reason to think, based on some other papers, that one good thing about, there's actually literature on this, and one good thing about a more serious recidivism measure is that more serious cases tend to be reported better.
Yeah.
Than sort of like so this is probably, more reliable than just a repeat call measure of recidivism.
It would be really interesting if you were able to look at like whether or not people show up to hospitals or something.
Oh, that would be really interesting.
Yeah.
The NHS doesn't play ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree completely.
But I think, Mike, that doesn't explain the 17% you have in here, right?
Yeah, that 89% false negative rate, yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
The people that want to defend this would point out that conditional on getting a high-risk score as your assessment, you're 3 times more likely than people in the other column to actually have an event. So I guess what I'm saying is that there is signal here, and
It's 0.51, it's not 0.5. We're gonna see, so
I'm just saying, someone picking the sentences carefully could make this sound good, because you are 3 times more likely to have one of these events if you're in the yes column.
you still, 84% of the positive predictions are wrong. Right, that's the other way to put this. So they defend this on different grounds, but that's a different story. Okay, so anyway, so these predictions appear to be pretty bad. Now, okay, there's one possibility here. So what if the intervention is so good that it converts latent true positives, so which would have been here in the bottom right, to observed, converts latent true positives to observe false positives. So what if we have just this fantastically effective intervention, and that's what happens? And Jens was talking a little bit about this yesterday. Now, so what you want to do, so this is a censoring problem, meaning protective services might convert these latent true positives into false positives. This is going to lead you to understate the AUC, overstate the false negative rate. It would also cause problems for the regression analysis that we're going to talk about later. So we're going to do an imputation exercise using conditional average treatment effects to try and deal with this problem. And so the way to think about this, so start out just with a sort of standard, the simplest possible potential outcomes notation, right? So DI is the treatment indicator, equal to 1 if the designation is high risk, 0 otherwise. Then you've got your untreated and treated potential outcomes, your observed outcome is Y. So what you can write you can just write, the standard thing is to write the observed outcome in terms of the potential outcomes, but you can also write it just in terms of the latent untreated outcome, Y0, plus the product of the treatment dummy and then the difference between the treated and untreated potential outcomes. Call that difference tau I, that thing is sometimes called the idiosyncratic treatment effect. And so what the CATE is the conditional expectation of that idiosyncratic treatment effect given the x's associated with the ith case. Okay? Now, to use that for imputation, just rewrite the second equation here. And so this gives us the untreated potential outcome, the thing we'd like to see, as a function of the observed outcome, the observed treatment dummy, and the unobserved ITE. And what we do then is we're going to impute the untreated potential outcome with an estimate of the CATE. Okay? And we're going to use causal force to estimate those things. So if those estimates are consistent, then you get consistent TPR, FPR, AUCs, regressions, and everything you want. Okay, now, so consistency is, so the causal force are a selection on observables technique, and so they require conditional independence. And so let's think about what that means in this case. So by design, basically, we have many predictors, highly predictive predictors of treatment status here, all right, because we have the dash features. We also have past behavior. And so what conditional independence is going to require is the stuff that's left over after we take that out be uncorrelated with recidivism risk. Okay, now, what else do we know? We know from a large literature that decisions in many criminal justice matters depend on factors that are unrelated to recidivism risk. And so examples include the religion of the perpetrator in highly publicized cases, the weather, football upsets, features of other cases on the docket, and defendant's facial features. So it may not be far-fetched to think that cops, like other actors in the criminal justice space, are similarly influenced by factors that are unrelated to recidivism risk. Okay? Now, we're going to provide more than an argument, we're also going to provide a test. And so what we find is that prior abuse, or abuse in the 12 months prior to the incident, is completely unaffected by the high-risk designation. So that's a general specification test, which we might expect to fail if conditional independence failed. Okay?
What sample are you doing this on?
What sample am I doing what on?
If you're doing the random forest to get the average treatment effect in the absence of the designation, what sample are you using? The whole sample, the group that was labeled low?
I mean, so there's a whole lot of sort of technical issues around these. So you never use the ith observations data to predict the ith observations outcome, or in this case, their treatment effect, right? So it's all sort of on a holdout, the predictions are all done on a holdout basis. Is that what you meant?
Maybe I'm just lost. I thought the object was to recover the average treatment effect absent any designation of giving the designation. So it's kind of like a population average, but the whole sample's kind of selected in some way. So I'm just wondering how this works. What part of the sample we're using the random forest on, and then how the random forest works. I'm not arguing, I'm confused.
Okay, so I don't have time to go into causal force in detail. Let me say this, it's basically a random forest method, except instead of targeting the outcome as your typical random forest, it targets something that looks like the normal condition for a cell-specific regression slope coefficient, right, on treatment, in a cell that is defined by the proximity of these guys in terms of the actual x's, right? So you find guys with similar x's, right, with x's with similar propensity scores, basically, you put them together, you run a little regression, and then you would do that a whole bunch of times as in a random forest, and then you would make predictions for each of the observations based on the ensemble. Okay, but it's all out of sampling. The predictions of cells are all out of sample in the sense that the ith observations data is not used to predict the ith treatment effect. And then you basically just back out. So this why I start thing is your estimate of the untreated potential outcome for the ith observation. Okay, now, the bottom line here is, the whole reason we go through this is to address this question. Is censoring the reason why the officer's predictions seem to be so poor? And the answer based on this table is no. So this is basically the same table we were looking at before, except now we have our imputed recidivism measure as the row variable instead of the actual recidivism. And so what we see, for example, is the false negative rate is 0.875 instead of 0.88. And we see the AUC is 0.52 instead of 0.51. So, and this is actually consistent with both some other work that we do here and some other work that I've done. The reason for this is this high-risk designation doesn't have any bite. It's not actually protective. And so if it were not protective for any case, right, if the sharp null held, that means that the observed outcome is equal to the untreated potential outcome. That's basically what we're learning.
So the alternative for what you could have done here that you mentioned was that you could have restricted attention to the officers whose treatment rate is really low, right? And then done the prediction for them or trained the model on them, but you don't have random assignment.
We don't have
right?
random assignment, yeah.
Have you tried doing that and just seen what it looks like? Because I imagine you could have made a similar selection on observables assumption about the sorting and then said, okay, well, we're just going to make that assumption, but now we have a sample that we know conditional on matching these officers. We no longer have any selective labels problem.
So we have a sample, so nothing is random, I want to stress that. We do have a sample of, what is it, supremely lenient decision makers? We have 5. So I'm a little hesitant to extrapolate those 5 guys. But we could do something with looking at guys who are more lenient than average.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
we could do something like that. Okay, now, so next question is, does poor performance stem from mistakes or preferences? And the way to think about this is, so officers designate only about 9% of these cases as high risk. And so the possibility is that they're actually rational, but they perceive the cost of false positives as being really high. So we'd like to be able to distinguish the preferences from mistakes, so we're going to do 2 things. So the first thing is motivated by a test from Ramachan. And the way to think about this is, I want you to think about an officer who works in both high and low risk neighborhoods. And then I want you to think about the allocation of high risk designations. And so if the officer's marginal case in the safe neighborhood were safer than the untagged case in the risky neighborhood, then swapping the labels would improve performance. Right? A rational officer would want to do that. So officers would only forgo this improvement if they're misusing the information they have. Right? So that's the idea. And so to make this work, to operationalize this, what we're going to do is we're going to, here we go. We're going to build an objective index of risk using our latent serious recidivism measure. We're going to regress that on the dash features and the controls. Then we're going to divide the sample into quintiles based on that risk score. So the quintiles are our neighborhoods in this case. And then what we're going to do is we're going to plot recidivism rates of cases designated as high risk by quintile of objective risk against the recidivism rate of the highest quintile. And we're going to look and see whether there are exchanges that the officer could take advantage of. And so in this graph, the gray line here gives the recidivism rate of all cases in the top quintile. The maroon line here gives the recidivism rate of cases that are designated as high risk by the officers in each of the 5 objective risk quintiles. And so what you could see is basically for any quintile that's not the 5th, the officer could exchange cases and improve their prediction, right? That basically the recidivism risk of the cases that's chosen by the officer is much lower than alternative cases which they could have chosen, which would have been sort of untagged cases in the 5th risk quintile. Another way to think about this is, since we have a 9% designation rate, all of the cases designated as high risk should be in this in the top quintile of the objective risk index if the cops are using the data properly. So the fact that we see so many of them, this is actually the thing in the background here is a histogram, and it shows that only about 40% of the cases designated as high risk are actually objectively at high risk. Okay, so this is one bit of evidence for mistakes. Now, another is motivated by this insight of Mullinauthan and Obermeyer, and effectively what they point out is that overprediction can be rationalized by a preference for security in marginal cases, whereas underprediction can be rationalized by a preference for taking a chance in a marginal case. Okay, but the 2 together can't be rationalized by preferences alone. And so what we're going to do here is we're just going to plot mean beliefs, so the mean share of cases that are designated as high risk, and mean recidivism rates by risk quintile. So the risk quintile, the objective risk quintile is again on the x-axis. And so what do we see? We see lots of underprediction in quintiles 2 through 5, but then we see overprediction in quintile 1. Okay, so that's exactly the condition that violates that violates rationality in their setup. Okay, so our conclusion here is that basically the poor performance that we see is due to mistakes. Yeah.
One story to me is just, what does a risk designation actually do from the perspective of the officer? It triggers a treatment which you just told us does nothing. So if I'm the officer and it takes effort to figure this out, why bother putting forth the effort, right? It's not going to actually result in anything that improves the outcome from this. So could that just be what's going on here?
So there are, first off, I think some of the results we're going to look at are suggestive that they're actually trying to make sense out of this. So we're going to look at some regression coefficients. They don't look like just noise, as I think they would if people were just like checking boxes more or less at random. And of course, there's this notion, like the cops don't get any feedback. So they actually don't know who's assigned, what kind of treatment people get, but they don't know that the treatment is, that the treatments don't work. So this is,
So you know that, but your argument is the
cops get,
observe this every day don't know it? I mean, that would be surprising to me, right?
wait for some other surprises in a second.
Okay.
Yeah. Derek.
So another way to go about it is trying to find a way to say these guys aren't crazy is to start on the other side of the regression and to take all of the recidivism events that you see and then come up with some way to measure the severity, like getting murdered is worse than getting beat up and hospitalized, et cetera. And then draw the line at 9% and then try to find a way to say this is an indicator for being among the most serious recidivism. And then redo this and see if it gets any better. In other words, they could be ignoring the instructions on the dimension of how the department defines recidivism, but they have some other set of events that they think of as really serious. And if you were coding up what they think of as recidivism, it might look better. So you're kind of experimenting with the X's to find a way to save them. You could do the same thing on the Y.
So we've done some stuff like that. So this is, sort of the misalignment issue here. You had another term for it.
Omitted payoff bias.
Omitted payoff bias, yes. So omitted payoff bias, misalignment. And so we looked at, so we're trying to predict recidivism, and we focus on this thing called serious recidivism because that's as close as we thought we could come to matching, with the English criminal code, to matching this thing called serious harm that DASH is supposed to prevent. Okay, but obviously that's not the only thing cops could be looking at. It could also be too much. And so, for example, we've talked to people at sort of national law enforcement agencies, and one of the things that they point out, so I call this violence with injury. Violence with injury actually has two parts. There's something called grievous bodily harm, which is really bad, that lands you in the hospital, and something called actual bodily harm, which leaves marks but isn't that bad. And then there's something called, it's called common assault, which is not even part of violence with harm. Okay, so basically ABH and GBH are the constituent components of violence with injury. So we've gotten some pushback as to whether all the categories of crimes that fall under ABH should be part of the serious recidivism. Everybody agrees that GBH, the thing that lands you in the hospital, should be something these guys are trying to prevent. So we've also done this analysis on just GBH. It's a pretty rare outcome. It's like 1.5%. But it turns out the cops still have a false negative rate of about 85%. So they're not doing well on that one key, any better on that one key component.
See if you do that first.
It's like 0.52, 0.53. It's right down there, right around 0.5. We also looked at something else that the advocates would like to have the cops target is something called coercive control. And think of coercive control as basically just very intimidating, controlling behavior that may or may not involve actual violence. So it turns out you can put together a measure of coercive control from some of these dash questions. And so we can ask, are in fact the cops targeting this thing that the advocates would like to have them target? And the answer is the same. So the false negative rate is still over 80%. So, the possibility exists that they're targeting something else, but it's not the things that is sort of widely agreed they should be targeting, nor is it this other thing that this sort of a large community would like to have them target. Okay, so this brings us to this question. So why are cops making mistakes? And we think it's a combination of bad information and cognitive biases. So let's talk about bad information first. So I showed you 9 of the dash questions. Those 9 questions and all of the remaining, all 27 of the questions, read at face value as if they imply greater risk. However, it turns out that half of these questions are misleading in the sense that they're negatively predictive, or what we call counterpredictive. And so how do we know this? We estimate 2 regressions. So one is a beliefs regression, that's the top one, then the outcome regression is the bottom one. The beliefs regression just regresses the high risk dummy on the dash features Q, the control Z. And the recidivism regression regresses that latent recidivism indicator on the same things. And then we're going to look at the coefficients, the 2 sets of dash coefficients, right, the alphas and the betas, and compare them. And so when we do that, I'm not going to make you look at a great big table, but I am going to show you this. So what you're looking at here is 27 pairs of coefficients, 1 for each of the dash variables. The coefficients in the beliefs regression are in gray, and those from the recidivism regression are in this maroon color. And so one of the things that you see here is that, in almost all cases, the cops treat the dash questions as if they predict higher risk. All right, so the vast majority of those coefficients are positive. Oh, the thing is too, those little, what do they call them, blades at the end of the ends of the bars, those are confidence intervals, 90, 94%, don't remember. But anyway, so that's what you're looking at. So the cops act as if, the cops apparently believe that all of these features are positively predictive. The few cases there involve really small coefficients, right? So the beliefs coefficients that are negative are very small. Now, and many of these dash coefficients are quite large. So in contrast, what you see when you look at the latent recidivism regression is that about, 13 of the 27 dash coefficients are negative. So they're negatively predictive instead of positively predictive. Most of those are significant. And to anticipate at least one question, it turns out this is not just because, these measures, the dash features are highly correlated. So if you basically run the latent recidivism dependent variable on each of the dash features one at a time, 10 of those coefficients are negatively predictive. All right, so you get 13 more when you put them all together, but the basic problem here is that the questionnaire is poorly designed. It has a bunch of misleading questions. And so the cops don't know this and end up making a lot of mistakes.
Can you, for those of us with bad eyesight, can you just give us the names of the big red negative ones? I'm just curious which ones they are.
So some of these, so one of them is, so number 7 here is, so these are, maybe they're a little cryptic. Whether there's a conflict over children is very negatively predictive. There's another one here, if the guy has threatened to hurt the kids, that's also negatively predictive. There's another one here, if the guy has breached a restraining order, that thing is negatively predictive. Yeah, I'm not sure there's not an easy pattern to explain why these are negatively predictive, but there you have it.
I'm trying to understand the face.
Sorry, Harold, can you use the mic?
I'm trying to understand the face validity of why.
That's right, can you turn the mic on?
You're so demanding.
I can't turn the mic on. My assistant has helped me. I'm trying to understand the face validity of why those things would be negative, like breaching a prior, restraining order. It just seems to me like
obviously somebody might believe that that would be predictive of a real problem. Can you give a little bit of an intuitive explanation of why that would be negatively predictive?
So it could be. So I think like in terms of threatening the kids, I think maybe that's just cheap talk, right? So you make a lot of noise, but you're not really going to hurt the kids because they're your kids too. So in terms of the breaching the order, it could be that basically you're doing bad things, but those bad things are not what we call serious recidivism, right? So you're not doing harm. You're around the house. You're doing things that you're not supposed to be, but those things are actually substitutes for doing something harmful. So that could be a story.
These questions presuppose the existence of children and restraining orders, which might be part of it.
Well, so that's what I was going to say is so for pretrial risk, like in Connecticut, a really massive risk factor is living alone. And if you have no social relationships with any people around you, that's really bad. But if you have no social relationships with anyone around you, it's very unlikely you're going to have a restraining order. It's very unlikely you're going to have threatened kids, right? So if you are just sort of like off on your own, you're heavily risky. But if you're off on your own, then you don't pose this risk to people who you're close to. And so then it is probably picking up the fact that you have people around you, and that's actually mediates risk of recidivism in some ways. If that makes sense.
It also makes me wonder if the dependent variable, there could be really bad things that are happening, just not defined as serious recidivism in the... There could be really bad things happening.
You just turned it off.
You're like the question.
Yeah. Yeah, it just seems like there could be some really bad things happening. They're just not defined as serious recidivism, but that from a common sense definition really are serious.
So yeah, and what I can tell you is that those things aren't GBH or coercive control as we can measure them here.
I mean, couldn't it just be reporting, though, right?
In terms of,
When I get beaten and I don't call the cops when kids are there. I get beaten and I don't call the cops. I get beaten and I don't call the cops when I previously had a restraining order and it wasn't helpful for me, right? Calling the cops before didn't work because they violated the, so yeah, I mean, to me, a different interpretation is the actual harm might be the same, but a lot of this is just about people not being willing to call the police when they're harmed as a result of having kids or these factors.
yeah, so I guess, so how can I respond to this? So this is a somewhat different exercise. We first tried to just estimate the effects of this intervention, and as well as being charged with a crime. And so there the issue is, and we didn't see anything having to do with the high-risk designation, but we did see a drop associated with being charged. And there the question is, basically, are you observing a reduction in violence or a result, or are you looking at reporting of violence? And so what we did was we put together a little test, and this is actually from a paper by Amaral and Dahl and others. And so the idea is that you can compare reports that are made by third-party reporters to reports that are made by the victim herself. And because of sort of differential stakeholding on the part of those two parties, that looking at the differences in the effects might be informative about reporting. And so what we found is that actually the evidence was more consistent with sort of real changes in behavior than just sort of changes in reporting. I probably need to think more about how that applies into this particular application, but there's at least some evidence that what we're picking up is actual behavior and not just reporting. Okay, so anyway, that doesn't look good. So let's talk about cognitive bias, and there's two different ones I want to talk about. And so one is called representativeness bias. You want to have water with you if you're going to talk about representativeness bias. And so the idea here is that a Bayesian decision maker is going to form beliefs by taking expectations over the true distribution of signals. But a biased decision maker may overweight features that are top of mind, so to say, or representative of the outcome, and therefore overreact to them. Okay, so this idea has been around for a long time. This goes back to Kahn and Tversky. There's this paper by Bordalo et al. That show that there's actually they sort of refine this prediction. They show that there's a test for representativeness bias because representativeness should interact with prevalence. Okay, the idea is this. A representative feature that is rare should move beliefs, but a representative feature that is prevalent may not. And the reason is, if you take a bit of probability mass and you plop that on top of a rare feature, that distorts the distribution to a great extent. Take that same mass, put it on a prevalent feature, there's less distortion. Okay, so that's the basic idea. And so we're going to test for representativeness bias by testing for this interaction. So first, we need to see which features are representative, that is more prevalent in the feature equal 1 condition than in the feature equal 0 condition. And we also need to compute the prevalence of these things. And so you see both of these in this pyramid chart. And so what we've done, so what you have is representativeness is increases moving to the left from the point 0.5, and prevalence increases to the right moving from 0. And then we have sorted all these features in decreasing order of representativeness. Okay, so the representative features, basically there are, I think there's 12 of them, and they go down to what's number 9 here, so whether the victim is pregnant. That's just barely representative. And so the good news is, if you, yeah, that didn't work here. So the good news is that we actually have both, among these representative features, we actually have features that are both rare and prevalent. And the prevalent ones that stand out here are use of a weapon and prior trouble with the police. Okay, so we actually have what we need to carry out this test. And the way I'm going to do this is I'm just going to take from those regression coefficients we were looking at a minute ago, I'm going to take the subset of those from the representative features and show them to you. There they are. And the only other thing that we've done is switch the order. And so now we have the two prevalent features are on the right-hand side, everything else, the rare features are first. And so what you see when you look at this is it kind of, at least the first bit, bears out the Bordolo et al. Prediction. So what we see is features that are representative and rare move beliefs, right? So the gray bars are all positive and significant, and some of them are pretty sizable. When you look at the two last features, it looks rather different. So if anything, these move cops' beliefs in the wrong direction. But I think the more important point is that those features, those coefficients are really small. Okay, so basically this sort of bears out this key prediction of a model of representativeness bias by Bordolo et al. Now, there's also something important here substantively, and that has to do with alcohol and drugs. So the alcohol and drug problems increase recidivism risk by 1.5 percentage points, or just a little bit more than 10% of the baseline. They're also present in almost 40% of the cases, yet they don't move cops' beliefs. And so what this means is this failure to recognize the importance of alcohol and drug problems results in false negatives, which means victims who need protective services but who don't get them. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so now, categorization, selective attention, this is another kind of cognitive bias, and we think that there's evidence consistent with this. And so this comes from Pedro Bordolo and his very productive collaborators. It's a different model. So this is a model where decision makers are trying to predict an outcome that's characterized by a number of features. And to do so, they first categorize the problem into, in their case, one of two categories by means of an ancillary feature or a trigger feature, as we'll call it. And then they attend to a subset of features that are relevant to the category. So this model predicts two things. It predicts instability of beliefs, and it predicts selective attention. And so it'll help explain the overreaction, which has kind of been evident in the coefficients we've looked at, the beliefs coefficients, as well as some important interactions between features which we haven't seen yet. And so the first thing I want to do is tell you what features might be the key trigger features. And the good news here is that we actually have some survey evidence on this point, because there's a survey that was conducted that asked officers which set of features they found to be essential for predicting risk. And it turns out they map, there's 5 of them, they map pretty closely to the dash. One is whether the current incident involved physical assault with injury. One is escalating abuse, that corresponds to 2 of the dash questions. And then others have to do with sort of past threatening behavior. So threatening or using a weapon at some point in the past, death threats at some point in the past, strangulation at some point in the past. Okay, so we're going to consider all these as potential triggers. And the first thing we want to look at is instability in beliefs. And if you have binary beliefs, instability just means a big jump as you move from the feature equals 0 to the feature equals 1 category. And so what we have here is for each of the 6 triggers, you've got the share of cases graded as high risk in the absence of the trigger, that's the gray bar, and then in the presence of the trigger, that's the maroon bar. And you see big jumps in every case. All right, the smallest here involves the second feature, whether abuse is happening more often, and that jumps from about 5% in its absence to about 22% in its presence, and that's the smallest. So instability looks like it's satisfied. Now this brings us to selective attention. So how are we going to measure this? For each of the trigger features, we're going to run 2 beliefs regression, one on the trigger equals 1 subsample, and one on the trigger equals 0 subsample. And then we're going to compute the difference between the dash coefficients, the contrast, between those 2 regressions. Right, that's a measure of how much attention increases or decreases to a feature. And then we're going to plot those contrasts via heat map. And so that's the heat map. And so I'm going to actually point at this. Except that was, thank you. Okay, so, all right, so what you're looking at here is the row variables, those are the dash variables, the dash features. The column variables, those are our trigger features. And so each column pertains to our 2 regressions, right? So look at the difference in the coefficients. And so if we focus first on the column where we split the sample by victim injury, so this cell, so positive changes in attention are indicated by these maroon, basically the maroon cells. Negative changes in attention are indicated by these gray cells. And then the darker the cell, the bigger the change. The hatched cells are insignificant. The unhatched cells are significant. So let's look at this. What this says is, if the victim is injured, the cop's attention increases by, I'm going to say that's about 4 percentage points to whether the victim is frightened, by a similar amount to whether the victim is pregnant, so maybe measures of vulnerability, and then to whether the perpetrator used weapons, threatened to kill the victim, or tried to strangle the victim, as well as some other things. Okay, so that's one pattern there. And if you look at this closely, I'm going to suggest that the patterns here, the patterns of selective attention, are suggestive of 3 overlapping binary categories. So the reality is more complicated than the model predicted. No surprise. So we're going to call that category. There's one category that's associated with victim injury. We're going to call that thing immediate danger. Now, if you look at changes in attention as a result of the next 2 features, so abuse happening more often, abuse getting worse, you'll notice that attention increases largely to similar features. Okay, for both of those 2 triggers. Some of those things are common to the features where we had increased attention from victim injury, and then some of them are distinct. So that looks like a second category, and we're going to call that escalating abuse. Okay, so finally, if you look at these last 3, once again, each of these questions triggers attention to roughly the same set of features. And again, some of those are in common with features that experience heightened attention from some of the other triggers, and some of these things are distinct. Okay, so this looks to us like it's consistent with a model that has 3 different categories. They're partially overlapping, and where triggering different categories results in attention being selectively changed towards somewhat different features. Okay, so there is some overlap, like the 6 features generally trigger attention to features defining other categories, right? So there's this sort of cross stimulation, if you will. The immediate risk feature, the immediate risk category also raises attention to vulnerability. The escalated abuse category also raises attention to like sort of spillover threats, so threats facing kids, either literal threats to kids or harm to children. And then this thing we're calling lethal threat, that thing that involves weapons use, death threats, strangulation, also raises attention to what you might think of as perpetrator volatility, harassment, trouble with police, or vulnerability. Okay, now, you might be asking, is there any other evidence that is consistent with this sort of three-category interpretation of this stuff? And now I need a button. So it turns out the answer is yes. So we did NLP analysis of the trigger questions, and that shows basically the same structure. So we did two of these two analyses. One, we're looking for lexical similarity of the questions, and one, we're looking for semantic similarity. And so what you're looking at now are cosine similarities, or matrix of cosine similarities between the text of these questions. And in each case, we get the same sort of grouping. So you'll notice that the first question is just sort of a standalone. It isn't really related to anything else. That's true on the left, which is the lexical similarities, and on the right, which are the semantic. Again, in both cases, there is a cluster between the two indicators of escalating abuse. And then there's this third cluster here, which involves these sort of lethal, past lethal conditions, lethal threats. And in each case, the correlations within those clusters are much higher than those that are between. Okay, so there's evidence for the same kind of structure from a very different source. Oops. Oh, I think now something went wrong. Something went really wrong. Give me a second. Just going to go back up and find where I was. Okay, so now, what are some alternative hypotheses? Well, one is that the interactions we see just reflect correct beliefs about the true data generating process, right? That's just what we see. We'd see the same interactions if we used recidivism as the left-hand side than if we used beliefs. And the answer to that question is the heat map for recidivism shows very few and much weaker interactions. There's another hypothesis which is harder to either dispel or confirm, but it's just the idea that officers cluster similar sounding questions and respond to them as a group. And the reason that's hard is because all of these questions sound similar in the sense that they all involve domestic abuse, right? Potential aspects of domestic abuse. So the one thing we can say, there are two things we can say. One is that if you look at this, you find that selective attention is more highly correlated between groups than within groups, even though the lexical and semantic similarities are stronger within groups. So that seems to run against this alternative hypothesis. And then the other thing is the beliefs instability is a prediction from this model. It's not clear whether it would be predicted by by this alternative similar sounding questions.
So, Jeff, I keep waiting for you to do the Jens thing and tell us if we would replace this with a situation where they're punching it in on a laptop and then your favorite risk score pops up and they're saying, unless you have really good reason, follow the algorithm, what would the AUC be there? Because
7.5.
7.5.
0.75.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's going to be part of the punchline. Let me tell you a little bit about heterogeneity. There are no differences by officer sex. There are no differences by officer experience. We do find that lower skill officers overreact more to the dash questions. I can tell you a little bit about robustness. We don't have random assignment. You might be concerned that certain cops basically get domestic abuse cases. We put in cop fixed effects, nothing changes. The harder thing is to talk about unobservables that are within cop. And here what we can do is make use of a question that says, are you using any other information besides the dash variables to formulate your risk classification? If we take the cops who answer no, we're not going to take that at face value. But if we take the cops who say no, you might think that they're using less such information. And again, nothing changes them between that and the full sample. So that's what we can do in terms of robustness. But then in terms of conclusions, one way to think about this exercise is that we ask, well, what do decision makers do when they don't get much training or feedback? That's very much the case here in this police setting, but you might think there are similar settings like in hiring decisions. You have vague information, it's hard, you don't have a lot of feedback, so it can be hard to distinguish hiring failures from management failures. And so what we find in settings like this, cops rely on heuristics, they make mistakes, and evidence is consistent with responsiveness bias and categorization and selective attention. So this has implications for survey design, but I kind of want to basically say just a little bit more on Derek's point, because this is something we've been working on a lot, and this is a question, are there better approaches to risk assessment? And the answer is, fairly simple machine learning models. You can throw away the dash, and what you find is that fairly simple machine learning models make predictions much better. At the same referral rate, so the AUC is 0.75 instead of 0.51, at the same referral rate, you find 2.5 times more victims who would go on and experience serious recidivism than the dash does. So that's a number that's about 3,400 more, and because you're holding the referral volume constant, there's no increase in cop time that's needed for that. So that's a pretty big improvement. If you can tolerate higher designation rates, you can find a whole lot more. And so basically what we're doing now is working with some agencies trying to get them to basically put in place an experiment that we could compare something that's algorithm recommendations against the current system. Steve?
So you said you could throw away the dash, and I understand you could throw away how they're using the dash, but that's different than saying you could throw away the dash.
You can throw away the dash.
So are you saying that the answers to the dash questions, when you use the signs that you pick up, don't improve your machine learning model at all?
I could not have said that better.
Okay.
Derek?
I think, though, that you then have to come back to Paul's point, which is that if the treatment isn't protective, who cares? And this is kind of, in terms of designing the experiments you want to run, at the same time, you might want to have two arms, one that has the current thing, and then a different way to do the treatment, because there's a small social gain to getting better assignment to a treatment that has no value.
So right now, so before like one paper ago in this project, all we knew is that this high-risk designation, this process, wasn't protective. We didn't know if that's because the services were bad or if that's because they were getting the wrong people. And so I think now we know that they're getting the wrong people. And so it may be that when you get the right people to the right services, you actually get a protective effect.
All right, let's give Charlie Brown the last question, and then we'll move to the next paper.
Just a real quick, if you're predicting with some algorithm and you're not using the dash questions, what are you using? I missed that somehow.
So it turns out, basically the domestic abuse and criminal histories that we construct from the insert reports are super predictive. They do a much better job than the dash. So the dash by itself gives you an AUC of about 0.64. These dyad histories give you an AUC of about 0.75, and if you put the two together, it's still about 0.75.
Okay, terrific. Thanks
All
so
right,
much,
thank
Jeff.
you.
That was great.
I'll let you do this, okay.
Great. So the next paper is Accusing and Believing in Equilibrium, Evidence from Me Too. And Bobak, you're presenting, right? Great.
Okay, thank you all so much, and thanks for having us on the program. So this is joint with Anya Marchenko, who's over there very colorfully. Anya's entering her 5th year at Brown, and she's fantastic. You'll hear all about it in my letter in a year or so. Okay, so this is a paper that marries a pretty parsimonious theory with some empirical evidence to study what happens in equilibrium as a result of Me Too, along some dimensions that we'll talk about. And so, there are a number of forensic settings that follow the following type of procedure, including civil litigation, which is someone accuses someone else of some kind of wrongdoing, and an adjudicator has to decide, right, who do I believe? And ideally, the decision in the first best is going to depend on the quote-unquote foundedness of the claim, where foundedness is made up of two different components. One is, did the thing actually happen, right? Are the facts that are relayed actually facts? And the second is, does it actually meet the legal threshold of wrongdoing? Now, in some cases, harassment, discrimination, there's some uncertainty around whether the claim's actually brought or founded, right? Evidence is often not dispositive in the way that, when I run the red light camera and I make the Michael Scott face, and they capture me on camera, that, it's pretty clear what I've done. Do we know the face? Okay. I'll do better next time. All right. And so there's a trade-off, right? So do I believe an accusation I shouldn't have believed? Do I not believe an accusation I should have believed? Right? And this is something the adjudicator has to decide. And, on top of this, there's a kind of social or perhaps a subjective aspect, which is there's also oftentimes not a clear line in cases of harassment or discrimination of what the thing happened or was it actually wrongdoing. Right? And so that's where social movements come in. We saw these after in the summer of 2020, and I'll talk about Me Too coming up. But these are really, they're social movements that tend to bundle effects. They're not necessarily looking to change the legal landscape, at least not right away. But they aim via social pressure to do a couple of things. So one is to decrease wrongdoing broadly. One is to make it easier or to increase the reporting of wrongdoing. And then also on the kind of side of the adjudicators to change the way that the adjudicators believe complaints, right? Or maybe how they weigh evidence that comes up in adjudication. Right? Now, I think maybe a classic economist point, but one that also comes up a lot in the popular media, is that these are kind of, accusing and believing are kind of interdependent and equilibrium objects, right? So who decides to come forward depends in large part on whether they think they're going to be believed and what they think the remedies are going to be if they are believed. And, well, how often do I choose to believe? That's going to depend in part on what the pool of people who come forward looks like. Right? And we're going to try to disentangle these broadly throughout the talk today. Okay, so put another way, what is the effect on the foundedness of claims brought forward after a social movement? And what is the effect on the adjudication process? Okay. And we'll do so in the context of Me Too. So this is almost a gratuitous slide because I think we're not quite that old yet, or rather Me Too is not that old. I feel a little old sometimes, okay. It occurred in 2017 when the actress Alyssa Milano told people to tweet out the phrase Me Too if they had been experienced sexual harassment in the workplace or sexual violence in the workplace. It went from a phrase that didn't exist to one of the most popular phrases on Twitter throughout that year. It was one of the most Google search terms. The Me Too activists were named Times People of the Year. And it changed a lot of things, including, I think, how we do our interviews. And it was meant as a way to shift attitudes on sexual harassment. So the formal definition of sexual harassment is unwelcome conduct or comments inducing a quid pro quo or creating a sufficiently hostile work environment.
What's on the y-axis here?
This is the relative frequency of the term. So 100 is the highest popularity. So it spiked to immediate popularity at exactly October 2017. We're going to exploit the timing of that.
Is this Google or X or what's the?
This is Google search terms. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, I think we still don't have a super, a fully clear picture of what happened, but right away people had pretty strong opinions about Me Too, right? So I think this was the biggest survey we could find at the time, and about 70% of people were quite happy with Me Too, saying, look, this is great. It creates accountability for people who do wrongdoing. Right? On the other hand, 43% said, slow down. We're breaking too many eggs to make this omelet, right? We're going to have too many accusations of people who are actually innocent. Now, one thing that's I think kind of interesting here is if you add these numbers up, you get to a number more than 100, right? So there are some people who actually thought both were true, and you know, indeed, that's not a crazy thought, and I think neither of these opinions ex ante are crazy thoughts, and
It's a theorem.
sorry.
In a world of imperfect information, if you have more accountability, you'll have more people who are punished who shouldn't have been punished. There's a trade-off here. The people who answered both aren't crazy.
I agree. So they're economists. Yeah. So much of the world might be crazy, but not the economists. I agree. And so, but really, you know, if we're to say which one do you believe happened more at the very least, right? I don't think it's wrong to think either one of these, and really the question comes down to a belief about correlation. So consider the marginal non-reporter before Me Too, okay? The person who was almost indifferent between reporting and not, but chose not to. Do we think that this was a person with a very founded case who didn't come forward because there was a very high cost of reporting, there was stigma, something like that? Or do we think that person had a very weak case and didn't come forward because there was a very low probability of winning, right? And so if we think that Me Too made it a little bit easier for people to win, then if the marginal non-reporter is one of these weak reporters, one of these weak cases, then you might be in the second category. And if you think the marginal non-reporter is one of the strong cases who didn't come forward because of stigma, you might be in the first category. Okay. And so what we're going to talk about today, and some methodology for what we're going to do, is we're going to look at how Me Too changed how often sexual harassment complaints were believed. Okay, and we're going to look at state anti-discrimination agencies, and I'll talk a little bit about the specifics in a slide or two. But essentially, we look in the workplace. Do you allege sexual harassment occurred? You go to your state anti-discrimination agency. That's where sexual harassment is a form of discrimination. You say, I was sexually harassed. Let's go through the process. Okay. And we'll do a difference in difference analysis to compare the change in the win rate of these sexual harassment reporters versus control cases, which are other forms of discrimination: racial discrimination, age discrimination, religion, etc. And where I'll spend the most of the time today is trying to break down this effect, okay? And I'll try to convince you that whatever this effect is, it comes broadly from two different sources, right? One is changes to the adjudication process, which we'll call the adjudicator effect informally throughout, versus changes in the composition of the pool of cases that comes forward, right? The selection into reporting effect. And to do this, we'll use a theoretical model and an empirical decomposition that's based on the time that the case is filed and when the case is resolved. Please.
I think there's a third selection effect, which is the change in the types of behavior.
Yes.
That could, the whole population of potential cases. And when you get to the model, I hope you'll address one specific assumption about the information. Is it common knowledge so that if we had truth serum and we could inject both sides, they would tell us the same thing about whether it was founded or not? Or is your model one where the two parties in some cases have different true beliefs, saw different signals of the event, so that there's true disagreement about whether it's founded?
Very good.
Because
So
I think that and I don't know which one's right. I'm just saying that those two data generating processes would have very different implications about this last selection effect. If everybody knows what they're doing is wrong, and then the probability of getting caught goes way up, that's going to create a much different truncation than if you think the typical one is a situation where they may be doing something wrong but kind of aren't awake enough to know they're doing something wrong. Then you wouldn't worry about this population selection so much.
I think you're a little fast for me, actually. So I think they're great questions, and if you'll allow me, I think there are two questions in there. So one is, does behavior broadly change in some way as a result of Me Too? So we might think that deterrence occurred. I think that's what you mean by some differences in the population. That's going to be included in what I call the selection effect. So there's going to be an umbrella term here, but we'll get there. And the second is about, do we agree, right, on what happens? And I think this kind of goes into, well, if yes, then to what extent do we have deterrence or changes in this distribution? The answer is not necessarily. Foundedness here is not just, do we agree on the facts, but also, do the facts rise to the level of wrongdoing? I'll talk about some gender heterogeneity, but it looks like, or at least we suspect, that there may be differences in the population between what is known about sexual harassment. So one thing that I was not super aware of, but I was made aware of after presenting this a couple times, is that there's at least a sense of many audience members that women have a clear sense of what sexual harassment is, and men do not. And you could imagine that's the case if if one has never thought about being sexually harassed oneself. You think, well, it could be anything. Maybe someone comes and touches me on the shoulder, and that's sexual harassment. If one is perhaps more accustomed to it, maybe there's a difference in opinion. So it's a rambling answer to your question, but the answer is we're not going to make any such assumption that people are going to agree on sexual harassment. We're also not going to explicitly model whether the would-be harassers do or do not harass. It's all going to come out in the wash in the selection effect, and I hope I can answer that question a little better when we get there. Okay, so to the findings. So we'll find towards this first bullet point that there is a higher chance of winning. Okay, and this is going to be broken down into adjudicators becoming more favorable to complainants. All right, so it's in some senses easier to win the same case after Me Too than before. Also, on balance, Me Too induced new claims that were more founded to come forward. Okay, so this kind of broad claim that Me Too resulted in bogus cases doesn't seem to be supported here. If you'll permit me a little bit of mystery, there are some pretty important gender heterogeneities here.
It has to be true that more founded claims are filed. That doesn't mean that you don't also get more unfounded claims that are filed.
I was imprecise. The share of founded claims goes up.
All right, thank you.
So the claims that are introduced have more merit than the claims in the pool prior to Me Too?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think one thing to realize in terms of intuition behind that is the people who may behave the most egregiously may be the people who have the most power. And in a pre-Me Too world, those were the individuals who no one wanted to cross.
I think that's much more eloquently stated than I did before. But this is what I meant by the are there strong cases that are not brought forward because of stigma of reporting? But I want your language. Yeah. Okay. Very good. So let me spend not too much time here, but to say that Me Too adjudication settings and social effects that can affect judges and decision makers have all been studied in various contexts. Where we think that we make perhaps small contributions to each of these literatures is we think we're the first to kind of provide simultaneous evidence on who comes forward and how they're believed, at least in this type of setting. Okay. And I think actually this is this slide is probably going to be obsolete by the end of today, so I'll have to add many talks. Okay, so let me start by telling you a little bit about the setting and the data. We'll pretty quickly get to the reduced form results. These are going to be kind of the jumping off point, not really the final analysis here today. And I'll get to a short description of the model, a bit about our decomposition method, and then I'll tell you the results, okay? That break down the effects into the selection effect and the adjudicator effect. Are there any questions before I go on? Okay, so as I said, our setting is going to be state anti-discrimination agencies. All right, so every state has one, or actually, I think 48 of the states have them. Once someone says that someone in my employer discriminated against me, the agency, their main job is to investigate. They conduct interviews, they do document reviews, they visit the site. And I'll talk a bit about how these cases unfold in a second. So what we did is we sent Freedom of Information Act requests to all of these state anti-discrimination agencies to collect the outcomes of these cases. Now, one thing I want to say is that there is a federal body, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They stopped receiving FOIA requests around 2017 for this. So we can't say anything there. We also don't have a terrible amount of information about each case because these are because of privacy concerns. So for most of these cases, well, we will see the outcome of the cases, and I'll talk about the important outcomes in a second. We'll see the date that the case is filed, when it's resolved, and in many cases we'll see something about the complainant's gender, or at least their name, which we can use to infer their gender. We typically don't know much about who is accused of the wrongdoing because the quote-unquote defendant is the employer itself. Okay? And we also don't have a lot of details, as I said. So it's not that I say, you know, on March 16th, Fred did so-and-so to me. We're not going to see these details. Well, we have a pretty a sparse view of each case. Okay? And we'll have data from 2010 to 2023.
Have information on the date of the alleged incident?
No.
Okay, I'm just like, I guess looking ahead, how are you going to be able to differentiate between new cases are occurring versus these are reports of prior cases?
Yeah. Can I defer that? Yeah. But it's, so I would have, I mean, if you would have said what's one piece of information you could add to this, it would be exactly when is the date of the alleged incident. Yeah. Okay. So because Me Too focused on the workplace, we are going to focus ourselves on employment discrimination cases. So this leads to about 200,000 cases over 10 states. Actually, I think perhaps technically 11. The great state of Rhode Island, I think, gave us precisely one case in our FOIA request. So we're very well behaved in Rhode Island. Sorry?
It's a small state.
It's a small state, yeah. Now, there are other locations of discrimination, public accommodation, housing. If we're willing to incorporate those, and we do, but I won't talk about those today, the results are pretty similar. We can about double the sample to just under 400,000 cases in 18 states. Okay. So I talked a bit about this agency investigation, and so the main outcome that we're going to look at is whether at this investigation stage the agency declares that there is probable cause of discrimination. Okay? And we'll call this informally winning. I think that might be a slight misnomer. It's not quite a screening decision because this agency eventually does hold something like a bench trial, but it's the same agency that investigates and rules on this. And so findings are very predictive of remedies. At the investigation stage, 1 in 6 of them win. Please.
After you get the finding, are you done, or can you use that to file a civil lawsuit, and that helps you win the civil lawsuit?
Yeah. So in many cases, we're not going to see the remedies. What typically happens after this finding is that there's a settlement. So one either, and there are some state differences, and let me talk about that in a second. So once one goes through the investigation and a decision is rendered, typically there's a settlement. If not, it frequently goes to this administrative judge who also works for the agency who says, let me review all the evidence and make a decision. What I mean by some state differences is, some states regulate when you're allowed to go to an actual court. Some states like California say, no, in order to ever go to a court, you need to first come to us. Right? Now you can kind of come to us and maybe not go through the investigation, but still. Other states like New York say, if you go through the investigation, you forfeit your right to go to court, and you're stuck with us, stuck with this administrative process. So let me actually, since there are some questions about this, show the, sorry, was there a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, are the languages the same, like the language of discrimination across the state's agency data that you're using?
Yeah, that's a great question. So this definition of sexual harassment that I put here, or this slightly short definition, is based on the federal definition. Most states adopt it wholesale. I can't tell you if there are any wording differences between any of the states, but I think to a first order approximation, we agree legally on what sexual harassment is across the states. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. Okay, so we're going to observe one outcome per each case. So once a complaint is filed, it can either go to court initially, right? It can either be settled initially, or it can be dismissed, often for administrative reasons, like a person didn't file the right paperwork, right? Or it can go to investigation, and that's about half the cases. At the investigation, there's a binary decision. After this, again, one can, in some states, use this to go to court. In some, it's not possible. We're not going to see what happens after this point. Okay. And so this is why I was saying, if you want to think of this as a screening decision, I think that's a little bit too conservative, but I think it's not. Yep.
What do you see at the top?
No, so we see that they go to court. I don't think we can. I don't think we have enough information to know who's who, but no, we don't.
Okay, can you help us think through what it means to go to court? Like, do you have aggregate statistics about how, I don't know if this will be, if this is like not important, it's not something you're gonna have variation on, that's fine, but like, can you help us understand what these other outcomes, court and settled, mean relative to winning a discrimination case? I understand how, I'm going to assume you want me to think that dismissed and lost are similar-ish. Should I think about court and settled? Court is pretty frequent as increasing the probability that I'm similar to one, or how should I think about it?
Yeah, so, okay, good. So the short answer is I don't know what happens in these cases. So I think dismissed and lost are not quite the same. Dismissed is like, this is not really an accusation that carries any water. Again, typically for administrative reasons. Whether a case is settled initially or whether it goes to court initially, is that a stronger case or a weaker case? I'm not sure. One thing I can tell you is that we do worry about this, right? And so we do a kind of Lee style analysis where we say, okay, are there changes in the rate of court? If we attribute all of these to being the strongest cases possible or the weakest cases possible, is this going to shift our analysis? The answer is no, not really, right? So at least within this system, there's some reason for us to say the main changes are happening at the investigation stage. Now, there are other changes and that potentially happen. If I'll come back to that in a second. But there could be other things that are changing in the world, and we'll try to capture this in the selection effect. All right. Okay, so these cases are civil. The burden of proof is relatively low, preponderance of the evidence. And testimonial evidence is frequently the deciding factor. And so there is a high degree of subjectivity that the adjudicators have, and changes in beliefs can shift the outcomes potentially quite a lot. Okay. So moving on to our kind of preliminary reduced form effect. We're going to do a diff and diff, a two-way fixed effect design within state, okay, to compare sexual harassment to other forms of discrimination that form our control group before and after Me Too, right? And we're going to use this win outcome as our outcome of interest.
Is the sample only the ones that went to investigation?
Yes. No. So we're going to include, yes, only the cases that go to investigation.
Everything else is thrown out. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to include, case type by state fixed effects, resolution by state fixed effects, and our main coefficient we're going to call beta CE, where the CE stands for combined effect. So the main thing I want to highlight here is that, and this is going to play a big role, is that we use the resolution time of a case. Okay, so this is my first little breadcrumb for you, which is how are we going to play with timing. We're not going to say when did you file the case. We're going to say when was the case resolved. Yes, please.
Can you help me understand why you're conditioning on the first box? Like in your flowchart, which I thought was really helpful. Did I understand correctly that you're conditioning on like making it to the investigation box and not the court dismissed, etc.?
That's right.
And what can you explain to me what is the thought process for conditioning?
So we are focusing on our narrowed, we have the most resolution on this investigation stage. We want to tell you what happens here and what happens to the beliefs of this stage, because we don't think that we can say as much elsewhere. This win outcome is not going to be defined, right? Was there a probable cause found in an investigation if you initially settled, right? So that's.
Maybe it would help just explain a little better the institutions around how you end up in that box. Just explain like, who's making these decisions, why these decision makers would or would not be influenced by Me Too, like how you're thinking about this, I think would help me understand better this decision.
Are you checking for the composition of the cases that make it to the box pre and post Me Too?
So that's what we're going to end up doing. That's our main empirical exercise.
Oh, just getting to the first box, not after. So the investigation box.
So everything I'm going to tell you today assumes you go from here to here, and then what happens here. And the kind of Lee style point I was trying to make is, yes, I don't know why you go here. I don't know why you go here. So, to give you an example, so Blake Lively, she went from here immediately to here. Why? I assume she had a, expensive lawyer. I know a little bit about why you go here. Now, what I can tell you is it doesn't look like Me Too is changing whether you go here or here or here or here. Okay, but it does change what happens once you get here. Please.
I think there's two sets of composition statistics we want to see. We want to see comparisons, a balanced thing on complaints filed before and after, to see what types of complaints became more common. And then we want to see what, for each of those types, did the probability that you go from complaint filed to investigation changed?
Yes.
And so we need to see all of those probabilities to kind of understand the flow. And if none of them changed, then we're good.
Yes. So my claim is none of them change. I'm happy to show you these offline. I don't have them in my deck right now. Yeah.
Do you have any information on the state operation in terms of, like, sometimes you can't bring court cases until you've gone through one of these agencies? Have you taken advantage of that in any of your 10 states, or there's some federal requirements too between moving the federal and the state?
Yeah. So we haven't played with these specific institutional details. Yeah.
I think there's some hay to make out of some of those details.
Okay. I'd love to find you after this talk. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Surprising that the first set of probabilities didn't change. I would have thought more complaints would have been filed.
So more complaints are filed. The question is just, where do they end up?
Conditional on being filed.
Conditional on being filed, yeah.
The transition probabilities.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. I was also surprised, but pleased. Okay, so so back to this. This naturally looks like we should give you an event study plot here. Here's what it looks like. The effect is 10 percentage points, and I'm not telling you what this effect is yet, if you'll wait for a couple slides. Okay. We can break this down. This is all the cases. Some of the states gave us gender. Those states seem to have similar effects here. There doesn't appear to be much, if we do this triple difference version, there doesn't appear to be much heterogeneity by gender, which surprised us. So this kind of aggregate probability of winning, this increase is the same for men and women. Okay. For sexual harassment, it's something like 75%. Yeah. Please.
Part of what might be going on is even if you're disaggregating by victim gender, the perpetrator gender might be the same.
That's right.
And so it could be a common effect.
Right, right. So hold that thought, and we'll see if you still think so afterwards. Yeah. Okay. So, it was tempting for us to stop there and pat ourselves on the back. But this quote-unquote combined effect might not be enough to tell us the story that we want, right? And this is where I'm going to try to convince you that there are kind of two conceptually distinct sources that can lead to this. So one is what happens at the time that you get to the investigation and beyond, right? We'll call this the adjudicator effect. Are you more likely to be believed? And I'll give you some examples of this in a second. The other is a selection effect, which is what causes you to get to the investigation, right? Now, this could incorporate in principle, do I go to court before an investigation or not, which I've tried to at least informally rule out here. But it could include other things. Do you go to your employer's HR department, et cetera, right? Is it that there's less harassment happening? That'll show up here as well. So, and also these, there's no reason to believe these are exactly the same across genders too. So the fact that we saw this overall homogeneity could come from, differences between men and women across these two effects that kind of aggregate to the same number. Okay. Now, here are some of the types of effects that people talked about, or types of forces that people talked about, and I've interpreted them as to how they show up in terms of how our classification here, and whether they led to a kind of positive effect on this coefficient I showed you, or a negative one. Right? So after Me Too, people talked a lot about changes in interview processes and the investigation thoroughness or something like that. In principle, that could lead to either direction. I'm not going to talk about this today, but in the appendix of the paper we talk about this, and this doesn't seem to be all that's going on, at least. Right? People also said, look, these sexual harassment cases are often based upon testimonial evidence. You have to choose in a he said, she said, who do you believe? Maybe there's a difference after Me Too in terms of believing the accuser more than the accused. There might also just be this prior belief that sexual harassment is more common, and so even without evidence, people might be more likely to start at a baseline where they think that sexual harassment actually occurred. How about selection? So these are some common ones that came up. So I talked about a couple of these, which is, well, there's a really high chance of winning now, so people are going to file these weaker cases. Okay, so that would have the effect of being negative selection. That would lower this beta CE overall. There could be deterrence, which means, if there's perfect deterrence and no one ever commits sexual harassment after Me Too, then definitionally all the sexual harassment cases that are brought would be unfounded. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but in principle, deterrence would shrink the pool of valid sexual harassment, which would lower this. Yeah?
I think if you write that down, go the other way. If you've got a decision-making model on the part of the creep, the ones that are kind of most committed to their creepiness are the ones that can't be deterred. And so if you announce, if you do this, the chances you're going to get in serious trouble are going to go up, then the people who still keep doing it are the creepiest.
Yeah,
and
so you're saying the marginal harassers are going away, where the Epsteins and the Weinsteins and stuff are sticking around. Yeah.
So you would expect that selection effect to get you higher yes rates once you go to investigation, because the only people left doing this are the real creeps.
So fair enough if we think that we are focusing on super severe cases that certainly could go the other way. Take this as if there's uniform deterrence across the distribution of creepiness. I talked about the decrease in stigma, bringing forth the very severe founded cases. And then something, this last one is I thought a little funny, but actually I think reasonable. And this gets to our, the limitations of what we see. There are other channels to get, let's say, retribution for sexual harassment. And Me Too was a Twitter movement, or at least that's where it came about. And there was a great groundswell of support for people who said Me Too on Twitter, right? So you might think that there are other avenues where people could go and complain. And so the point I want to make here is that there's some selection that happens within this adjudication process, right? Do you go to court or investigation? That I can tell you something about. I can't tell you about whether people actually, use Twitter or new outlets as a way to do this. So this is all going to be kind of selection within this branch of the quote-unquote justice system. Okay. And of course, the problem for us is that we're not going to observe the foundedness of a case or the adjudication process in detail, but we're going to try to develop some methods that in aggregate are going to allow us to decompose these effects. Please.
Can you say anything about the supply of legal services? This is kind of a specialized area of law. I would think there'd be more elastic supply maybe on the plaintiff side than on the defense side here. And so I'm just wondering if all of a sudden there's like this huge increase in demand, is part of this just be like the lawyers who are defending these cases, there's, just like they can't spend as much time on each case, right?
Sure.
Something like that.
So,
yeah.
I mean, perhaps we could kind of lump that in here if there's, so we actually do see that the case duration goes down. I'm not going to talk about that today. So they're quicker to make their decisions. I don't know if that's because they're rushing, because they have more resources, because they don't need as much evidence. I'm not sure, but in principle, that would fall under this adjudicator effect. Okay, so let me, I've been promising you this decomposition, so let me just in a couple pictures show you broadly the approach we're going to try to take. So our diff and diff that I showed you looks something like this, which is this 10 percentage point effect, which is, treated pre-post, or post-pre minus control post-pre. Right? Now, if you'll permit me to abstract away from the control group for a second, right? We think broadly, okay, there's some baseline, rate of winning for the sexual harassment cases before. Me Too comes in and changes that, right? Bumps it up, perhaps. Right? But and now the breadcrumbs are finally revealed, right? There are actually three types of cases that we're going to try to look at, right? So there are cases that are filed before Me Too and resolved before Me Too, right? These are pure control cases, right? There are others that are filed before Me Too, and it takes on average something like 4 or 5 months for these cases to be resolved. And if you happen to file in September or August of 2017, you're very likely to find yourself being resolved after Me Too, right? And so the adjudicator is kind of making a decision after Me Too has occurred, but your decision to file was not affected by Me Too. And then there are those who are filed after Me Too and therefore also resolved after Me Too, right? And so to kind of, to get a little bit closer to our language here, Me Too is not going to have any effect on these cases that were filed and resolved before Me Too. The adjudicators are going to be affected by the cases that straddle Me Too, these so-called overlap cases, but not the decision to file. And the cases that are filed and resolved after Me Too are potentially subject to both. Okay? This is going to form the basis of how we're going to do this decomposition. Okay? And broadly, the cases in blue, these overlap cases, are going to reveal something about the adjudicator effect, whereas the cases that are resolved and filed after are going to tell us both effects. Please.
Should I be thinking about kind of variation over time in these effects, if this is going to be our identification? Because, I mean, it seems like the stuff where you're pointing at just the adjudicator effect, that's where your Twitter chart went like, shoot.
Yes.
And then, by the time we get to adjudicator plus selection, it's really leveled out.
Yeah, good. So I'm going to I'm going to make the following assumption through, I mean, we'll come back to this later, which is I'm going to assume all the, there's a simultaneous and homogeneous treatment effect for all of the adjudicators. It's once and for all. So on, October 15th, 2017, you are hit as an adjudicator with the knowledge of Me Too, and that does a level shift, and never again do you change your opinion.
Go ahead.
I'm going to suggest maybe, I don't know where you are in the process of the paper, one thing you could exploit is variation in the saliency of Me Too, because yes, there was 2017, but then there were a bunch of times where it's like, oh, I happen to be, well, first, I should say, assuming you think the decision date you have is actually capturing the date at which decisions were made, then you could look at what was on the news in the days before to just vary saliency and address this kind of concern.
Thank you. That's a great point. I think these are. If you'll just permit me 1 second, I think if you'll let me go a little further, I can provide some evidence that we actually think that these assumptions are correct. But let me get through through a little bit of the model, and then I will tell you the assumptions a little bit more precisely. Yes, please.
Just on sample size, if you have enough data, I would just restrict the sample to things that were filed a few months before and then adjudicated within the next 6 months, and then things that were filed right after and adjudicated within that 6-month window, and only use that slice of the data to make sure you get the same results.
You are, again, 2 slides too fast for me.
So
Okay.
I think my comment now might also be irrelevant, but I think it's interesting. So you have some mechanisms that are about process, and some mechanisms that are about your prior or your belief, and those things would operate differently, right? So if the way you interview and conduct the early stages of the case are the mechanism by which the individual is affected, that's an adjudicator effect that might be very pronounced difference if it's like 4 months before Me Too, where the belief is something that's going to matter even if it's 1 week before Me Too. And there's some heterogeneity there that could be interesting for mechanism.
I completely agree, and I will happily show you a picture in a few slides. Okay. So I am doing very terribly on time, so let me speed up a little bit. So we want to connect this a little bit, and so some structure here. So let me give you a very, very simple model sketch. It's going to take this 1 slide. Okay. So let's suppose there are 2 periods, before and after Me Too. We have a set of potential cases in each of these periods. Each case is either going to be founded or unfounded. And if a case is filed, there's going to be an investigation that occurs, and this investigation is going to produce something that we're going to call evidence, which is a number between, let's say, 0 and 1. For those of you who have seen Louis Caplow's work, this is going to be similar to that. So founded cases are going to create a distribution of evidence that dominates the distribution of evidence of the unfounded cases in the likelihood ratio order, which just means if I see a higher amount of evidence, I'm more likely to believe that the case is founded. Okay? And there's going to be some kind of threshold set by the adjudicator in each period, and a case wins at the investigation if and only if it generates evidence above that threshold. Okay? Now, there's also going to be some kind of heterogeneous cost of reporting for each person, and so a complainant is going to report if and only if their costs exceeds their, if their win probability times their expected benefit exceeds their cost. Okay? And Me Too can come in and change any number of these things, right? It can change the share of founded or unfounded cases. It can change the evidentiary bar. It can change the distribution of reporting cost. It can change the correlation between reporting cost and foundedness. It can change the benefit of winning. So we're really re-rolling the dice here, okay? And the main kind of theoretical objects we're going to deal with are what we're going to call always and induced reporters, okay? So before Me Too, there's going to be some fraction of cases that are founded. We're never going to observe this, but there's some fraction. Call this P, okay? In the post period, there's a different, perhaps a different share of cases that are founded. We're never going to observe this either, right? But we're going to split the reporters in the post period up into 2 groups. So one are the always reporters. Now, these are not literally the same people. We don't have the same people reporting in every period. But the always reporters are going to be the largest set of people in the post period that we can construct that have the exact same foundedness share of P. Okay? Now, again, we're never going to see who these people are, but at least as a conceptual object, we can define it. Now, these always reporters are unselected in terms of foundedness. They're exactly as founded as the reporters in the pre-Me Too period. Right? And the share of these guys is going to be omega. Right? Everyone else is an induced reporter. Okay? By construction, these reporters are selected, right? Their foundedness share is not going to be P because we can't add anyone else to the, we'll run out of people to add to the always reporter share if we, and that's why we have to keep these residual guys as the induced reporters. Okay? The share of the induced reporters is 1 minus omega. Okay? Now, under some assumptions, I'll talk about those a little bit on the next slide if you'll permit me. We can take this combined effect that I just showed you and decompose it into an average treatment effect on the always reporters, which is going to reveal what happens to the adjudicators, right? How do the adjudicators choose to believe or not believe cases? And 1 minus omega times the difference in the win rate between the induced reporters and the always reporters. Okay? I'm using S here because it's something like selection. Let me tell you why in a second. Okay? Now, as a bit of an analogy, and if we can do a little bit of mental algebra, if we move the adjudicator effect onto the other side, subtract it off from both sides, the left-hand side looks kind of like a reduced form effect. The right-hand side looks kind of like a per induced reporter effect times the share of these guys, right? So it's this 1 minus omega is kind of serving like a first stage here, right? Now, we're not doing anything with instruments here, but the analogy, I think, gives us some, as well as the always reporter and induced reporter names, okay? So why have I gone through this process? Why have I told you this model? And the reason is that there's a pretty tight connection here, which is if this ATT-AR is positive, then that's going to mean that the adjudicators are more favorable towards accusers and they lower the evidentiary bar, at least in this simple model. Right? And if this this difference in the post-period win rate between IRs and ARs is positive, that is exactly the same as the share of foundedness for the induced reporters has gone up. So these are actually positively selected in terms of foundedness. Okay? So I want to sign both of these. That's the main exercise here. Okay. So let me not talk about an RD design here. Okay. So the main thing I want to do here is estimate this guy. Okay. Now there have been some conversations about, well, should we use evidence that's kind of, close to Me Too, straddling Me Too, et cetera. And so what we're going to do is we're going to run the same regression as before that we did on all the cases, but we're only going to look at cases that are filed before Me Too. Okay. Now, under a no anticipation assumption, these were not filed because of Me Too. Right? And so the cases that are treated within this subsample are precisely those that overlap Me Too. Okay. Filed before but resolved after. Okay. And under some assumptions, okay, I really don't have much time. So let me do something a little bit non-standard here. Let me not tell you too much about these assumptions now. I'll come back at the end if there's time and questions. But essentially, what we should think of is it the case that there is this kind of single break in the threshold for the adjudicators, and are these overlap cases kind of representative of the broader set of cases that are happening? So we're not kind of weirdly pooling these cases for some reason. Okay. And we have some supporting evidence for both of these, and so there was a question about, well, what's the how much exposure to Me Too do you have in your case timing? Does that matter? It turns out not to. Sorry for my poor time management. Okay. So under these mysterious assumptions, this beta O, the coefficient on the overlap cases, is going to identify this treatment effect for the ARs. Okay. Now, there's nothing super special about sexual harassment here. We're in a situation where these investigations take something like 4 or 5 months on average, but one could imagine applying this method to a different setting. If you file your NSF application around the time of a change in the presidential administration versus you file it after, one could do something similar. Okay. So, so some results. Okay. We again find that this adjudicator effect is positive. So this coefficient of interest is positive. It's much larger for men than women. So this is the kind of first breaking of the previous homogeneity across gender that we told you. This effect is almost twice as large for men as for women. Okay. And so going back to this, this decomposition I talked about and trying to get at the selection effect, this combined effect, remember, we can write as this kind of adjudicator effect plus the 1 minus omega times the selection effect. We can plug in these numbers here. So this is 10.1, this is 8.7, and we're left with this residual here. Now, if all you care about is the direction of the selection effect, then we can just subtract this 10.1 from 8.7, and that's a positive number. If we care about the magnitude, then it also depends on this quote-unquote first stage, 1 minus omega, okay, the share of induced reporters. And let me get at calibrating and quantifying this in a second. Okay. So these will be the last few slides, and then I'll be very happy to take questions. So what does this type of graph that we're going to spend some time on look like? So on the horizontal axis, I'm plotting omega, the share of induced reporters, which I'm never going to observe. Right? It's a number between 0 and 1. If you believe what I've told you so far, or at least willing to, it's not going to be 0 because these overlap cases, form some of them. So there are going to be some always reporters at least. We don't know how many. On the vertical axis, I'm going to plot for you these effect sizes. Okay, so this effect size for the always reporters was this 8.7 percentage points. This is not going to depend on the share of the always reporters. Now, one of the model connections I told you before is if this effect is positive, then that means the adjudicators become more favorable, i.e. lower their adjudication threshold, and that's the, this is the visual accompaniment of that. Okay. Now, I'm also going to plot this dotted line, which is both this adjudicator effect and the selection effect. Not this 1 minus omega, but S. Not 1 minus omega times S, but S itself. Okay. Now, this, as I told you, the size of the selection effect, or the direction of the selection effect, is just going to be determined by the difference between this 10.1 and 8.7. Okay, so it's positive, but the amount is kind of depends on omega, and we can see here that, well, depending on how big you think omega is, the effect is going to scale nonlinearly in that. Okay, so S is positive. We conclude the selection effect is positive. So the cases induced by Me Too were more founded. Okay, I'm going to try to tell you a little bit about omega, even though I can't observe it, to give you some sense of where we think the effect size is. So we do a couple of calibrations based on excess reporters and some evidence from the literature. So if we assume there are some excess reporters, if we assume that either all of these guys are founded or all of them are unfounded, so we're making the most extreme assumptions, you'll end up with an always reporter share of 0.8. So we think this is something like a credible lower bound, or under some assumptions it's a credible lower bound. This omega 2 is saying, okay, let's assume that the adjudicators weigh type 1 and type 2 error exactly the same. And this means that we can read off the share of always reporter, the share of founded cases by the share of wins in the pre-period. And we'll apply some estimates from the literature that say, well, Me Too decreased the share of actual wrongdoing, and that causes some changes. Under that assumption, we'll get something like 0.9. The point I'm trying to make is we're not far to the left here. I think that's, I'm somewhat convinced of that. We're closer to the right-hand side in terms of the share of always reporters. And so, you know, if we look at these calibrations, what we see is the selection effect is actually larger than the adjudicator effect, right? So the total effect is coming more from the fact that we're having positively selected cases come in than from the fact that the adjudicators are choosing to believe the same case more often, okay? So broadly, we feel somewhat confident saying that the claim that Me Too mostly generated bogus cases is not supported by the aggregate evidence. What if we look at women? Okay, we can do the same thing, and this looks broadly similar to this overall effect. Okay, so the women are positively selected, and the effect size is, about twice as big for their calibrated values. Sorry, the selection effect is bigger than the adjudicator effect for our calibrated values. But what about men? The effect reverses completely. So, the adjudicators, as I said, are more willing to believe the men than the women, or at least the change is larger for the men than the women. But the men are negatively selected. Okay, so the men who are induced to report, are more likely to be unfounded cases. And in fact, what we can see here, again, I don't have these calibration numbers up, but if we're looking at 0.8 and above, the selection by men is so bad that despite the fact that adjudicators are more willing to believe men, the average male-induced reporter was less likely to win than the average male reporter before Me Too, right? So they undo and then some the positive, goodwill by the adjudicators. Right. Okay, so let me go ahead and end here just to say we do a bunch of robustness and heterogeneity tests. I think you'll have questions, so let me leave this here with one note, which is it looks like these effects are driven by blue states. Red states and purple states see basically no effect. In terms of, who are the, what types of firms or anything like that, it seems that employers matter more than industry in terms of driving these effects. That's a bit of a tease, I apologize. So just to summarize here, Me Too benefited sexual harassment complaints by making the adjudicators more favorable to them. The criticism that Me Too induced bogus, quote unquote, bogus reports doesn't seem to be true in aggregate, especially not with women, and we actually believe that they bring stronger cases after Me Too. And thank you so much, really appreciate it. Happy to take questions here or offline.
Sorry, let's take one question and then we'll go to break.
Please.
I was just curious whether you can ever see kind of counter accusations where it's like a woman is bringing forward a case, the man is like, okay, well, I better get in a case too to make it, to like kind of combat that.
So
and
not
that
directly,
change?
and the reason is that we don't observe who is accused. We observe the employer. Now we do observe retaliation cases. So the claim here is, I accuse you of sexual harassment. You are not so happy with me. I then accuse you of retaliation. And our results are the same whether we kind of keep these cases or not in our sample. There are also some cases that are multi-tagged. So you might think of someone as kind of doing a bit of a spray and pray approach, which is I'm going to accuse you of everything under the sun. And if we remove those cases as well, it doesn't change too much. But to your specific question, I can't see that, no.
Okay, great. That was All right, we're all set? Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and get started.
Hitting you in here, sorry.
All right, settle down. The next paper is Restraining Orders and the Deterrence of Domestic Violence, and Eric Helland will be presenting.
Yeah.
Are we all set? Okay, you have an hour.
Yes, we have to move the thing down slightly for these. Thank you. My name's Eric Helland. This is joint work with Min Jae Yoon, who is right back there. So I have foregone the opportunity to blame the not present co-author for any mistakes that people catch. Let me just start this off with kind of the research question. This is going to be difficult. I'm constitutionally incapable of not pacing around, and I am now anchored to a podium. So when I move back and forth, forgive me. So this is basically our research question is, do civil restraining orders reduce subsequent domestic violence? And I'll go into more detail on how we measure that. Just to do a quick setup so we're all kind of on the same page. So starting in the 70s, there were sort of three policy responses to the problem of domestic violence. The first one was mandatory arrest laws. The second one was no-drop policies. And the third one was civil restraining orders. There's actually been a fair amount of econ research on the first two, which basically deal with policing and prosecutors. The third one is a little different. And so just to give everybody a little context here, one of the issues with the civil restraining orders is they're not in the criminal court system, right? So think about this as the petitioner brings a claim against the respondent for basically an order to stay away from them or a particular premises, right? The thing about these civil restraining orders is they just haven't had a lot of analysis, generally or by economists. And the reason is, I think it's the kind of economics of crime NBER working group motto, there's an identification problem. So the identification problem is you would expect judges are instructed to grant orders where they think there is a greater risk of future violence. So let me just give a quick preview of the findings, and then I'll sort of get into this. So the quick preview is we find pretty small average effects when we pool across all different restraining order types. We're going to do a judge leniency IV, and I'll spend a lot of time talking about jive estimators today. But what we're going to find is that there is a pretty large effect concentrated among DVRO petitions that involve minor children. That's a classification given by the court. So let me be very clear what that means, right? A DVRO with minor children is essentially the petitioner and the respondent share minor children. This isn't that the children are the subject of the restraining order. That does happen. But what this classification indicates is that the petitioner and the respondent are in a domestic relationship and they have children in which they have shared custody. So what we find is in those cases, granting the DVRO, once we instrument for using the judge IV, reduces the probability of reported domestic violence, and I'll explain in a minute what our outcome measure is, but it's basically the block level incidence of a residential domestic violence report, reduces it by about 33 to 41 percentage points. To give you a sense of how large that is, that's basically moving to zero, right? It says over the next year that it's essentially zero probability at the address listed in the restraining order petition. Okay.
Memory's right. I think you need to talk to Jeff and Andy, because I think the minor children question was their bad question, and so there's
Yes,
kind of I wouldn't, if you hadn't said 33 percentage points, I wouldn't have bothered to bring this up.
Yes,
but there's a real disconnect between Britain and the U.S. here.
I think the rule is actually inter but not intra-paper consistency. I just want to be clear. No. I mean, I do think, it's the UK. It's different. Sorry. I don't have an explanation. Let me come back to what I think is going on, and I actually think I can reconcile that finding. So ask me that question again in about 45 minutes, because I think once you see what's going on, this may be less of a disconnect than you think. So here's my preview of why, and I think this kind of gets at the point. And then I've got some alternative explanations we can sort of talk about. So all restraining orders, all of these civil restraining orders, if granted, prohibit contact with the petitioner. So that's number one. And number two is, right, that they impose basically the same criminal penalty for violation. So think of this as sort of an add-on. If you violate that restraining order, there are sort of, in California and elsewhere, there are sort of set penalties for that. Those are the same across. Minor children don't sort of get an enhancement or anything like that. What's different, and this is the part that I think, I don't know, I won't speak for Minjay, but I was a little surprised by, is that what happens in DVROs with minor children is that they fundamentally alter ongoing family relationships. So within those granting of that order, there's often custody and very frequently custody and visitation schedules are also included, exclusive possession of a residence and move-out orders, child support and spousal supports, and firearm restrictions. I'll say this again later, but it's worth saying this. In a divorce court, if you're trying to get a dissolution with minor children in the California courts, you are almost certainly going to get joint custody, shared visitation, and the residence becomes an asset that's part of the sort of final settlement on property. It's very unlikely, even if the respondent defaults in a divorce case, that you're going to get sole custody, no visitation, or only state-supervised visitation, a move-out order, sole possession of the property, child support, which is sort of on a formula, is different. You would probably get that. But the main point is this is moving you, not only are you getting the protective order, but you're also, if it's granted, getting something that gives you a very different dissolution to the relationship than you would get sort of in family court. So that's kind of what we think is going on. I'll talk sort of more about this, but it's offering people in these cases something that they would have a hard time getting in sort of a general dissolution. So let me walk you through this process, because this process is a little unusual and it matters a lot for identification strategy and how this works. So the way this works is the petitioner comes into, and these are standalone restraining order courts in Los Angeles County. The petitioner goes into, say, the downtown courthouse in Stanley Mosque, or they can do this online. They complete a series of pretty simple forms, right? They submit those forms and they describe the abuse, whether there are firearms present in the home, and what protections they're asking for. There's a couple of extra forms for sort of custody and spousal support and so on. That then goes to one of the judges that are designated to the standalone restraining order courts. It's done ex parte, so you don't have to notify the respondent at this point. The judge then reviews that material. This is not done in a hearing, it's simply done remotely, and then decides to grant or not grant the temporary restraining order. So the temporary restraining order, it's about 80% is kind of our best guess, are granted sort of for 21 days. Whether that's granted or not, right, and that can include temporary provisions, so it'll include a surrender of firearms if any are present, it'll include some temporary custody orders and some support provisions. It won't include sort of evictions, interestingly enough. What happens next, and this is sort of important for identification strategy, is that ruling then starts the clock on a 21-day hearing. Now, the order's not valid, the temporary restraining order, until you serve the respondent, right? So the respondent at this point doesn't know about this order. The sheriff's department will do it, local police will do it, you can also sort of hire someone else to do it. That's in the court data, but with error. So one thing just to note is we don't really know when the temporary restraining order starts. No matter what, at 21 days, whether the person has been served or not, whether or not the person fails to appear or sort of appears, no matter what, there will be a hearing at 21 days by law, and it has to happen. And the courts are very specific about this, so it literally is 21 days, I think, basically to the hour that that hearing is going to take place. It's going to matter a lot for our identification strategy. Yeah.
I just want to understand, so there's a married couple or a couple that's been cohabitating for years.
Yep.
And the guy's being really abusive, and she can, on her way home from work, go by the court, fill one of these things out, and the next morning the police can show up and say, pack your bags, you're leaving, that's possible.
Yes. Now, let's be clear, right, that the court, when it grants that temporary restraining order, there's one intermittent step, right, which is the police show up and serve him, and the judge will have approved some sort of version of, maybe he has to move out, maybe he doesn't, right? But yes, is the answer to your question, right, is that most of the time that 21-day order is you filed it in the courthouse, you get served, and in that it says you need to pack your bags and be gone, and then there's a hearing in 21 days, and you have to, well, you can or cannot show up to that, but at that point it will be decided whether there's a restraining order for sort of 3 to 5 years that has these provisions in it. So that's the process. Yep. Follow up?
I just would, now you're saying about.
Derek, can you use the mic? Sorry.
I just wanted to make sure I understood your argument earlier about why this is so much better than divorce court. And now it makes sense.
So yeah. So I mean, let's be clear. You've hit us. You, sir, have hit on something important, right? Which is it is the way to get. It is the only avenue, right, for a particular outcome, sort of in divorce court, right? That is, and that statement's a little too strong, but not much, right? Yeah. Okay. Why do these things? Why are they not approved at the 21-day hearing, right? So the answer is, one is misfiled petitions, right? You filed the wrong thing. You do have minor children, and it doesn't meet the threshold of a domestic relationship, and so it has to be a civil restraining order. That's pretty uncommon, to be honest, because most of these people, although they don't have lawyers, they go to legal aid clinics that are within the courts, and so they get help sort of filling out paperwork and making sure they're sort of doing the right one. Often, if the TRO is not approved for that reason, the person is notified to come back and just file the right petition. So that's one. Lack of appearance is a big one. You don't have to appear to have the order granted, but often in these, as we were sort of talking about previously, often in these, that's the only evidence, right, is the person's testimony, right? So, one way to think about this is, if you're a judge, you have a petition in front of you that describes the nature of abuse, but all you have is sort of the one person's testimony. And so often not showing up makes it unlikely to grant. The ones that are granted, as you might suspect, are ones where there's a hospital report, a police report, something like that, right, that sort of raises the threshold. And then the other obvious one is that the respondent contests it, right, that the respondent actually shows up. The rate of respondent appearance is actually surprisingly low. There's a lot of respondents that don't appear. So let me describe our data. So what we have is about 20,000 restraining order requests from the main courthouse in Los Angeles. So Los Angeles Superior Court is the largest integrated court system in the country. The Central Courthouse Stanley Mosque actually covers Los Angeles. Yes?
Maybe this is a follow-up on Derek's thing. Is it common for the other spouse to file a competing TRO?
Yeah, this is a great question. So not here. In this one, now, we don't, all right, so let me back up a second. There's a parallel system here in divorce court, which I can talk about, where you go into divorce court, you're seeking a dissolution, and as part of that, you file a temporary restraining order. There, it's incredibly common to have competing TROs. Here, it's not very common, right, that the person immediately then goes to court, files their own TRO. They would be evaluated independently unless there was a dissolution case going on, at which point they would just all be transferred over to that judge. So as far as we can tell, one way we know this is we have we actually have no, over the year, we have no blocks in LA where we have 2 restraining orders in this, right? Now, again, I can talk about, we don't know necessarily what's going on in family court for divorces, independent of these standalone courts, but we're pretty sure, because we don't have anything where at 1500, Main Street, we see 2 petitions, right? So we're pretty sure that there aren't competing petitions on this. That, again, though, is really common in divorce court. Yeah. Okay. So what we have is we have the Stanley Mosque Standalone Restraining Order Court. It is a little broader than Los Angeles. And then we're going to take, and we'll talk about how we compute the Judge IV in a minute, but we're going to match that to crime data in the city of Los Angeles. Now, one thing, and Derek, your question sort of got at this, which is, remember, the treatment here is going to be that the vast majority of these, at some point during the 21-day period, have been granted a TRO and then have served the respondent, so that most of these cases are going from having some sort of protection to either continuing that level of protection or higher for the next 3 to 5 years, or basically not having protection because it was denied. So think about that as, when we're talking about treatment here, it's not going from no order to order, it's having protection to going to basically to not. The second thing is that we're going to use the treatments, the petitions that were denied as the comparison group. And I'll make this a little clearer in a second, but the idea is basically we're not going to compare, sort of blocks with and without restraining orders. We're basically just going to look and say, among the ones that were filed, what happens sort of when we instrument for sort of denial on reported incidents of crime. The LAPD data is reported incidents, so it's not just arrests. It records crime type, date, and block level location, and some information on whether it was residential. Nicely for our purposes, it includes a police officer classification of whether this was domestic violence. So what we have in this data that we don't have in the arrest data is whether an officer said this was a domestic violence call, or domestic violence report. So our preferred measure is going to be residential crimes classified by LAPD as domestic violence. And so residential, basically when it describes the location of the report, it says, house, driveway, garage, backyard, something like that. What we're primarily eliminating is streets, businesses, things like that, right? So we're looking at domestic violence within, and we're matching it to the address in the petition. Now, just in case anybody's reading the footnotes of the paper, what we have, and I saw that, Paul, is what we have is we have the address that's reported for correspondence. That's what the court keeps track of. And basically what we do is, we got a subset of 4,000 petitions, and we checked whether that was the address that the respondent was supposed to sort of stay away from. And in basically all but 1% of the cases, it is. So that, just so everybody sort of understands. The other thing you might be worried about is that police officer classification. So in one sense, that's our preferred measure, but you might worry that that's going, if I didn't get the restraining order, right, are the police officers, because once the restraining order is granted, it goes into something called PLEATS, which is a law enforcement database. And so when the police receive a call, they can look up whether there's a restraining order for that person at that address.
So these restraining orders, they're centered on an address, not on a person?
Okay, great question. So the answer is both, but a subset of them. So one of the things, let me get ahead just for a minute. One of the things about these is that in domestic violence restraining orders, it's almost always an address and a person. In civil restraining, for reasons I can talk about, in civil restraining orders, oftentimes if the person doesn't know your address, legal aid will say not to put it in the petition and don't request a stay away order, because you will tell the person who's stalking you where you're at. So we're going to lose about 20% of the sample of civil restraining orders. Civil restraining orders are the one where they don't have a domestic relationship with the person in question. The reason we include them, to be honest, is that that definition of a domestic relationship is a little, is a bit of a judgment call, right? So obviously, your example of, they've been married for 20 years, that's a domestic relationship. People are living together, that's a domestic relationship. What about a couple of dates? And so that's one of those gray areas where the police definition and the civil restraining order. So we include both, but the cost of that, to your point, is if you don't give an address, to the court, we don't have it, right? And so that's going to eliminate some of these. Yeah.
I'm still trying to sort out the institutions a little bit. So
Yeah.
I should think that there's basically not very many married people in here because
No,
unless
you should think there's a lot of married people in here.
Okay.
So think about this as married is almost certainly going to be a domestic violence restraining order. The presence of minor children or not is going to vary, right? So married couple could or could not have minor children. So then think about people who are living together, almost certainly domestic violence restraining order classified. As that relationship shortens, maybe they're not living together, maybe they're dating, maybe the respondent is occasionally at the sort of premises, it's a little unclear to us whether the court classifies that as a domestic violence restraining order or a civil restraining order. But it's also unclear if the police classify that as a domestic violence incident if something happens, because it's happening at the address. Does that make sense?
I was confused about a different dimension, which is the interaction here with divorce, right? So if the respondent, if they're married and the respondent wants the marriage to continue, but also wants their partner to go away for a while, they're in here. If they want the marriage to end, I thought you said something about, well, that's divorce court, and that goes over there, and that's not what you're talking about.
Yeah, let me take a minute to talk about the divorce court. So what happens, it's basically a timing issue. So one possibility is the person feels under threat. They may or may not want a divorce, right? But in some sense, they go to the restraining order court because they feel under threat and they want a sort of restraining order. That group would be in our data, right? If you first went to divorce court and then decided that you wanted a restraining order, that would end up in family court, not the standalone court, right? And it would be handled by the judge. Now, it would be handled in a similar way. It still has, once you file that, you have a 21-day hearing. The issue is there's apparently a lot of advice from lawyers that if you're in a divorce and the other party files a restraining order, you should file a restraining order. And then the second thing is, for reasons that I'm a little fuzzy on, often there's a threat assessment made at the 21-day hearing, but then rather than sort of be dismissed, right, if it's not granted, it's just stayed until the divorce proceeding is worked out. And so whatever custody arrangements and everything are put in by the divorce court. So we don't have that nice 21-day dichotomy in divorce court data, right? That's our problem. So I would think of this as, if you are married and you want a dissolution of your relationship and you sort of first go to get a divorce, you're not sort of in our data. If you feel under threat and you first go to the standalone restraining order court, there may be a divorce proceeding occurring later, but just given the timing of how much delay there is in divorce court in LA, this is almost certainly going to be resolved before anything happens in that divorce court, right? Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So one thing, just to sort of go back to the LA crime data for a minute, we're going to construct something we call the assault continuum. This actually is pretty close to what we talked about sort of this morning, right? It ranges from sort of criminal threats all the way up to gross bodily harm, assault and battery. But what we're trying to do is sort of capture an over-inclusive measure under the assumption that domestic violence might be under-inclusive, right? That because the police sort of might not classify it depending on the nature of the relationship. But it's going to be noisier. So what do? So we match each petition's block address to the LAPD block level crime data. So the outcome, as I described, is any reported residential crime on the block in the year after the hearing. So the measurement challenge is pretty obvious, right? That, we don't have the exact address, and so there's going to be an attenuation bias, right? We're going to have this problem that this is going to be sort of noisier. Just to make this clear, this is one of those diagrams that I thought was perfectly clear, and I think my co-author might disagree, but we're going to test this theory. But so one way to think about what this is think about the ones with a solid line as no crime, and the ones with hashed as crime. On the top row, we have 2 with a star. There's somewhere on that block, there's a petition for a court order, right? On the bottom row, there's nothing, right? So we observe the crime, but we don't have a sort of court order. We're just going to remove all of those from the data, right? So we're only going to compare the top row on this totally hypothetical 100 block match. So we're going to basically see if when at the 21-day hearing, if it's granted among all the blocks that had a restraining order in our sample. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay. All right. Let me just talk for a second about, because we're going to spend a lot of time on the Judge IV. I think this has been said in half the papers at this meeting, but I'm going to say it again. There's two effects. There's selection and there's treatment. And one way to think about this is judges are sort of told that the granting here is likelihood of a future threat, risk of sort of violence, right? The treatment is that the restraining order may reduce subsequent violence. Those two have different signs, right? And so the OLS coefficient in this is going to be biased towards being more positive than the sort of IV treatment. It's a nice check on this, and a colleague of Minjay of mine, David Burek, has a really nice paper on this where he basically goes through and says, look, you know, and so this is us complying with, I think, a really good idea, which is state what you think's going on the selection effect. And I think what's going on in the selection effect is judges are trying to predict cases with a greater likelihood of violence. And that's what we're going to see in the OLS. Okay. Let me talk about how judges are assigned to these cases. So the way this works in Stanley Mosque and LA generally is there is a standalone restraining order court staffed by between 6 to 8 judicial officers in this period. They are hopelessly overworked. So there are way, way more cases than these judicial officers can handle. Basically, what happens on the wheel is that if we get to the 21-day hearing that day, we look at the calendar, the court says, okay, are there any of these standalone court judges who are available to hear that hearing at 11 o'clock? If the answer is no, it goes out to general family. And they look and randomly assign, so the commissioners are randomly assigned to standalone court. If none of them are available, they bump out and do random assignment across available calendar dates at 11 o'clock on a Tuesday among family court judges. If none of them are available, they go out to general civil, right? So the way to think about this is, right, that I think it's about half the cases get heard by these sort of judges in the standalone courts. Those are the judges who made the TRO decision, but they're not the same judge, right? So, but again, you know, you have a sort of a 1 in 8 chance that you're going to get the same commissioner. But with about a probability about 0.5, they're not available. So you go out to sort of general family. Then about 20%, let's see, I'm trying to think, 40% of the ones that go out, there isn't a family court judge available, and so it goes all the way out to general civil. Now, as you might think, that's basically changing the amount of experience the judge has pretty dramatically, because there are a lot more general civil judges, and they don't get these nearly as often. Then there's family. They're, as we were talking about, they're potentially dealing with these in sort of their courts, but they're not in the sort of standalone courts. And then there's the judges that sort of handle the most of them. So this is a little different than the typical IV design, because what we have to do is construct the jive estimator based on any judge who was available at the time sort of that the hearing was scheduled for. Now, nicely, LASC shared with us that sort of calendar, like what judges are actually not on vacation and physically there that could have been sort of on the wheel. But it's a weird assignment procedure, right? Because it's progressively sort of working its way out. That's also going to matter. Yeah, Derek.
So 6 to 8, 7. You got 10,000 that's going to them over 4 years.
Yeah.
I've just thrown everything out, and you've got very precise estimates of the severity of those 7 judges, and you're done. It seems like you're making your life more complicated than you need to.
Here is the confessional phase of my presentation. So the problem is, We get, yes, exactly. The problem is that most of the variation is actually, the judges in the standalone restraining order courts are much tighter. As we work our way out, we get we get a lot more variation. So the point estimates, right, we actually get sort of more precise point estimates with the broader array of judges. Now the problem you're correctly identifying is we also can't throw out a lot of those judges because they don't hear very many cases. But the issue is the instrument here is a little complicated because it's not just which one of the 8 commissioners sort of did I draw. We get sort of similar point estimates, but standard errors are larger because they're pretty tight. What matters is when we sort of work out, we get people who I think would have been granted or not been granted had they gone into the standalone restraining order court, and it sort of grows as we work our way out. So the problem is we need that variation from that random just we happen to be full on that day at 11 o'clock and you just were the one of the, you were number 9 when we could handle 8 and you got bounced. So yeah, so thus ends the confession. But yeah, our standard errors are much larger when we can't sort of use those out because we're just not getting the same variation. And I think it really comes from those people just having, they're not on either side. They're not more likely to grant or less likely to grant. They're just in the tail. Does that make sense? Okay.
A minor rant. This whole literature rests, right, our identification rests on the presence of substantively meaningful horizontal inequity in the court system. And I just think it's interesting that in a context where you have a small number of judges who presumably communicate with one another, who have a lot of experience on a narrowly defined type of case, that there's very limited horizontal inequity. That seems like a sort of sub-finding on a different topic that's irrelevant from your paper.
I like that comment. I'll view that as the helpful, I now like my confession. Yeah, it's a really good point, right? One of the interesting things that we've been sort of wrestling with is like, when you're dealing, like, okay, my 2-second rant. I will take privilege to have my own rant. It's difficult to think of what you would advise the court to do, right? Because these standalone courts, these are people with a lot of training. They see a lot of cases. They think about this. They're doing sort of complicated balancing acts for reasons that are pretty obvious, and yet you don't want them to be underutilized, right? I mean, like the problem is you don't want to have people just sitting around, sort of with, and so, as a resource management, I think this makes a lot of sense, right? That you're saying, okay, well, we're going to go to family, and then we'll sort of, if we're really stuck, we'll go out. But the counter version of this is, how much infrastructure do you build in to sort of prevent that horizontal inequity?
But before you go too far with Jeff's
Yeah, I'm going to stop now. I'm done.
comment, it's dangerous because you told us there's deviation below and deviation above.
Right.
If all of the deviation was below, then Jeff's story would be great. It would say, these things are really valuable, and when you don't get the pros and they fail to give them, you're really harming people. But now what you're telling us is that the pros who all do the same thing and all have the same rule are not granting enough of these things, because when you get lucky and get the civil judge that's much more likely to give them, that's part of a huge benefit if it's symmetric on both sides. So you need to find a way to figure out what part of this huge effect that you're measuring is being driven by the downward deviations versus the positive deviations. Because since the pros all do it the same way, it's important to know where your 33 to 44 percentage point difference is coming from.
Fair point.
Is it downward or upward?
Yeah, fair point. By the way, Jeff, now I take it, I totally disagree. No, sorry. So let me be clear. You said one thing I want to take issue with. Well, you said many things I want to take issue with, but I'll do this one, which is I don't know that I would say the pros are better, because remember with these, there's a balancing act, right? I mean, we'll talk about this at the end, but like, you are, if I'm right on sort of, if we're right on what's going on, you're dropping the hammer on sort of custody relations, right? You're basically, you're separating families. So like, I don't know, they may have a different balancing act. They may have a different view of how to weigh those relative costs. So I want to be a little careful with the better, because I'm not sure, right? Even if it is symmetric, you may just have people who decide they're sort of weighting this differently, and those that have sort of handled a lot of these have arrived. And I also don't want to overstate this. They're not piled up on top of it. I'll show you the distribution in a minute. They're not piled up on top of each other. There's still variation within the standalone court. It's just tighter than it is sort of out in the tails. Okay. Let's see. Let me just make the case that this is plausibly random, although nobody has raised that. But every time I've presented this, someone has raised the plausibly random. So I'm waiting for you. Driven by judicial availability, litigants cannot choose this, right? It's basically, you get assigned this when you file the petition. You would have to forecast the judge calendar. There's a great paper on bankruptcy that looks at adjudicators where it's clear people are timing this because they know when people sort of go on vacation. You couldn't do that if you tried here because you're going to get sort of one of the 8, even if it's sort of super busy. The grant occurs before sort of the subsequent crime is realized, so that's, I think, sort of important. And then we're going to residualize for calendar time and petition. The other thing that I think is worth noting here that I probably should have put on the slide, but it's worth saying is there's basically nothing the judge can do in terms of contacting the police, providing additional protection. They literally just grant, and that's the end. As a side note, and this is anecdotal, so take this with a grain of salt, but one of the stories that I heard was that basically up until very recently, because this is civil court, they didn't have access to the respondent's criminal record when they did it, right? That it just, if it wasn't entered into evidence, and again, that would make sense if it's a civil court, but you know, they have very limited information and very little that they could sort of do. So they make a ruling, and that's the end. Okay. So basically, what's the source of identification? I think I've mostly talked about this, but probability determines or assignment determines the probability of treatment, not the underlying risk of future violence. Judicial officers have systematically different grant rates, which I sort of talked about. And let me just make a point about marginal cases, and I think this kind of matters. So one way to think about this is, let's take a continuum of sort of what, say, a restraining order petition looks like. This was something I was surprised by when I started when we were talking to people in the court. A lot of these are basically, for want of a better term, there's a segment that are people with mental health issues, you know, asking to have the movie stars stop reading their mind, right? Because you have to have a 21-day hearing, they're going to get in front of a judge. So you have a group of these that are no judge is going to sort of grant this. On the other end, you have a group of these that are, you know, the cases that legal aid is willing to sort of represent someone. There's a history of arrest. There's medical evidence. You know, I don't want to overstate this, but like, no, you know, you can be referred out into sort of general civil and it's still going to be granted. The independent range is the one where it's mostly the testimony of the petitioner. There may not be sort of additional collaborating evidence, and that's where we think these, and you know, air quotes, marginal cases, where the assignment of judge may really matter, right? And so I just want to make a sort of effect of like who's actually being treated here, and we think it's these ones kind of in the sort of the middle of the distribution. So just kind of bear that in mind that, you know, we talk about like you know, sort of local area treatment effects, and then you hang out with a bunch of judges, and in their own term, they describe local area treatment effects, right? Which is just that there really are like ones in the middle where judges are basically going to view the evidence differently, and sort of assignment sort of really matters. And then there are ones on the sort of outside where it really doesn't. We're going to use a residualized jive estimator. We're going to take out day, month, year fixed effects to try to sort of control for this. I'll show you some evidence in a little bit. How am I doing? I got time. I'll probably show you some evidence on this. Yeah, please.
Topic, I was just curious how much of the variation is coming from, you know, judges on vacation versus this is a day when a lot of people are filing, and so that's why you move off of the primary officers. And then if it's the latter, just wanted to hear your take on how important that is for thinking about these
That's a
marginal
great
cases.
question. So I'm going to speculate without actually nearly enough evidence, and then watch my co-author and see if she puts her head in her hands and shakes. What I think is going on is not vacation, but here's my understanding of judicial calendaring from talking to some of the judges. What they do is that family or sort of whatever. All right. Family or, yes, I have 20 minutes. This is going to be very short. I think the instance is other hearings being scheduled on that day, not so much sort of vacation. And the reason I say that is judges open up their calendar for hearings a certain amount in advance. Some judges give sort of more sort of hearing dates, others give sort of fewer, and then they have time that's sort of reserved. My understanding is that this could take precedence over reserved time, but they won't bump a hearing. So I think what's going on is just the randomness of other family court or civil court or other restraining order hearings is what's sort of driving this, as opposed to, because I think they're trying to sort of manage vacations so that they don't have a lot of sort of times where there's only like 3 judges there because everybody left in August. So I think it's hearings, not sort of vacations, and I think the staffing levels are pretty consistent. There is, I should say, a lot of turnover in family, right? Family court has a very large amount of turnover, so even over this period, it's not a stable sort of sample of judges. So that also matters. Family is usually one of the first ones you're assigned to when you come in as a sort of a new judge, and nobody has a background in that, and it's a really tough assignment, so I think a lot of them try to get out pretty quickly. Okay, this should be obvious by now, but we're going to look at the probability of a grant rate. We're going to use sort of archive. We're going to control for some stuff, and we're going to estimate the second stage probability of crime. Okay. What is this? This actually may get at your question a little bit. Just we have about 90 judges in the sample, not about. We have 90 judges in the sample. The median number of petitions is 51, but the average is 191. So it's a really skewed distribution. And to Derek's point, basically moving from the strictest to the most lenient judge increases the grant rate prediction by about 17%. If you did that, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I think if you did that within the restraining order courts, I think it's like 10 or 11 percentage points, right, within the restraining order courts. So that's kind of the difference we're sort of talking about in terms of sort of the changes in the grant rate. So tighter within the standalone court judges, but not enormous. I need to check that. This diagram is just actually required for all Judge IV. There it is. There is a distribution. It is monotonic. Not surprisingly, it kind of blows up at the end because those are judges with a smaller number of observations. Okay. What's the first? Yeah, please.
So when these hearings happen, are the judges just kind of up, down, we're going to extend this, or are there modifications that they can make?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's basically up, down. I think it's, so the grant is, do we give you 3 years or 5 years? So one modification that wouldn't necessarily matter for us is it's very hard to get 5 years. Generally you get 3 years, and then you have to sort of request a renewal. We only look at the first year, so we're not as worried about that. I think the second one is once you grant a restraining order, it's almost automatic. No, I'm going to say it's basically automatic that you get sole custody of minor children, and that the respondent cannot have visitation and maybe is allowed supervised visitation under certain circumstances. So I think the reason it doesn't involve a lot of modifications is that most of what happens in these follows once you sort of grant the order. So, yeah.
Okay, and I think we're on the last slide of the identification, so I'm legally obligated to harass you about monotonicity. That's the first stage.
Thank you. Yeah, so, darn. So let me, how does one respond to a monotonicity question? The question would be, do we have monotonicity for these judges sort of in kind of the outlier? So the best I can do is the Franzen sort of test, which we have sort of in the paper. I will say it works for DVROs with minor children. It's not so great sort of for the other ones. So again, a confessional phase number 2. I don't think we have a monotonicity problem for DVRs with minor children. I think we might have ones for civil restraining orders.
And what does it look like with kind of the close group of judges versus the expanded group of judges?
Actually, don't know the answer to that. We should check that. We'll add that to the do list. That's a good question. I don't think we actually ever broke it out. Okay, Darren.
The required questions, you aren't going to worry about exclusion because you told us 30 minutes ago these guys have no other.
I am not worried about exclusion. I will die on that hill. Monotonicity is a different hill. I'm not going anywhere near that hill. I will let Minjay defend that hill. Good luck, friend. No, I think there's I'm really confident that because I do think this is something like they're very interested in these results when we talk to people at LASC, simply because they don't have any idea, per the paper yesterday, like I don't think they have any idea whether this is effective at all, right? It's a very interesting, it's very hard for them to get feedback. They don't have a lot of information from the police. They don't even know sort of about arrests on the other side of the courthouse. So I would say it would be, basically impossible. And it's a huge courthouse. I'm pretty confident on exclusion. Okay, so what do we find, right? We run the reduced form, and we find pretty consistent estimates that simply being assigned that the sort of the residual leniency measure has a pretty strong predictive effect on in the reduced form estimates. And so we've got at least a little evidence. I think, how am I doing on time here? Maybe 15 minutes, something like that? 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Trust me, the reduced form works great. So let's look at the pooled estimates for a second. And the thing you should notice, so the gray bars are the OLS estimates. They're basically zero or very, very close to zero, but they're always smaller than the pooled estimates. So I think the first thing to say is, right, that we're finding insignificant but sort of negative effects of granting a restraining order, right? So if you grant the order, less likely to have domestic violence crime, also less likely to have all assaults, aggravated assault, simple threats, right? It sort of works down the line. So it's consistent with that selection effect, right, that judges are trying to predict sort of where there's crime, but it's also consistent with effects heterogeneity. So the next thing we want to do in time remaining is I want to show you what happens when we break out by orders. So this is basically civil harassment, remember, is you don't have a domestic relationship with a person. All DVROs are pooling those with and without minor children. DVROs with minor children, I've sort of explained before, and then basically what's left over is DVROs without minor children.
What's the outcome?
The outcome is crime, residential domestic violence crime at the block level in the next year. So the idea here is big significant effect for domestic violence restraining orders with minor children on the probability that in the next year there's going to be a reported and classified as police domestic violence crime at the 100 block. That's the sort of effect. If we do that, so let me just walk through, just for the sake of time, what's my thinking on this, and then I am open to sort of alternative stories. So story number one is this is pure criminal deterrence, right? That you basically are deterred from sort of contact, and therefore there's a reduction in the probability of domestic violence simply because of the penalties. The problem is it's hard to explain why that wouldn't be similar given that the criminal penalties are basically the same, right? Now, you could tell a story of where, the value of the crime is sort of different to the respondent. The other one that's out in the literature, and this is an interesting one, is that this is a commitment device. And the commitment device says one of the sort of sad facts about this, about domestic violence, is that often the person who's being abused will separate temporarily and then go back to the abuser. And so one of the theories of what these are doing is that they're actually making it hard. You can't recant a domestic violence restraining order. You have to basically go into court and argue that something has changed. So basically, once this thing is granted, the petitioner can't say, okay, I don't want it anymore. I'd like the sort of person to come back. So one argument is it's a commitment device. not obvious why that would have an effect on only on ones with minor children. Although I suppose that's, you can sort of think of stories. But the one that I think is really interesting on this is where they really differ is what I was talking about at the beginning, right? Where you have these changes in custody, visitation, housing support, and so on that would be very difficult to get in a straight sort of divorce court absent the finding of granting a domestic violence restraining order. Yeah.
Have you tested that the coefficients that you showed us in the previous figure are actually statistically significantly different? I mean,
Yes. Yeah. So the answer is they are different from DVRO. They're not different with minor children. They're not different from each other. We have a power problem. So the short answer to that is they're different, I think, at the 10% level for DVROs with and without minor children and with civil restraining orders. And we have in the paper a power test to try to see if kind of under believable specifications whether they would be different. So they're close.
Because there are potentially a lot of hypotheses being tested here.
Yes, fair.
And
yeah.
I'm a little worried that what you're doing is a post hoc explanation for something that might actually not be real.
Fair. I mean, I should be more cautious in my language and say consistent with a lot more than this. I guess what I was thinking about this was, one of the things that we would like to do is try to sort of explore some of the other avenues, like on the to-do list, is whether we can see other avenues of protection. Are you more likely to move, right? Because I think that would go a long way. Like, we have some preliminary evidence that we've, again, noisy, but it looks like when people are not granted a civil or domestic violence restraining order without children, they're more likely to move. They're not out of the address when they're not granted a DVRO with minor children. That's noisy, and so those aren't statistically significant, and hence I'm not putting them up on the slide. But I think that's kind of the thing on the to-do list is to see if we can find some other methods of self-protection. Because I'm thinking of this kind of as you have different ways of protecting yourself sort of in these instances. One version is a restraining order. When that's not granted, you can sort of take other ways to protect yourself. You can't do that if you have minor children. The state literally will not let you not have contact with the person. And so, that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. But I agree. Like, I am, at the moment, I'm making big inferences from just the differences in what these orders grant you. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So let me show you this just as a quick robustness check. When we do this with assault, we find a similar pattern, not quite significant, but it looks like these are the different assault measures, and they all go in the same direction, and they're all much larger than sort of when we pooled them. But again, some of them are not statistically significant. In one sense, that's not surprising. These are noisy, right? There's a lot of sort of assaults that I mean, actually, I should say this. I'm surprised at what percentage of residential assaults are actually domestic violence. It is the vast majority. I think it's something like 80% sort of in our data that are of that overlap. So, in one sense, these are broader measures, but with a bit more noise, but they point in the same direction. Okay, let's see. I'm about to get like 5 minutes. Okay, here goes. In the constitutionally required category, we exclude COVID. There was a period where everyone is nodding. For the rest of our lives, we will all be excluding COVID. So, so in this period, there was a window where the LA courts made this remote. We could throw that period out, and the results are basically identical. We use a couple of alternative jive measures. I'm happy to talk about that if anybody's interested. We also do a saturated time. So right now we're doing day, month, year. We can actually do day, month, year interacted, and we get basically the same results. And then to your point, we do a power calculation as a first pass on this. Like, could we detect an effect? And it's pretty similar across samples. Okay, so at the risk of getting out over my skis again, so what we think is going on, or it's consistent with this, is that without minor children, you've got other options, right? You can move, you can sort of break off contact. With minor children, that's going to be legally much more difficult to do, and the court, even in a divorce, doesn't give you that sort of option. There's still a lot of mandated contact. So, what we think is going on is that these are changing the marginal cost of sort of self-protection pretty considerably. I think the broader way to view this, and this may be, back to your question, am I getting out over my skis, is I think one of the things that's useful is to think about restraining orders as a heterogeneous bunch of legal bundles, right? That we're bundling things together, a protection order, but also a series of others, factors that are going to matter when that is granted, and we can't really think of those as sort of independent. And I think I don't want to speak for Minjay, but I think that's the thing I learned most when we started this project, is I had not realized quite how heterogeneous these were. Let me give sort of two, yeah, Derek, go ahead.
So did you take requests for different types of orders, compute the judge stringency measures for one within one type, then within another type, and then plot them against each other? Because when we were doing this, the main finding that I believed most in the paper was that judges were not severe or harsh. There were some that were very severe on first offenders relative to others, and some that were very severe on repeat offenders relative to others. And there was an amazingly weak correlation between how severe you were with one type versus the other. I think if you're going to sell this domestic violence with minor children, then, and you're going to convince Kevin, you've got to throw out every petition that wasn't domestic violence with minor children, compute the judge effects for just those types of cases, and then do everything over to make sure this is within.
Yeah.
Because Andy's monotonicity question, when you're going across all these, you said, that it's a bunch of different bundles.
Right, you're right.
Is just much more problematic. And so I think it really is important to do the whole analysis within that type and see if you still get minus anything like 33 percentage points.
All right, I'm gonna. There are conclusions in the paper. Read them. I'm going to respond to this in sort of 1 minute because I think it's a great point. So, all right, challenge accepted. I think we kind of have to. I agree with you. And let me follow up with and then we can talk about this more sort of after. The thing I hadn't thought of until you said that is if people are responding sort of differently to these sort of different petitions, because the big variable is, you really are breaking a family relationship, right? And so in some sense, once those are bundled, yeah, we really should be concerned, right, that particularly judges outside of the restraining order courts look at that and they weigh that differently, which means we could get real variation in how judges respond kind of across these. So, yeah, I think that's a really good point that we need to check that, because you're right. Like I don't know that there's any reason to assume that balancing of that trade-off, because that is a pretty severe trade-off, right? If you are saying for the next 3 years this person can't see their children versus I'm risking a sort of a higher likelihood of violence against the petitioner, and they may just weigh that very differently.
Great. Let us end on that moment of harmony.
Yeah.
Perfect. That was great. Thank you, Eric.
Hey, thank you all. That was great.
Okay, great. The next paper before lunch, the effect of housing access on intimate partner violence, evidence from the family option study.
Oops, I went to the end, sorry.
next to all the way at the front. That's fine.
I just have to hide these again. And then you should be good.
Okay. Awesome, right? Okay, cool. Well, thank you to the organizers for including us on the program. My name is Poon Winachuggle. I'm at Smith College, just kind of down the road, I guess, on the other side of the state at least. And today I'm going to be presenting joint work with Ning Zhang at CUHK, where we explore the effect of access to housing on intimate partner violence. Okay, so we are using restricted use census data, so the standard disclaimer from the census applies here, similar to Ben's discussion yesterday. Yeah, here's the relevant information. So to kick things off, as has been noted by the folks who have presented both yesterday as well as earlier this morning, intimate partner violence is widespread worldwide. It's estimated that 1 in every 3 women around the world have experienced IPV in adulthood, with a higher proportion reporting so in the US. And has also been noted by folks before, the consequences are quite severe. Beyond the immediate effects with respect to a victim's personal safety, there are these downstream consequences with respect to a victim's physical and mental health, their labor market outcomes, as well as for children who have been exposed to IPV in the household. So past work has documented a wide range of factors that have contributed to IPV, including work by folks in this room. One particular strand of literature has focused in particular on the availability of economic outside options. Many of these papers talk about specifically labor market outside options, and many, though not all of these papers, find that improving those outside options can reduce IPV. So beyond the labor market outside options, we think that less is known about how other forms of economic outside options, such as access to housing, might affect the incidence of IPV. So that's kind of where we fit in. Motivating why housing might matter. First, descriptively, what are kind of the links that we've seen between access to housing and IPV? In survey evidence from the National Domestic Violence Hotline, they estimate among a set of domestic violence survivors, I would say nearly all of them, talk about reporting some unmet housing needs and conditional on being unhoused. About half of them discussed being involved with an abusive partner because they lacked housing. Beyond the economics literature, past work by psychologists and sociologists have documented this key link between access to housing and IPV. Past work has shown that women, in particular, often experience less visible forms of homelessness. So an example of that would be doubling up with friends or acquaintances of friends, much more precarious living situations, maybe more temporary, that may be exploitative, and also could include residing with abusive partners. Beyond that, in surveys, or excuse me, interviews with a series of domestic violence survivors, Jaffe and co-authors noted kind of 2 key themes that came up across all of these interviews with respect to why a survivor hadn't left a violent partner earlier. One of them was financial access to money, but the other one was lack of access to safe and affordable housing. Okay, so thinking about the formal arguments, how might improving access to housing reduce IPV? Absent this kind of independent shelter or physical separation, right? Abusers can threaten to evict the victim. And so by having the separate physical living space, that could be a way to kind of remove someone immediately from a dangerous situation. Right? In terms of contrasting how we think about housing access relative to labor market outside options, for the latter, it might take time to access those job opportunities. It might be because a victim has to build human capital. And more broadly, in terms of thinking about those opportunities, it's probably pretty sensitive to just what the local labor market conditions are at that time. Right? In contrast to that, we think that access to housing might provide maybe a relatively more immediate, kind of an immediate solution. Even if these labor market opportunities exist, past work has shown that abusers will exploit economic control, they'll sabotage those job opportunities, control a victim's finances, and broadly undermine those labor market outside options. And finally, in thinking about why housing matters, when we think about women with children in particular, it may still even be difficult for them to convert stable income or stable employment into adequate family housing, especially in particularly expensive housing markets. So that's where we come in. So for our paper, we're going to be exploring the access of
effective access to housing on intimate partner violence and try to dig into the underlying mechanisms through which we see that explain our results. In terms of how we think about housing access here, we're going to be focusing on access to housing support programs, which are broadly aimed at supporting vulnerable populations. The data that we have on assistance programs is going to come from the Family Options Study, which is an RCT conducted by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, where they randomly assigned families who are currently living in emergency shelters to one of either 3 housing supports, 3 forms of housing support, or a control group. So you might immediately think, okay, these are somewhat unique families in the context of where they are currently in when they're randomly assigned. And we acknowledge that, but we also think it's important to study this particular population because it's estimated that they're at even higher risk of IPV. And we see similar numbers in our data that I'll share with you as well. And so knowing what we know about how the many challenges that these low-income households face already with respect to their general economic well-being and health, it might be that IPV is contributing to or exacerbating many of the challenges that these households already face. So in thinking about IPV here, if we're able to find ways to reduce IPV for this particular sample, it may generate large returns. Okay, so our general approach here, we're going to use the random assignment of these families into these different forms of housing support and estimate the effect of using these supports on experiences with intimate partner violence. What we generally are going to show is that we do find evidence that access to housing support reduces IPV, specifically in the form of a long-term housing choice voucher. And then in digging into the underlying mechanisms, we wanted to highlight kind of 2 mechanisms that we think are important here. The first one is kind of this physical separation and exposure, a little bit similar in theme to what Eric was talking about at the end of his talk, right? Just like removing yourself and creating separation from a potentially violent individual, right? And we capture that through measures of increasing likelihood of having independent housing after receiving housing support, as well as an increasing likelihood that an individual is single. Okay? In addition to that, we find evidence that respondents are experiencing less financial strain or economic stress, as well as lower reported measures of serious psychological distress, which supports this stress theory around how greater stress is connected to emotional triggers that often precede violence. What we also find is that we don't see that the labor market outcomes for these respondents are improving. So that at least is inconsistent with the body of work that explores how improving labor market outside options might increase women's bargaining power and ultimately reduce IPV. Okay. In terms of what we're building off of and contributing to, so we want to acknowledge a few papers that exist out there that are related to our work. The first is that the Family Options Study had a researcher team that reviewed their data and analyzed it. So that's a series of study reports that have been produced by the Gubitz et al. Research team, where they report these reduced form estimates with respect to these program assignment effects on a series of outcomes, including housing stability, and they do have an intent to treat estimate for intimate partner violence. But a couple of things that I want to note for how we think we're differing and hopefully contributing is we're going to be looking at the effect of using these housing supports, not just looking at the reduced form, which we think is important for policy relevance, but then also in terms of how they interpret their intimate partner result. It's actually just embedded, how they summarize that result is it's embedded in this broader adult well-being index. So they don't really then go further into the underlying mechanisms and explaining why IPV, they see their IPV effects. So I already summarized this contribution, but basically we're going to be exploring the effect of using housing. What's also important for a context, though, is to consider the context where we have multiple forms of support. So you might have gleaned it from my very brief description of the Family Options Study, but there were 3 forms of housing support that were available as treatments, and then a control group. So in thinking about those housing supports, they're not only available to these families through the study, but they're accessible outside of the study as well. So when we're thinking about the first stage, I will be reporting just essentially the second stage, which is the intent to treat, scaled divided by the first stage. But in terms of actually thinking about the second stage estimate, there are kind of two margins that are entering into that first stage. So if we're focused on the long-term housing choice voucher effect, because that's where we see arguably our effects being driven by that particular form of support, there are kind of two margins entering the first stage. The first is what you might think of as an expansion effect, right? Families moving from what we might think of as counterfactual no housing support into this long-term housing choice voucher. But then because of the multiple forms of support, you could imagine people moving from these, I'll call them short-term housing supports into this long-term housing choice voucher. So what we're gonna try to do in this project is further decompose that second stage estimate and understand which margins matter here and break it down a little bit. And then lastly, we're gonna be able to approach our mechanisms using existing economic theories of IPV to ground our exploration of these mechanisms, which hasn't been done in the Gubitz reports. Another paper that I want to highlight here that is somewhat related, this paper by Lago, Marcino, and Rossi explores the effect of owning illiquid assets on IPV. Their operationalization or measure of illiquid assets is acquiring a home. And so they have this random lottery of receiving a home in Argentina, and they basically find that the effect of acquiring a home depends on the structure of the home ownership contract. When it's jointly offered in a joint home ownership contract between a woman and their partner, that actually increases IPV, versus when the ownership contract is single ownership, only awarded to the woman, they see a reduction. And they take these heterogeneous results to suggest that there are different underlying mechanisms driving those results. The increase supported by a male backlash or status inconsistency channel, whereas the reduction is coming from this reduced financial stress for the woman. So our contribution here, we do think we're capturing a different construct. We're not looking at acquiring a home. It's kind of more generally just talking about accessing somewhere to live rather than this illiquid asset. So we think that is different. And then we're going to be able to directly measure some of the mechanisms that they described in their context, using measures of self-reported economic stress, also be able to document partnership dynamics and measures of independent housing. Okay. I'm going to keep going. Okay, so the data that we have. So as I mentioned, the family option study was an RCT conducted by HUD. Broadly, its aim was to understand how different forms of housing support could affect housing stability. But then in doing so, they captured a range of other measures which were intended to reflect general family well-being. Okay? The families were randomly assigned to one of these study treatment arms over an 18-month period in the early 2010s. There were about 2,300 families. And as I mentioned before, they were randomly assigned when they were currently living in an emergency shelter. All these families had at least one child, and they had been staying in the shelter for at least 7 days. So on the next slide, yep, please.
Do we know whether people who are in this shelter...
Do we know if people are in the shelter because of IPV? I mean, that's a pretty
I don't think we have a
common-
direct measure of that, no. We have information about whether or not someone is in the shelter and their partner is with them or not, but that we have these indirect measures, not something that specifically says because of IPV.
A lot of times it's just women with children in shelters, but I'm wondering about the mix.
Yeah.
Couples in shelters, just women in shelters of this population?
Yes. So I'll get to the summary stats for the sample that we have. But what you'll see is about 40% of the sample is partnered at baseline. Over 90% of the respondents are women. Yeah. Okay, let me try to briefly describe then the different study treatment arms, just to give you a contrast of the different forms of support and types of support available. So I'm going to try to, at this point at least, talk through the different names, but I might start referring to acronyms, so I apologize if you just start referring to the acronyms, and if you need a reminder, please let me know. But the first form of housing support was this subsidy-only housing choice voucher. You can think of this as basically a tenant-based Section 8 housing choice voucher. All right, so primarily to be used in the private market, and it's potentially long-term subject to remaining eligible. Okay? So that was one of the forms of housing support. A second form of housing support was this project-based transitional housing. So in contrast to sub, this allocated a unit in a public housing complex to the household. In terms of time frame, it was intended to be much shorter. So there's a range of number of months where a family could access this public housing unit, but the rough target length of stay was about 6 months. Okay? But in addition to this housing support, families who were randomly assigned to PBTH also received a series of other non-housing forms of support. So either direct services or referrals to services related to employment, health, both physical and mental, childcare, child developmental needs, and many, many more. Right? So there are these other non-housing supports offered as part of this intervention. A third treatment arm was this community-based rapid rehousing. You can think of this as a much shallower, less generous long-term housing choice voucher, shallower in terms of its amount, generosity, as well as its length. So in terms of length, you can think about it as roughly the same targeted time frame of support as PBTH. But again, it's a subsidy, so intended to be used on the private market, and then just less generous than sub. Okay? The final treatment then was the control group. They called this usual care because this was basically the services or support you received just depended on what was available, what programs had capacity when a certain family was in an emergency shelter, and which emergency shelter they were in, the location. So in terms of the actual support that they got, it was much more varied, but they didn't have this priority access or allocated position relative to these housing support treatment arms. Okay, great. So in terms of the information that we have from the family option study, after random assignment, these families were tracked over time. Okay? So they were documented, some information about them was measured at baseline, at random assignment effectively, 20 months after random assignment, 3 years after, and then 12 years after. Okay? In each of these surveys, there's a lot of different information. Importantly, for our context, we have measures of experiences with IPV, as well as individual demographic information, relationship status, and much more. For the purposes of this particular project, we're going to be using the baseline survey, the 20 and 37-month follow-up surveys, all right, for this particular project. And what we want to emphasize here is, to the best of our knowledge, we think this is the only U.S. panel data set that's directly capturing this measure of housing support or access and experiences with IPV. Okay, summary statistics. I have shortened this summary statistics table. We have the full baseline descriptive statistics across the different treatments in the full paper, but to hopefully help your eyes here, we've just shortened it, and then I bolded some of the numbers that I think are somewhat interesting. So each column is a different treatment arm. What you'll notice is I've added an any column. That's just the pooled housing assignment sample. So first thing, the majority of the sample are women. About more than a quarter of them have some college experience. About 40% of them have a partner at baseline. As well as there's nearly all of them are working, or have ever worked, excuse me, and then about 50% of them have ever experienced IPV in adulthood. Okay, so that's a higher number than I even reported kind of in the introductory slide, so they're at really high risk of experiencing IPV. Okay. So why I bolded these numbers, the reason why is I acknowledge this is a unique population given where they're being assigned to these supports, but at the same time we thought some of these characteristics do capture a broader kind of swath of the American population, American women who are generally struggling with economic vulnerability as well. Okay. Something talking there. Sorry, it's throwing me off a little bit. Anyways, so, okay, our approach. We're going to exploit the random assignment of these families in the family option study to these different supports, and we're going to estimate the effect of using these any housing assistance, so the pooled treatment effect, as well as the program-specific effects. Our preferred empirical method here is going to be two-stage least squares, so let me briefly just walk through those equations. So first we're going to estimate predict use of a housing support program based on random assignment. We're going to include time and shelter fixed effects here. We're going to include a vector of individual level controls with respect to their demographics, but then we're going to also have these baseline measures of their outcomes of interest, including past experiences with IPV, labor market outcomes, their current relationship status at baseline, I should say. All these are baseline measures as controls. We're going to then take that predicted use measure and regress our main outcome of interest, which is going to be an indicator for whether or not an individual experiences IPV, which is experiencing physical violence or threats of violence, which is the formal question, how it's phrased, in the 6 months prior to a follow-up survey. We have 2 follow-up surveys that we're going to use, so what we're going to do is we're just going to stack those surveys, the data from both, and then cluster our standard errors at the household level, basically the respondent level. Okay? The estimates that I'm going to show you are going to be pairwise comparisons. Okay? So they're going to be the pool treatment effect versus control, and then each individual program relative to the control. Okay, first stage first, does treatment assignment induce take-up? Short answer is yes, very strong effects. Bolded them here. What I guess, for the sake of this presentation, want to highlight is this potentially long-term housing choice voucher has the strongest take-up. But that may not be surprising because it's quite generous, right? It's potentially long-term and quite generous in its support. In terms of our second stage, do we see that access to these housing supports reduces intimate partner violence? Yes. So the pool treatment effect, this is a 5.6 percentage point reduction. To interpret that effect, relative to the baseline mean, that's an 11% reduction. But I want to note that the baseline mean is ever experiencing IPV in adulthood. If we use a measure that's the same time frame, which is the control group mean, which is roughly 9% in the follow-up surveys, it's equivalent to an over 60% reduction. Okay. What we see is the most precisely estimated effect appears to be coming from, again, this long-term housing choice voucher. So we think that is at least suggestive that might be driving our results here. Okay, so let me just summarize what I think kind of the first takeaways are. We think that we've found evidence that access to housing is reducing intimate partner violence, in particular, access to this potentially long-term housing choice voucher. We do some additional analyses where we explore whether our results are robust to attrition bias. We estimate rebounds. We find that our results are robust to that. You'll notice some to-dos here as well. So as Ben mentioned yesterday, if people are familiar, there's a census disclosure embargo right now. I leave these up here because we have these on our to-do list. I'll leave it at that. So we'd like to use a different measure of take-up, which is more of an intensive margin, length of time taking up these supports. And then I noted one of the main contributions we think is really decomposing this second stage estimate into these different margins. What's driving our effect is that this nothing to long-term housing choice voucher kind of margin or the substitution. And that's on the two. I can't share it now. I'll pause there.
Thank you. Can you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. So your results here seem to be driven by these more permanent housing solutions. So when these women are not assigned to this housing voucher, do you know if they are returning back to their perpetrators? Or why is IPV not decreasing for them? Like, who is committing that domestic violence?
Yeah, so what we can do is, so for example, you're thinking about just basically what's happening in the control group, perhaps, right? Yes. People who don't receive the housing support?
Yes.
Yeah. So one thing that we are going to do is explore partnership dynamics a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll share the result right now. Basically, we find our results are driven by people who report being single at baseline, not people who are partnered at baseline. I'll leave that as a nugget, but I'll come back to that because there are a few different stories that can explain that we'll try to argue, but it's a lot of suggestive evidence. Okay. Yes.
Charlie, can you turn the mic on?
Better? Okay. It's not obvious that those three coefficients are different. I mean, one is significant, two aren't.
Yeah.
But it's... One is bigger. Yeah, one is actually bigger but less precise. I mean, it's a little puzzling that the standard errors differ. Are the fraction of the population that gets those three choices similar, or is PBTH much less common and that's why the standard error is bigger?
Yeah, so I think the standard errors are bigger because of if I'm understanding, the take-up is
Oh.
much lower for this project-based transitional housing. And I think that's partly because of the requirements to access some of these non-housing supports. It's probably a lot more onerous for these families to continue to take up those forms of support services.
Okay, but conditional on taking it up, it really does not look like those effects are very different.
Exactly, and that's why I try to be careful in saying that, you know, the most precisely estimated effects we have are from the long-term housing choice voucher, but we acknowledge the point estimate is large for this support. Yes.
I wonder if the reduced form is actually more interesting than it usually is in this context. That is, if part of the issue with PBTH is low take-up, and that's something that in the first stage offering it doesn't lead that many people to take it up, that's kind of a mark against offering that, which you don't pick up here, but would pick up just looking at the reduced form.
Sure, yeah, that's fair. Thank you.
Can you talk a little more about how IPV is measured? And in particular, are you concerned here about maybe the people who got housing access are worried about reporting an incident of violence and losing access to housing?
These are all self-reported. Formally, the question is, have you experienced either physical violence or a threat of physical violence over the past 6 months? It is self-reported. There are a couple things that I'll note. One is, and this is maybe a general response, but you know, the study team, you know, did their best to preserve confidentiality here with respect to the responses. I think to the latter part of your question was, is there concern that by reporting IPV you could lose housing assistance? At least legally, from my understanding of the Violence Against Women Act, conditional on receiving housing, there are additional resources intended to ensure that you don't lose housing support, especially if you are a victim of abuse. And so if anything, for our treatment group who's receiving the housing choice voucher, if that were the case, they might be more likely to report intimate partner violence in order to make sure that they were protected through these legal channels. Yes.
So maybe this just gets to the complier analysis, but you know, if we take these at face value, I think my expectation would be people who had previously experienced violence should be much more likely to take up the program. It's more valuable to them. Do we see that in the data?
So I can't speak to that.
Well,
but we do have, we could do some
you've
heterogeneity
done-
by
okay,
baseline. That is we have information on baseline experiences with IPV, yes.
Have these records been picked? Do you know?
Yes, I don't. This is where I know. I don't know how much I can share.
No. It's just a question.
They have been picked.
They have been picked. So my question was going to say, like, it seems like you could do a lot if you supplement this with administrative data. For instance, like linking into the map ARF to characterize, like, housing stability across these treatment groups and the control group. How long are they staying in places? Where are they living? Like, I think there's a lot that you could do to really flesh this. Maybe that's where you're going. But I think that would be really helpful in terms of understanding potentially these different dynamics.
Thank you. We are going to have, some measures of housing stability that are directly reported in here, but absolutely, there's a lot of rich information out there that we could bring in too. Okay, great. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Do we run out of time?
No. I just missed you.
By the way, I think this is outstanding, by the way. One thing I must say as a policy person, what makes me really frustrated about this is the incredibly tiny budget for housing supports. You know, like, if you took the entire HUD budget for homeless people in the United States, it's 2% of the Medicaid budget. And when you think of the administrative burdens on housing choice vouchers, there's so many people that want to get them and they just can't, or they're not able to use them. And so I just think this has such important policy application that there's just a ton of people that need this, and so I just think this is outstanding work, and it really needs to be broadcast even beyond the even beyond this room. So
thank you.
Quick question. So, is there a way for you to know after they take the vouchers if they're living with someone else in the, the house that you're given? Because I'm thinking maybe, you probably reported that you are a victim of interpersonal violence, and you're given this voucher. You take the voucher, and the person that I guess committed a violence towards you is now living with you, but then you don't report anymore because you're scared that someone else asked this question as well. You're scared that they might be able to take the house away, which is kind of, making the, I guess, results, less reporting, because it's not that it's not happening, but it's just that you're not reporting because you're scared of getting the house taken away.
Absolutely. So I think that's definitely a story that could be going on. And I think, again, jumping ahead a little bit, but so we are going to be able to, right, we do this heterogeneity by baseline partnership. And I think we're seeing our results driven by individuals who are single at baseline. It could be the fact that we don't see effects for people who are partnered is because the partner knows about, about the housing unit that they have, or the voucher that they have, right, that they're taking up in particular. So it could be that the lack of effect that we see for partnered households, the lack of effect there is driven by this knowledge, right? Great. But I'll dig in that a little bit more in some other stories or potential explanations, because I think that the partnership dynamics are something that we think are particularly interesting, that we also wanted to make sure we share and emphasize. Okay, so for the last part of the talk, I'm going to be talking about mechanisms. So trying to dig into what's going on behind the effect of improving access to reducing IPV. We're just going to kind of shorten the estimates that we're going to have. We're going to focus on the pooled housing treatment effect here, as well as the housing choice voucher specific effects. Okay. So in structuring these mechanisms, the first kind of mechanism that we wanted to emphasize is this physical separation or reduced exposure channel that, again, I noted before, but it's going to capture, we're going to try to measure that with respect to an increase in, a measure of independent housing. We'll also be able to look at the complement measures of unstable housing in terms of doubling up or returning to an emergency shelter. But then we're also going to look at these partnership dynamics as well for this mechanism. But in addition to that, we also wanted to look at indirect mechanisms that we think could be downstream consequences of receiving improved access to housing, right, that are also related to existing theories of IPV. I've already noted the labor market outside options literature, so that's kind of the first indirect channel. The second channel is this measures of mental health challenges and general feelings of financial stress. Okay, so for this key mechanism, we're discussing it as a key mechanism because it's this measure of independent housing in particular is kind of a direct objective of these housing support programs, right, is to improve housing stability and the ability to access a unit or a living situation for someone, a separate unit that they either rent or own. Okay, so that's the formal kind of measure of independent housing here. And again, the argument here is it provides kind of this physical space, this immediate physical separation from a potential violent individual. But beyond kind of thinking about the dwelling itself, the physical structure, we can think about physical separation as separation in terms of partnership status. So we think that what we're going to try to do is capture rates of singlehood. And there are kind of two stories that we think a measure of singlehood could explain. One of them is you could be with an abusive partner, and having access to this housing support, a separate independent unit, could allow you to dissolve an existing partnership. The second channel is it actually, by having this separate space, it could allow individuals to avoid entering into these informal kind of precarious living situations where they have to double up and they might come across a potentially violent individual. Okay. Both of those, I think, would be captured by this measure of singlehood. What we would like to do, again, the caveat here, we'd like to do the joint outcome, right? Being single and having an independent unit. I'll note it here because we will do it, but unfortunately I can't share the results today. Oh, shucks. Uh-oh. Can we exit quick? The Wi-Fi? Okay. Well, it should be local. Sorry about that.
Let's save it.
Should we refresh it?
You might have to type in.
We
can reopen it.
Yeah. It's on the, that one.
And then if you want to scroll to
really
it,
fast.
then, yeah, I'm the full screen it again.
Thank you. They're back. Okay, so here, what I'm going to start reporting are just the second stage estimates. This is going to be second stage estimates for actually every single month after random assignment through 3 years later. Okay, so comparing access to housing versus the control group, and basically what we find is rates of independent housing are higher for the treatment group and remain above 10 percentage points higher through 3 years. If we look at subs specifically, the estimates are larger in magnitude. They remain over 20 percentage points higher through 3 years later. We can look at the complement, not just independent housing, but measures of unstable housing. So we're going to have two measures of that. The first is ever using an emergency shelter after random assignment, as well as ever doubling up. So again, relying on these kind of informal arrangements with friends or acquaintances for shelter. And basically we see a drop in these measures of unstable housing as a result of receiving any housing support, and larger point estimates when we specifically look at that long-term housing choice voucher. Okay. Moving to then partnership as to try to capture physical separation, measures of singlehood after in these follow-up surveys. We find suggestive evidence that receiving any housing support increases the likelihood that respondent is single in the follow-up surveys, and statistically significant evidence at the 5% level that the housing choice voucher in particular increases rates of singlehood.
Curious, is there also a mechanism here where by getting the voucher, you can move further from where you otherwise would, or it's less observable to your partner, whereas, your typical independent housing without that might happen through your network, and so they might just be better able to find where you are?
Yes, that is a great point. I don't think, so unfortunately we don't have information about where they move to, so that comes into this is the rich information. Maybe that we could link and figure out if there's more information on that margin, but that's a great point, right? Like understanding exactly where are they moving is interesting to think about. Okay. Great. So I mentioned before, this measure of singlehood captures two potential stories that we can think of. One is access to housing allows people to dissolve current relationships, right? And the other one is it allows them to avoid these informal arrangements where they're coming across a potential future violent individual through these precarious kind of sheltering conditions. So what we do is we do heterogeneity by baseline partnership status. These are just the sign and significance results. But what you can see from the sign and significance is our results appear to be driven by those who report being single at baseline. So we take it as suggestive evidence, so they're significant at the 1% level. We take it as suggestive evidence that I think I referenced it second, so the latter story, it's more so driven by individuals being able to avoid these doubling up arrangements, right? Where they're kind of more temporary and precarious situations where they may come across an abusive individual. That said, I want to acknowledge this measure of single is self-reported, okay? So what could be happening is it's not just about avoiding entering into a future potential kind of precarious situation. Individuals who report being single in the shelter might have just broken up from an abusive partner, right? So what we might also be capturing as kind of conflating together here is it's allowing individuals to avoid re-entering or re-engaging with an abusive individual by having this access to separate housing now.
It's also true that the subsidized housing, since the subsidized housing, public housing is driving so much of the first stage, that there are a lot of rules in terms of being in subsidized housing, and those rules sort of depend on who is the tenant. And so if they're entering partnered, it's a different environment than if they're entering single, and then the question is whether you are bringing another person into this unit. It can be leverage, but it also could be these public housing rules.
I see. Could you?
I have friends who do, like Ingrid Ellen, knows this stuff really, really well at NYU Wagner. But I do know that there are ways in which you can lose your public housing access, and there are a lot of rules it's worth knowing, and talking to people who work on this might be helpful.
Thank you. The effects are at least the effects shown here are for the long-term housing.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. No worries. Okay, great. Okay. So let me summarize the key mechanism, and I think what's helpful, or what I think is important here, is how we frame our results relative to the existing literature, particularly the literature that is focused on labor market outside options. Right? So past work in the space has noted how increasing these labor market opportunities for women increases their bargaining power and could reduce within relationship intimate partner violence. Right? In past work by Ning and her co-authors, they explore how access or improving access to labor market outside options can reduce IPV by increasing dissolution, right? Dissolving these partnerships. And here we think we might be capturing this complementary channel, right? Where access to housing is increasing, allowing for physical separation, which is contributing to this margin of allowing victims to avoid, I'll put it as re-entering or entering into abusive relationships moving forward. Okay, indirect mechanisms, I noted before, these are things that we think are downstream consequences of access to housing, and also grounded in what the past work has explored in terms of the theoretical literature on factors that contribute to IPV. So first, labor market outcomes. I think I've talked enough about the structure of those arguments, but I've laid them out here in terms of how we might think about improving those opportunities might matter. The outcomes that we're going to measure here are a binary measure of whether or not the respondent is working at the time of the follow-up survey, how many hours they work, as well as their annual earnings. What we find, second stage estimates here again, labor market outcomes don't improve. If anything, they get worse, specifically for the housing choice voucher, but that may not be surprising given what we know about the effects of access to a voucher on labor market outcomes. So not surprising, but in terms of our context and how we interpret this, right, in terms of intimate partner violence is our kind of main outcome or question of interest, is that the impact of access to housing is operating through a separate channel than labor market outside options as a solution toward addressing IPV. Okay. In addition to that, we capture measures of feelings of economic stress and mental health. We have a self-reported measure of feelings of financial strain, a measure of serious psychological distress, and then a reported measure of abusing substances. Both drugs and alcohol are embedded in this question. What we find is that there's evidence that economic stress in particular falls as a result of receiving housing support, and suggestive evidence that this more general serious psychological distress measure falls as well as a result specifically of the housing choice voucher. So again, directionally, these results support this stress channel theory, specifically stress. Higher levels of stress are often linked to emotional triggers or cues that precede abuse and violence. So the last, I have no time. Great. So the last part of our paper or our project is, this is an indirect channel. We were curious if we could try to figure out how much is this indirect channel contributing to our main effect, right? How much is this reduction in economic stress contributing? So what we try to do is do a mediation analysis. I'm going to say upfront, we acknowledge this is not going to be causal, but we're trying to figure out a way to quantify to what extent do we think this economic stress channel is contributing to our main reduction in IPV. Okay? So we're going to follow the structure provided by Bellotto and co-authors, and it also allows us to try to exploit the panel structure of the family options study, where we can measure some of our mediators' feelings of economic stress at the shorter term follow-up survey, the 20-month follow-up survey, and use it to try and understand intimate partner violence at the 37-month follow-up survey. Okay, so we're going to estimate two equations. The first is regressing our main outcome of interest, IPV at 37 months, on treatment take-up, as well as this mediator at 20 months. We're going to include some individual level controls. The second equation that we're going to estimate is regressing the mediator at 20 months on treatment, as well as those controls. And basically, the mediator's contribution is going to be this delta, which is going to be multiplying the coefficient on treatment take-up in that second equation by the coefficient on the mediator in that first equation. Okay? We're going to have some number, and that number we're going to compare to the main effects that I shared a few slides ago. So for reference, we're going to compare this delta to two numbers, because we're going to try to understand the contribution of this mediator to both the pooled treatment effect, housing treatment effect, as well as the contribution to the housing choice voucher specific effect. So the reference kind of effects to keep in mind are that 5.6 percentage point reduction as a result of any treatment support, and 6.6 percentage point reduction specifically due to sub. okay? But we're going to compare that delta to that. You don't have to do the algebra here. I'll do it for you in short. But basically what we're doing, multiply the bolded number in column 1 by the bolded number in column 2 to get the contribution of the mediator to the pooled housing treatment effect. Multiply the number in column 3 by the column in number 4, or number in column 4 to get the contribution to the sub-specific effect. Roughly speaking, from this quantitative exercise, you could argue that this economic stress channel is contributing about 10% to the pooled housing treatment effect, or about 8% to the housing choice voucher specific effect. I was going to try to share how do we interpret that, but I also would open it up. I don't know exactly how to think about how meaningful that is. To a certain extent, it's an indirect mechanism, right? And so we think that this 10% seems reasonable, but we don't have a good benchmark, but it seems reasonable given that it's kind of a downstream consequence of access to housing, but it doesn't seem overly large as well. But that's just kind of wishy-washy, I acknowledge as well. Yes, right here.
So one thing that might be useful here would be to see if there are any previous studies that have a design for the causal effect of economic stress on IPV, and maybe compare like what their estimates would imply for what that 0.036 coefficient would be. So you could say if we just borrowed their estimate, what would the contribution here be, just to get a ballpark for how reasonable your OLS is.
Thank you.
Have you considered looking at presence or absence of the kids in the home as potentially another factor?
We haven't done that, but we can. So we have that information.
I'm wondering if you might be understating the effect if this measure of stress has a lot of measurement error. And I'm assuming you observe stress at the 37 month, right? And so you could basically get an inflation factor by sort of regressing the 37 month on the 20 month, and then you might see that some of this is measurement error. It's just a thought. I haven't thought through the equations and whether it works or not.
But I'll take note of that and think about it. Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, cool. Okay, great. Well, I don't have too much left, so this will give me time to kind of wrap up and leave with the main takeaways. Unless.
Unrelated question, but since we have time. You might have talked about this. I apologize if I've lost focus and I didn't absorb it when you talked about it. Usually we're really worried about attrition in survey-based analyses. This is a very transient population.
Yep.
Could you talk about attrition, differential attrition across the arms of the
There is
survey?
attrition. Attrition is surprisingly low, at least through 37 months. Here. So we do see some differential attrition. And so we try to address that. So we do a Lee-Bounds exercise to try and understand to what extent attrition could be affecting our results. And certainly we take the extreme, a conservative measure, and we still see a reduction of about 5.1 percentage points is the estimate. The Lee-Bound estimates are on the second panel.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool to bring in the administrative data just as a complement to assure concerns about.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oops, I went too far. Sorry. I'm doing the annoying scrolling through as we. Yes.
While you're scrolling, just +1 on what Mike said. I think another reason the administrative data would be so helpful is that it also just kind of greatly elevates this in terms of a paper that's building on the technical reports, right? So this is like, we've got a bunch of survey data, and now we're doing two-stage least squares and looking at mechanisms a little bit, versus we've got an experiment, and now we're collecting a much richer set of information about it. I think is just a totally different paper. So it'll be a lot of work, but I think it would pass it. I just endorse Mike's view that high cost but high benefit cost ratio.
Great. Thank you.
I was wondering if you could compare the effects that you're getting on labor market outcomes with an equivalent, just kind of transfer of some sort, and if the effects are larger, what I was thinking is that, in several cases of IPV, you would still like to maybe switch jobs because, they can find you, your partner, the abuser partner can find you much easier. So it might be that like these effects are potentially larger, but because there is a connection with the direct effects on IPV as well.
So just to make sure I'm understanding the question, so in terms of benchmarking the labor market outcomes,
Yeah, yeah.
Or the past literature with respect to labor market outside options?
Exactly. So like if the effect that you're finding on like more market outcomes is larger than what the other implied effects on reduction on labor force participation would imply, given a transfer, it might be, but that there's an extra channel coming through IPV mechanism of trying to avoid a violent partner who can track you at work.
I just have a clarification question on the economic stress mechanism. I was wondering if you have a sense whether like that's potentially more salient for the group of people who are like who are still partnered while getting this voucher, as opposed to like the single or like the newly broken up people. Or I'm just curious what the story is there. Like.
Yeah. So I think the question is there a reason, or should we be thinking about how stress in particular matters for those who are single at baseline versus people who are partnered?
Yeah, sorry, my understanding was that you were like trying to puzzle out those estimates, and I was just wondering if it's like maybe relative to like the singlehood or the labor market outcomes, whether like the story of economic stress is like two people in a partnership feel stress and that leads to IPV, more so if you're just one person and then you're still stressed, but what does that do
Yeah. So I think that, I guess the story that we kind of have in our mind is the stress is linked to the fact that you don't have the stable housing. And when you don't have the stable housing and you're relying on these informal arrangements when you're single, right, that is contributing to those cues, those emotional triggers that precede abuse. In terms of thinking about it, certainly you can imagine stress within an existing partnership, right, contributing to IPV. But I guess we don't see those results, right, on the married side, not married side, partnered side, with respect to baseline partnership. So perhaps what we could do is we could look at whether or not economic stress is falling for those who are partnered at baseline as well, and then try to link that to understanding our results with respect to IPV as the outcome as well. But I need to think about that more. Okay, great. So let me just briefly summarize. So in terms of just thinking about the channels through which access to housing is affecting IPV here, we find evidence in support of this physical separation, reduced exposure channel, as well as this indirect measure of reduced feelings of financial strain. And we don't find evidence that labor market outcomes are improving, which is different from this other literature on economic outside options that focuses on labor market opportunities. So that's the takeaway here is that we think we have a novel panel data set from the US that's directly capturing access to housing and IPV. We're seeing that the results are arguably coming from this long-term housing choice voucher, driven by physical separation channel, as well as evidence supporting reduced economic stress, not coming through improved labor market opportunities. And so in thinking about just approaches to addressing IPV, right, ways to reduce this really important and challenging societal problem, we think that providing access to housing may be operating through a separate channel than labor market opportunities that could be kind of a complementary way to approach this issue. Thank you so much for your comments, your advice, your questions. I look forward to hopefully talking to you more, although I'm holding you up from lunch, so please.
cats. Oh, yeah, the bell. Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. We are in the home stretch. We've got 2 terrific papers to close out the day. The first is by Emma and Hannah, and I think you're going to tag team the presentation, and Hannah, you're starting. You have an hour. Thank you.
Great. Well, Emma and I are really excited to talk with you all about our paper, Learning About Police Bias. I'm going to talk for the first half, and then I will pass on to Emma. Do you want a microphone?
Oh. Unless you want to stand right here, yeah, we can do the handheld mic.
Sure.
And then you won't be on the camera on Zoom if you care about that. It was an observation, not a suggestion.
Okay.
So whatever you want to do.
Okay, so here we go, learning about police bias. In a lot of high-stakes settings, decision makers learn about the world from other people. So for example, hiring managers learn about applicants from interviewers, editors learn about papers from referees like us, and prosecutors learn about defendants from police officers. And in all of these settings, the initial actor may misrepresent the underlying reality, potentially in discriminatory ways. Which means that the later decision maker faces a really difficult inference problem. They need to figure out what in the information that they're getting from earlier actors is real, and what just reflects shading or bias. But when there isn't like smoking gun evidence of bias, or where the information that they receive looks totally kosher and above board, the possibility for bias may not come into their mind, and they may simply take the information that they get at face value. And over time, they may start to internalize these reports from upstream actors into their beliefs. So for example, if a hiring manager hears enough times that women are just less qualified, or if prosecutors hear enough times that black people are just more criminal, they may start to believe it. So in this paper, we look to see what happens when downstream actors can directly monitor the earlier actors that are giving them information. So we look to see what happens to their beliefs about bias, and what happens to the ultimate disparities in their choices.
Sorry, Hannah, can you just make sure the mic is on? Is that...
Oh. It's possible that it... Hello?
There we go.
Okay, that makes more sense. Great. Okay, so our setting in this paper is prosecutors' response to information that they get from police. So first, we're going to test how monitoring the police impacts disparities in downstream outcomes. And to do this, we're going to use the staggered rollout of police body-worn cameras across North Carolina. As I'm sure many of you know, body-worn cameras are designed to record officers' official actions, including their arrests. And since footage is routinely shared with later actors, including prosecutors, that means that prosecutors now have additional information to cross-check the officer's account of what happened and to better understand what actually occurred in the case. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look to see how incarceration rates change after police start being recorded. Second, what we're going to do is we're going to look to see how prosecutors' beliefs about their cases shift in response to body-worn cameras. And to do this, we conducted a survey of about 200 prosecutors in North Carolina. And then we also link prosecutors' survey responses to their 500,000 cases to try to understand how the shift in their beliefs seems to affect their decision-making. Excuse me. I'm going to briefly preview our results. So first, we find that body-worn cameras reduce racial disparities in arrest rates, primarily by reducing low-level arrests that have close to no chance of leading to incarceration. Nevertheless, we also find that body-worn cameras reduce racial disparities in incarceration rates. So what we see is that the bulk of the incarceration effect can be explained by post-arrest decision-making as opposed to changes in the rate or the composition of arrests. So we use our survey of prosecutors to try to get at mechanisms. And first, what we see is that prosecutors' beliefs about their cases do seem to shift in response to more exposure to body-worn footage. So specifically, we see that prosecutors who've had longer exposure to body-worn camera footage say on the survey that there are smaller differences in the crimes committed by Black people and by white people, and instead that there's more bias in the system, that perceptions of crime differ for Black people and for white people. Prosecutors with more exposure to body-worn camera footage also say on the survey that police reports are less reliable, and so presumably shouldn't just be taken at face value. And what these results suggest is that prosecutors may have had inaccurate beliefs and that body-worn cameras allow them to update toward a new reality. And our back-of-the-envelope calculation suggests that about a quarter of the total incarceration effect can be explained by this updating channel. The last thing that we do in this paper is we investigate the source of these biased beliefs. And we find suggestive evidence that these beliefs may, at least in part, originate from some prosecutors just taking the police report at face value. So this paper contributes to 3 literatures. First, the literature on monitoring. So there are a lot of papers that investigate how monitoring affects behavior. And most of this work really focuses on the impacts on agents who are themselves being monitored. So for example, how does monitoring workers affect worker productivity? How does monitoring politicians affect political corruption? And even in our setting, how does monitoring police affect police behavior on the streets? So we have a different focus in this paper. We investigate how monitoring affects decision makers who are not themselves being monitored, but instead who rely on information from actors who are. We also contribute to the literature on body-worn cameras by evaluating their impacts after the arrest stage. To our knowledge, there's only one other working paper that also does this. And then finally, this paper contributes to the literature on systemic discrimination. Most of the work in economics is sort of focused on the challenges of identifying where bias comes from when decisions are produced by multiple stages, so by multiple actors in a sequential system. And there's a lot of recent work that has found that later actors sometimes pass through disparities that they inherit from earlier actors in the system. So our main contribution in this paper is to model and measure why later actors sometimes pass through biases from earlier in the system. So in this paper, we use 3 main data sources. So first, we use administrative data from the North Carolina court system, and this allows us to see each individual's initial arresting charges, conviction and sentencing outcomes, as well as the prosecutor handling the case. To figure out body-worn adoption timing, we start with a Bureau of Justice Statistics survey of large law enforcement agencies' body-worn usage, and then we validate and kind of supplement this BJS survey with our own research efforts. So we looked online at news coverage of body-worn adoption and cold called like all the law enforcement agencies across the state. That was really fun. With the help of RAs. These efforts together allowed us to pinpoint body-worn adoption for over 3/4 of the cases in our sample. And then finally, we use our survey of prosecutors that we administered in 2020. Emma will say a bit more about the details of the survey. Okay, so when Emma and I were working on this project, we really wanted to understand more how body-worn was actually used in practice. So we conducted a series of informal interviews with prosecutors and judges,
And these conversations were really, really fun, but we also learned a lot, so we wanted to share some of what we learned with y'all today. So one thing that we were told is that body-worn footage almost always exists when you would expect it to. So in other words, it almost always exists when there was a police officer who was involved with making the arrest. And consistent with this, there's a recent paper that finds that over 90% of cases have some body-worn footage associated with it. And this paper was in Cook County. Another thing we were told is that footage is routinely watched by both sides, so both by the prosecutor and by the defense. And the reason why this is it's like really important evidence for the case. So in some cases, we were told it can really nail down guilt by like directly showing the criminal conduct in question, or sometimes even it'll show like the suspect confessing on camera. But in other cases, the body worn can kind of swing the other way and reveal to the prosecutor or to the judge that the conduct was actually less severe than what they had initially imagined, or even that they should dismiss the case entirely. Like formal intervention just doesn't make sense. So many of the anecdotes that we were hearing indicated that body-worn footage allowed prosecutors and judges to learn about a specific case. So sometimes to help them understand that the way that the cop had characterized the underlying conduct was more of a judgment call than they had initially realized. So one judge told us, for example, that there was a case where a cop pulled somebody over for weaving, and then he said, okay, I like went and looked at the body worn, and I thought to myself, where's the weave? It looks like the guy's just driving and turning around a road. I think I did that on my way to work this morning. And then some prosecutors and judges suggested that like watching the footage helped them to see that maybe the legal justification for the stop wasn't quite as solid as they thought, or that the cop used inappropriate force to effectuate the arrest. But prosecutors and judges also said things that suggested that the footage allowed them to learn about defendants and to learn about police more broadly across all of their cases, even if the footage didn't change their view about that specific case. So, for example, many prosecutors said that they had become more skeptical of vague justifications for stops and searches like weaving, seeming nervous, trouble finding ID, things like that. And then several prosecutors mentioned that they had become more attuned to language that cops use to sanitize their use of force. So many said that it was like passive language, that was actually a red flag to them if they saw that in the police report. And one prosecutor said that he learned over time that if he read something in the police report like the suspect was assisted to the ground and put in handcuffs, what that really means, if you were to look at the body worn, is 3 officers brought the suspect to the ground. So I think all of these stories really suggest that body cam can change post-arrest decision-making, but like also, of course, it can change how officers behave on the street since police know they're being monitored. So for that reason today, we're first going to show you how body-worn cameras affect arrest rates, and then we're going to look downstream and we're going to see how they affect incarceration rates. So this pretty map shows the staggered rollout of body-worn cameras across North Carolina. You can see in light blue the early adopters in 2014 and 2015. I was born in Greensboro. That was the earliest adopter in 2014. And then you can see the places highlighted in red are places that still have not adopted body-worn cameras. So reassuringly, early adopters and later adopters have almost indistinguishable baseline rates of arrests and incarceration, and that's true both for Black people and for white people. So to identify body-worn cameras effects, we run a stacked difference in differences, where we exclude from the control group places that have already adopted body-worn cameras. And then we also show robustness to alternative estimators. So Emma and I were very worried about like why some places adopted body-worn cameras earlier versus later. And so we really spent some time digging into the institutional context to better understand what was going on. And specifically, we looked at local news coverage of body-worn, and then we also looked at city council minutes discussing body-worn cameras as a reform. And what we saw overwhelmingly was that the debate was not about whether to adopt them, but it was about how to finance them. So body-worn cameras were really popular across stakeholder groups, maybe surprisingly even among police chiefs and sheriffs. And so the sticking point was typically how to fund them. It turns out storing footage is expensive. There's like a lot of footage. Another thing that we learned is that many jurisdictions in North Carolina relied on federal funding rather than local funding for body-worn, so the timing of implementation was less under local control. And because of all of these funding logistics, on average, there was a 2-year gap, just over a 2-year gap, between when a place first started talking about body-worn cameras and when they were ultimately rolled out to patrol officers. Okay, so this figure is showing the impact of body-worn cameras on arrest rates and event study space. So on the x-axis is the number of years from body-worn adoption. On the y-axis is per capita arrest rates for adopting places relative to places that will adopt later. Black people are shown in blue. White North Carolinians are shown in orange, red. And what you can see in the years leading up to adoption is that trends in arrest rates look really similar in places that are about to adopt body-worn as opposed to places that will adopt them later. But then, after body-worn is adopted, arrest rates for Black North Carolinians start to diverge in places that adopt. So they fall by about 7% in the 5 years after body-worn relative to the 5 years before, with very little change for white people. So as a result, there's a meaningful reduction in arrest rate disparities. And yes.
Paul had a question, so I'm going to hand it over to Paul, and I also had a question.
Oh, great.
I mean, it's very uncommon for you to go from 0 to every officer having bias. So when you say adoption, can you just, like, what does that actually mean?
So, great. I'm going to try not to go into the weeds too much. So what we did was we figured out when a law enforcement agency was able to roll out their cameras to most of their patrol officers. That was the way we phrased the question when we would call and ask. Very often what you'll see is there's like a pilot program where 2 or 3 officers will get it, and then maybe a year later or 2 years later, the idea is like all of the beat officers get it. But unfortunately, we were not able to see reliably the law enforcement agency that was responsible for the particular arrest in the court records. We were only able to see the county that was involved. So when we make the treatment indicator, we are aggregating law enforcement agencies into counties for the purposes of treatment. And the way we're deciding that you're treated is is at the point when 50% of officers in that county are in a law enforcement agency that has rolled out cameras to all of the beat officers. Does that answer the? So in our control group are going to be places where there are some usually smaller law enforcement agencies that do have body cam, but they're less than 50%. And then typically a year later, they'll cross the 50% threshold.
So maybe it's a little surprising to not see pre-trends because actually
there is some stuff happening. Yeah, I mean, if you look at there are a lot of ways to read these patterns after body-worn is adopted, but one thing that kind of jumps out is it looks like the effects compound over time. I think a lot of things could be driving that. I do think it's, a lot of what's going on is, I think, in part, is that the technology is getting better, people are learning how to use it better. This is maybe more important for explaining the downstream effects than the arrest effects, but a couple years after places adopt, typically they will get like a better round of cameras and things. So you're right, there's not like a sudden change at a particular point. Yeah.
It might be useful just to show like a first stage of take-up that would answer this question, I think. See how long it like how long it takes for it to plateau. The other thing, I just had a clarifying question.
Within a county?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure I
Yeah.
understand.
So like the statistic you used was it has to reach 50% or more. Just take that statistic and plot that on the y-axis, and so we
Over
can see,
time to see what's happening. Yeah.
Um,
I only know anecdotally. I have not actually looked at that, so that's
Okay.
that's a great idea.
Because maybe
yeah.
it actually just is like a level increase, and then it really doesn't matter how you calculated it. The per capita arrest rates, is that normed by each race's share of the population?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I had two questions. So the first one is arrest. Is that in your court data, or do you have separate data for arrest?
We do not have separate data for arrests, so we're using cases that exist in the North Carolina AOC data, but Evan and Yotam's paper shows that, like, I don't think I'm going to get this right, 93.3% of bookings end up showing up in the AOC records, so that's why we're calling it, like, arrests. But really, we're seeing court cases that...
I think it would be helpful, though, to say, you know, if prosecutors can see the footage at charging, because, yeah, it's like small changes could, I think, first of all, I prefer just being, like, you know, the precision of saying these are charge cases, even if you say I want to interpret them as arrests. But also, do you think that it's possible that prosecutors are changing their charging decisions based on available footage?
So, I mean, we wouldn't be able to see if an arrest comes in and say there's a screening unit in a big office and they think, you know what, we're just going to get rid of this case and it's not even going to enter the system at all. That wouldn't show up. So I do think that's possible.
It's worth, like, even, I don't remember how they say 93%, but whatever metric they have, maybe you can use that to see whether there are differences. And then whether there are changes over time with the adoption of the body-worn cameras in that metric that gave them the 93% number.
My recollection is that they're looking specifically at Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Does that, yeah. But we could, I think being precise, these are court cases and we're interpreting them as arrests, yeah.
And then my second question, so Bokar presented a paper on Wednesday about, you know, changes in police departments that happen, in his case, in the aftermath of protests. And his point is, like, many things changed. Okay, it's a different time period, but, like, departments typically have a bundle of interventions.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that's, or is that something you're going to talk about later?
I think Emma might talk about that later, but I'll just say briefly, like, what we saw is that most of the time body-worn cameras and also dash cams, they were typically introduced at the same time, but not with a bunch of other interventions, at least based on the minutes that we looked at. But one thing that we did do was we checked the robustness of our results to excluding jurisdictions that implemented de-biasing trainings or de-escalation trainings at the same time as body-worn. There were a few places that did that, but not as many as you might think. The reason why we looked at those two interventions in particular is that those are the two most common interventions, at least in North Carolina at this time.
Yeah, I think you can use his data, though, the same data he uses to just maybe have a comprehensive view of, like, what else was adopted around the same time.
Because these are national data that he, okay, great. Yeah. That's a great idea, thank you. Yeah.
Back on. Discretization, which is very common in the literature of the treatment, is one way to describe it is it's iatrogenic measurement error. This is the Bollinger and Chandra phrase, right? It's measurement error induced by the researcher. There's a benefit because a lot of our methods are designed for binary treatments, but there is a cost. In this instance, why did you think that the costs exceeded the benefits of just doing a continuous treatment?
I definitely think a continuous treatment is something that we could explore. I think, at least at this juncture, I don't have, like, a great reason for you, except that the paper, because of the survey stuff at the end, got really, really fat. And so the appendix was already really, really long, but I think that would be a very reasonable thing to add to our appendix. Yeah. Emma, do you have other thoughts about the continuous measure?
I mean, we probe robustness to different thresholds, and it's not very sensitive to that. I think we were worried that the BJS and our own surveys
Already.
aren't that good at getting like intensive margin. We can kind of ask them, when did most beat officers have it? But that just gives us, like, most versus not most, but not like 75%
Guess I was thinking more of the aggregation of the jurisdictions
Yeah, you
within
were thinking
counties
of, like,
rather than the within jurisdiction ramp up from
There's
some to
definitely
all, but
measurement
yeah.
error in the first thing, but I do think we have some sense that like 75% of law enforcement agencies, once you weight by officers, have it. So like, yes, I think we could.
I
we
mean, I
could do
think
some.
one other just institutional piece of things that maybe is helpful here is a lot of these places have one big police departments and then much, much smaller offices. And so I think oftentimes the timing is just when did that biggest police department get it?
The correlation when you look at treatment based on when does the biggest place get it and our measure is similar. So yeah.
Awesome. So passing the baton.
Yes.
So here I'm just going to show you a little bit about what types of arrests are actually changing. So here on the x-axis, we have different types of substantive offenses organized by how often arrest charges in those categories actually lead to a prison sentence. So these public order and drug possession cases, they respectively have a 0.02% chance of leading to incarceration and a 1.5% chance. And these are where we're really seeing reductions in arrest rates, particularly for Black North Carolinians in the affected places. So when we think about those overall arrest changes, they're largely being driven by these very low-level types of arrests. And that makes a lot of sense. These are the arrests that police have the most discretion over. There's not typically going to be a victim or a witness who might put independent pressure on the police to bring forward an arrest. So if this were the only thing happening, we'd really expect the effects to kind of end at the arrest stage. We wouldn't really expect any movement in incarceration or a lot of other downstream outcomes. But nonetheless, we see big reductions in incarceration for Black people in these places that adopt body-worn cameras relative to other places within North Carolina at the same time. So this is the same picture that Hannah showed you before, but now the outcome is per capita incarceration rates rather than per capita arrest rates. And incarceration here, we mean people entering into the prison system, not the stock of people in prison. And so you can see that for Black North Carolinians, it actually reduces incarceration rates for them by almost 11% and reduces about 14% of the baseline disparity in incarceration. Okay, so here is our robustness check that has become now a little maybe obligatory, where we just do all the different estimators. Here, two-way fixed effects would work fine. That's the light blue one. We prefer the stacked estimator in black, but you'd get similar things if you used your favorite estimator from this new literature. Some things that Hannah mentioned a little bit before is you might want to drop some of the places where you'd be most concerned that there was another bundle of things being introduced at the same time. So we find similar things when we drop counties that elect a new sheriff around the same time. We also can just focus in on places that used only federal funding and not local funding, where the federal funding is particularly the timing of that is hard for these localities to directly control. Okay. So then we can also kind of more formally test this idea that a lot of these are happening from post-arrest changes rather than changes in arrests. And so to do that, we use, yes?
I wouldn't see it in your empirical model yet, but do you have anything controlling for the types of police officers that are being hired during this time? Because it might just not be like the arrest is going down because of the body cameras, but because now you're hiring more diverse officers, that could change the arrest rates as well.
Yeah, that's a great point. So we have not looked at the race of the officers. We'd have that in a select set of places, but that would only come from sort of the BJS surveys, which we only have sporadically. There's more frequent information on police officer turnover, and we do see a slight uptick in exit rates when a place adopts body-worn camera. So I think some of it may be a compositional shift in who these officers are. We've done some robustness to basically let's get rid of the neighboring counties from the control group, because you'd think officers are likely to move probably pretty locally, and that doesn't change things a ton, although I think the direction kind of moves in the way you might expect.
Question about your next slide, the decomposition.
Yes.
So suppose I'm a totally, colorblind prosecutor, and all the police are racist, and the only black people leave and help themselves to the ground or whatever, right? Now I'm a prosecutor, I can't prosecute those cases, whereas before I could. That's not really attributing anything to the prosecutor. The prosecutor is just, mechanically saying, can I make this case go? If yes, great. If not, no.
For sure. So basically, we attribute 16% of the incarceration changes to changes in the rate and composition of arrests. So that is probably almost certainly not the prosecutor directly. This post-arrest change could be lots of things. So we're going to end up saying a quarter of the total could plausibly be attributed to changes in prosecutors' beliefs based on our survey evidence. That still leaves a ton of this pie chart that we're not explaining. I think some of that is that there's other changes in how prosecutors behave, not just their beliefs overall, but how they respond to specific cases. But also defense attorneys are using this, judges are using this. Prosecutors are definitely not the only ones in the post-arrest system. Okay. But to get a little more traction here, we're going to zoom in on the prosecutors because it was hard enough to survey them. It would have been awesome to survey the judges and defense attorneys as well, but ran out of bandwidth eventually. So we surveyed prosecutors in North Carolina. This map is less pretty than the earlier version, but still, not too bad. The places in black were the 16 offices that chose to participate in our survey of prosecutors. Luckily, we did have participation from the 4 largest offices in North Carolina that are in the biggest cities. And the district attorney in each of these offices was the one that emailed out the survey to prosecutors. So we got reasonably broad-based participation, and it was pretty representative of the prosecutors within that office. So the race and politics, for example, of the participating prosecutors looks kind of like everyone else in the office. And so we ended up getting 200 prosecutors to participate. About half of them chose to do Zoom debriefs with us after taking the survey. I think this was partly because it was COVID and they were bored. The courts were closed and they just wanted to schmooze with us. But it was nonetheless very informative. And those prosecutors were fairly prolific, so they handled 500,000 cases over the course of our data. Okay, so I'm first going to talk to you about how exposure to body-worn cameras shifts prosecutors' beliefs, and thus what that says potentially about the accuracy of their beliefs before they have this more objective information. And then I'm going to say a few suggestive things about potentially where those biased beliefs are coming from. So to illustrate our design, I'm going to go through some specific examples. So because I've spent too much of my life stalking prosecutors, these are some guys' LinkedIn profile pictures, where you can see Matt S. here. He started in Greensboro in 2013, and Daniel H. started in Greensboro a few years later. Greensboro, Hannah's hometown, we will remember, was an early adopter of body-worn cameras. They adopted in 2014. So by the time we surveyed these guys, they had very different cumulative exposure to body-worn. Matt S. here had 7 years, and Daniel H. had 3. And so maybe the most natural thing to do would be to say, well, does Matt S. have different beliefs than someone like Daniel H.? And that would partially capture any effect of exposure to watching this footage. But of course, just generally, having more experience as a prosecutor might mean that you have different experiences and different beliefs about the system, regardless of access to this footage. So to handle that, we're going to add a second comparison. Alex P. and Brad P. here started in Raleigh the same times as our first 2 guys. But Raleigh was a relatively later adopter. They adopted in 2018, And so by the time we surveyed these two guys, they had exactly the same exposure to body-worn camera, despite having differences in tenure. And so if these guys have different beliefs, we can plausibly attribute that to just the effect of prosecutorial experience overall, not to any differences in exposure to body-worn. So we're going to do a difference in differences, comparing differences across prosecutors, where differences in tenure translate into differences in exposure, vis-a-vis in other places where those same differences in tenure don't matter for your exposure to body-worn. Specifically, we're going to regress beliefs on how many years you had access to body-worn camera footage when we surveyed you, with fixed effects for the tenure and county. Okay, any questions on the design? Okay, so the first thing that we're going to actually, yeah.
Do you think it's an interesting piece of variation to think about people who have experience working in this office without the existence of body-worn cameras, who then transition to it, versus somebody who just comes in and that's the only environment they've ever experienced? Like, because they can't do belief updating. It's just they only have lived in this.
Yeah, I think that that would be very interesting. I think we've tried to do some things with that because we can see people's total experience as a prosecutor if they've worked elsewhere in North Carolina. We run into kind of like power issues to be able to basically say anything, but I think that's a good point that like that may change how you interpret some of these estimates. Yeah.
This is an awesome slide. Let's start out with that. This is really cool. Is there a reason other than simplicity to like the linear dose response function?
Also a great point. We've done some things where we've looked at like how certain beliefs change with years of experience, like measured in terms of like quantiles, and the patterns look like roughly linear. We can't reject that they're linear. I think it's a good point that maybe we should bring some of that back into at least an appendix so people can look at it.
And I just also was wondering if there's other literatures, like of psychologists or other people kind of studied the dose-response relationship between new information and changes in beliefs.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, we could look more into that. Okay, great. So now that we have some sense of the design, I'm going to talk to you about, so what are these beliefs that we're actually recovering? We're going to have sort of two categories of beliefs. One is going to be their beliefs about where disparities in the criminal justice system come from, and the other is going to be how reliable they think police are in general. So when we piloted the survey in 2019, prosecutors did not want to say anything about race. Basically, we heard a lot of things consistent with that earlier paper that suggests that their default is just to say, like, race doesn't enter my decision-making at all, I don't see race, things of that nature. So we modeled our ultimate question on the general social survey. So we first told them, disparities exist in your world. Black people in North Carolina are much more likely to have severe outcomes in the criminal justice system than white people. We're interested in your theories about what could drive those disparities. And so we asked them about some sources that are maybe make those disparities justifiable. So in orange, black defendants tend to have more severe past criminal conduct, or they have more severe current criminal conduct. We also asked them about perceptions of conduct. So the current conduct of a black person is just perceived to be more severe than the same conduct committed by a white person. We then also asked them a couple of explanations that we wouldn't expect to be shifted by body-worn camera. So for example, black defendants tend to have lower quality legal representation. So then we can use our exposure design to look at how these beliefs tend to correlate with prosecutors' body-worn camera exposure, conditional on their tenure and their county. And we see that prosecutors with more of this exposure tend to systematically think that disparities in outcomes can be less attributed to racial differences in past or current conduct. Instead, they think more of these disparities are driven by differences in how the same conduct is perceived if the defendant is black versus white. And then we don't see any movement in beliefs that we wouldn't expect to be shifted by exposure to body-worn camera, like the quality of legal representation. So overall, this is starting to paint a picture where watching this footage reveals instances where the police officer was not giving the prosecutor sort of an accurate account of events, either because it was just pretty much of a judgment call, or because there was active evidence of some sort of bias. Yes?
These are huge, right?
They are very large.
This is coefficient on years, right? This is the linear dose response function. So if you've been exposed for 5 years, it's kind of 25 on a scale of 0 to 100.
Yes.
That seems really big. I mean, how should I think about that?
I think that, yes, the point estimates are very large. The standard errors are also reasonably large. I think some of that may be because for some of these questions, they were fairly polarizing. So for example, the perception of conduct one, there were a lot of prosecutors who were like, there just are no differences in the perception of conduct by race, and others that said that that actually drove a lot of the disparities. So I think some of these may be a little inflated by when people move on these surveys, they kind of move a lot. So I think some of the like exact estimates may be a little difficult to interpret just because like we were asking them these sliders and they were kind of like pulling them in different directions, but I think that's a great point.
Could you guys try a specification where you like binarize it, where it's like you acknowledge that this could be a factor, or you are at the edge and you say 0 or whatever?
Yeah, we've done things like that. We've also, the one that I'm most confident in saying off the top of my head is like, we look at just we categorize prosecutors whether they think that disparities are more driven by conduct or more driven by these perceptions of conduct. And that shows like a similar overall pattern. But it might be nice to report that number because that might be a little more interpretable.
So if I understand the argument correctly here, it's that the effect is being driven by a change in the information that the prosecutors are getting in their cases. But what's also changing from your, based on your earlier results, is the racial composition of cases overall that they're getting. So I'm thinking it would be interesting to look at, put a measure of like the racial composition of the lifetime set of cases that these prosecutors have seen, and do the same regression you just did to see if a prosecutor that's had more years with body-worn cameras has a smaller share black in the set of cases appearing in their court. That might be some of what's driving this.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Most of the prosecutors we surveyed, so I think we should definitely just do that directly, but most of the prosecutors we surveyed are in superior court, so like the more severe thing, as opposed to district court that's handling a lot of the drug possession and public order offenses. So I think that mechanism could be like really big in the misdemeanor court and is probably a little attenuated in the felony court where most of these guys are operating, but I think we should do that directly.
I think it's a very nice point, and even though most of the prosecutors that we surveyed are in superior court, typically you start out in misdemeanor land and then you work your way up. And so depending on when they started, they may have been exposed to the change in the racial composition that you're describing with low-level arrest. I think it's an interesting.
If you're able to track them and construct this prosecutor-level lifetime exposure measure, I think that would be an interesting thing to show it's impacted by this treatment.
Yeah, definitely.
I wonder if there's also an issue of sort of what Dennis might call omitted payoff bias. I was thinking 45 years ago, Alan Dershowitz did this thing where he called the rules of the criminal justice game, where he said when prosecutors and judges are confident that the defendant is guilty, they will pretend to believe police accounts that they know are false. So we assisted your intimate partner violence defendant to the ground. And they were like, yeah, we understand this was BS, but the guy did the crime, so I'm going to pretend to believe it. And there's a sense that the body-worn cameras kind of forces them to confront makes that transparent.
Yeah, I think that's a really interesting interpretation. I mean, prosecutors told us, more charitable versions of that same story. They were basically like, if all you hear is this account from the police officer, it's a reasonable default to assume that it's true, and especially if maybe it is true, like over half the time. Then if they don't have body-worn camera footage, it's reasonable to just assume that 60% is 100% without more information. Yeah, I think that's an interesting.
So related to that, not a question about the econometrics, but about mechanisms. So again, suppose, only black people are told to be are written to be weaving, right? And I, as a prosecutor, then maybe I have very skewed beliefs, right? And maybe you're fixing this. Body-worn camera is actually fixing that. So far though, it's not clear that the belief is the thing that's changing the prosecutor versus I now just can't, I can't arrest these people or I can't charge these people. It's not going to work. And so fine, the belief is there in the background, but the belief isn't actually payoff relevant for the prosecutor. Like, I guess what I'm saying is so far, you've thoroughly convinced me that arrests change and beliefs change, but not necessarily therefore, beliefs change, or like the beliefs changing therefore leads to the incarceration change.
Yeah, so point well taken. Maybe I'll respond to this question, then circle back to your question, Sean. So I'll speed up here for a second and come back to this. So I think the most direct way we can do this, we do it in two ways in the paper. I'm going to mainly show you one, but I'll talk through the other as well. So if we apply our exact same exposure design, but to prosecutors' estimated impacts on incarceration disparities in their actual cases, relative to other people handling the exact same rotation of cases, we find this similar sort of story where prosecutors who have more past exposure to body-worn cameras, even relative to their peers who have the same current exposure, they systematically reduce disparities in their cases. So here, the numbers are maybe a more reasonable magnitude of 0.3 percentage point reduction in disparities per year of exposure, which represents 4% of black defendants' incarceration rates. This is the way I think is slightly easier to understand, to be honest. The other way we do this that comes up with almost the exact same number is we say, what if we look at the relationship between these beliefs here and prosecutors' disparate impacts in their cases? So how much does believing that disparities are really justified by past conduct predict that prosecutors are going to themselves increase disparities because they think, well, it's more justified to begin with? And then scale those relationships by how much the beliefs change. That yields, and then add them all up, that yields a very similar change in predicted disparities. So it sort of suggests we're basically using the heterogeneity across prosecutors in these beliefs to try to tie it, at least suggestively, back to the prosecutor's belief changes.
And so I disagree. I think this is the most beautiful slide.
Yeah, it's nice to add a couple more points, definitely. Sean, did you have a question?
Yeah, sure. First of all, this is a really cool paper. And I will say that Jens has informed me that I'm in danger of losing my streak of pointing out to people that they didn't cite papers from criminology, and there's only one paper left. So, there are two papers that look at downstream effects that just got published in criminology, one in criminology and public policy, and one in experimental criminology. I've sent your paper to both of those authors because I think your paper adds a dimension they don't have, so it's really cool. Doesn't devalue your paper at all, but I think it's useful if you talk to each other because you're looking at very similar things. But the question I had is, there is a consistent finding in criminology literature, which just papers on sentencing, that there is a racial difference in incarceration, right? So the one thing that everyone finds is incarceration is there's a racial disparity in whether or not people go to prison, controlling for everything else. And it's almost completely driven by pretrial detention. So I did a search on your paper and I didn't find the word pretrial detention, so I'm assuming you didn't control for it, or maybe you did. But the biggest issue being that African American will be more likely to be detain pretrial and then plead guilty to time served, and or have suspended sentences. So I was curious if that's, I know that exists in the North Carolina data. I was curious if you sort of thought about that or looked at that in terms of possibly explaining your effects. And the last thing is, did you think about looking at the rotation of the judges as a way to help you sort of separate some of the problems you're having with the, the fact that your effects are kind of lagging in, whereas the judges are rotating in North Carolina, which is kind of a different feature, which, could affect some of these things in terms of evidence that's allowed, things like that. And last real quick thing is that there's a consistent finding that African Americans are more likely to have their cases dropped prior to conviction. And that's that there's racial disparity in the direction against of what you're thinking. And I was curious as to how that affects your results, because I couldn't parse out the conviction versus incarceration component by looking at your results.
Yeah, thanks so much. So to answer some of those questions in some linear-ish order, so in the body-worn camera evaluation, we look at jail time and we look at conviction rates, and we do find that the likelihood people spend time in jail falls, particularly for Black people in North Carolina after body-worn camera, and also conviction rates fall. We have not done a decomposition to say, well, how much of the reduction in pretrial detention could be explaining the incarceration effects. I think that would be a great thing to explore. And then in terms of these results, we've largely focused on the incarceration margin, partly because of the institutional details within North Carolina for what prosecutors can kind of most influence, but thank you. But I think it would be nice to also extend these to include those other outcomes.
So this is kind of a reflection on Jeff Smith's comment that the coefficient seems very large. The coefficient is what's happening, how much extra effect you're seeing per year of exposure to the body cameras. And two things are going on. One is the prosecutors are reviewing more tapes, and presumably that's the effect that I think you're focusing on. But then there's the upstream effect, or downstream, the other effect of you would kind of hope that as the prosecutors find the cops are incredible, this would change what the cops report. And if the cops' bad behavior is declining, that would tend to make the effect of an extra year of exposure less. And so I'm kind of, I'm in some sense even more struck by the size of the coefficient when I realize there should be something else going on in the background that would kind of go the other way. And then the question is there anything are the police reports public? Could you have, modern text, whatever, analyze how the police reports themselves are changing over time?
Yeah, so totally take your point that it could be, this is sort of more surprising, maybe particularly in their confidence in police overall, that I haven't directly talked through yet, that they're becoming less confident in police thinking they're more biased, even though probably cop behavior is improving. I guess Felipe offers sort of another interpretation of, it kind of depends on what prosecutors are updating to. Like if they just are updating to, now they see a more equal composition of Black and white defendants in their courtroom, and they're kind of using that to update those beliefs, then that could kind of compound this rather than go in the other direction. But yeah, I think it's a great point. As a brief aside, we have tried hard to get police reports. We tried to work with the Philadelphia district attorney on that, and ultimately gave up basically after about a year of trying to work through the data use agreement. But we very much agree with you. It'd be very interesting to see changes in language and that sort of thing as well. Yeah.
Have you thought about breaking up the incarceration analysis for departments that have gotten the cameras and those that haven't? Because I think it could help with the belief story, right? So if my beliefs are changing, the fact that this particular department doesn't actually have body cameras isn't necessarily super important, right? Because what I'm just learning by watching any body cameras, whether it's this department or someone else's, the cops kind of shade the truth and don't really provide fair reports. And that knowledge, to me, it seems like should spill over to other departments. So I'd just love to see that analysis. I think it'd be interesting.
Yeah, our data has pretty poor identifiers of like which agency made the arrest. So it's harder for us to see like untreated agencies versus treated agencies. We're doing things mainly at the county level, but I think there might be something we could do with that. So for parts of the paper, we're looking at like prosecutor movers just to validate that we have their causal effects on disparities. And it would be interesting if you're like a prosecutor who had a bunch of exposure to body worn, but now you've moved to an office that doesn't have it. Do we still see that you're reducing disparities? I think that could be a nice test.
So Sean's point about the literature made me think, sorry, I'm going back to the arrest thing. I don't think the body-worn camera literature on police behavior finds big changes in arrest or the compositions of arrest. Correct me if I'm wrong. But then I'm like, this is just bugging me. Can't you use UCR data to look? Is it just not available in the years you are looking at, like the UCR arrest by age, et cetera, to look at changes in arrests directly? Or can you speak about like how this finding on arrest, maybe it is charging, like maybe it isn't, but like maybe it is prosecutors who are using this footage even at the charging level?
Yeah, we should do that with the UCR data. A bunch of recent papers, so there was a literature from like 8 years ago on body worn that was sort of closer to the origins of it that was finding a lot of nulls of like no impacts on arrests. The most recent papers are finding much larger impacts on arrests, including some RCT evidence. So I think that there has been some changes over time in sort of like what people are finding. It's definitely not universal that people find reductions in arrest rates. Okay. So 5 minutes. Okay. Well, I'll just summarize this briefly. So we asked prosecutors about their certainty in police. So we asked them both, how certain are you of what the defendant actually did after reading the police report and at the final disposition? So this is our way of sort of going in the back door to understand prosecutors' trust in police. We thought if we asked them directly, like, do you think police are sometimes lying to you? They would basically say no or just skip the question. So this is the way we went about it. And what we can see is that reassuringly prosecutors think they know what happened when the case is disposed, but they vary a lot in how certain they are just after reading the police report. And this question was not very polarizing across prosecutors, not by their politics or their race. We think that's partly because of the relatively neutral wording and because we asked this before we said anything about race on this survey. And so just to make this result then a little less mysterious, we're seeing that prosecutors who have more body-worn camera exposure think that they can be less certain that they know exactly what happened in the case solely after reading the police report itself. So this is overall consistent with this story where prosecutors, after seeing this footage, despite maybe the police getting more reliable, they're believing that the police can be relied on a bit less suggestively, and also that there's more bias in the system. Okay, so we do this back of the envelope both ways to try to understand how much this can explain of our overall incarceration effect of body-worn cameras, and explain about a quarter, suggesting there's still plenty of scope for other actors to be changing or prosecutors to be changing in other ways. So in my last very short amount of time, I'm going to say a few words about the potential origins of these biased beliefs. For this, we're going to be thinking about the tendency prosecutors have to take police reports at face value and potentially internalize disparities they're getting from those earlier actors. So in general, before body-worn camera adoption, we see that prosecutors who say they're much more certain of what happened just after reading the police report tend to increase disparities quite a bit compared to other people handling the same rotation of cases. So just trusting the police seems to potentially perpetuate disparities. if this is partially coming from a belief channel where these prosecutors who are really certain of police are also internalizing potentially biased reports from them, we'd expect these gaps to grow as prosecutors gain experience, because these certain prosecutors would be internalizing a more disparate picture of the world over time. And so that's exactly what we see. So the x-axis is the prosecutor tenure. This is their disparities relative to other people handling similar cases in their unit. And so what we see is these prosecutors who really trust what they're receiving from the police, their disparities increase a lot with their tenure, consistent with them seeing these disparities in police reports, trusting that they're accurate, and coming to increasingly just think that disparities in actual conduct are much bigger than they initially perceived. So I am out of time, but I will just conclude by showing you the conclusion.
Thank you, that was great. And batting cleanup, we are ending with Orly, thank you. And you have an hour. Oh.
Thank you. Should I just take, is that on your microphone? Okay. I think I'm starting to understand the algorithm, because last year, Romaine was presenting the last paper on behavior in prison. So is that the 4 o'clock, the 3 to 4 o'clock slot is for what happens in prison? That's my guess. All right, thank you so much for those who are staying around. So today I'm going to tell you about a project, and I think can you control without? Thank you. About a project that I've been working on with Arnaud Philippe at Bristol University that started many years ago, was dormant for 10 years, and now has been revived with a different angle. So this is partially a paper about peer effects in prisons, but also this is a paper that has pushed me as part of a broader agenda to take into account what happens in prison, offending crime that happens in prison, in addition to what's happening on the outside. And so I'm going to start with our model that we typically have in economics. When we think about crime policy, we're going to start with Gary Becker. We think about different levers we have to reduce crime, right? We think that we can increase the likelihood of detection or the length of sentences, as well as outside options to influence crime, right? And so as economists, the way in which we've been thinking about incarceration is in how it influences crime on the outside. But what happens on the inside is not directly taken into account in our calculus of our different crime policies, when in fact we know that there is a lot of crime and violence happening inside of prisons. And so what I'm going to do in this project is start to think about the ways in which the policies we can think about are going to influence both crime on the outside, but also what is happening on the inside of prison. Okay, so that is really what I think is the broader thing, the place where I am at right now in a part of my research agenda, is thinking about how the policies we have, how taking into account crime that's happening inside of prison is going to change the way in which we think about our crime policies. So incarceration is supposed to have a dual mission. It's supposed to do two things. First, it has a long-term goal, which is to support re-entry once a person is released from prison, right? And there are some studies about, the ways in which what's happening, the kinds of programming you have, can influence what people do once they're released from prison. But they have another mission, which is to ensure in-prison safety, right? So what we don't know as much about is what policies promote in-prison safety, and especially in relationships. So there's literature in criminology. Sean, I know this is also your area of expertise, so I hope you will tell me what other papers I should cite in this literature. You can send me an email, okay. But I think these two literatures don't really talk to each other, right? You have people who think about how incarceration influences crime on the outside. You have people who study how our prison policies can influence what's happening inside of prison. What we're trying to do is bridge this gap between these two literatures. And victimization is extremely common in prison. So in the United States, Bruce Western estimates that it's about 5 times the victimization rate that happens on the outside.
Arlie, just to push back for a second, I mean, is it, can we assume that it's always in the objective of the policymaker to make prisons safe? I mean,
so
I feel like there are people who say that we shouldn't make prisons more accommodating environment or whatever because people are undeserving or something like
Yeah.
that. And this is part of the deterrence factor.
Yes, totally. So here I should say, so this is going to be a project out of France. And when you look at the mission statement of the Bureau of Prisons, when you look at the mission statement of, in France, the Ministry of Prisons, their mission statement states both things. You're supposed to, and there's a third one, which is like keep people locked in, like they can't run away. But that is really like, you know, it is part of their mission statement. Yes?
So you mentioned Bruce Western, and I'll say this publicly, and I know it's online, but his paper in Journal of Economic Perspectives has serious mistakes, including the way he cites the PREA surveys. So relying on him to actually give you reasonable estimates about what actually is going on in prison is a bad idea.
Okay, we have other in the paper too. I should say, you know, I was trying to get these numbers in France, and I'm kind of foreshadowing. Emma Hanna and I are working on a project with Megan Stevenson to get better numbers, so hopefully we will eventually. But the thing I'll say is it's very high. Let's just keep it at that. And not taking into...
It's not, though. So this is really, really important.
Okay,
because
please.
PREA basically... So everyone said all the victimization and all the rape in prison was really, really high. And we have to hijack BJS to do surveys of people in prison because it's so bad. And all of those surveys found it was much, much lower than anything anyone expected, even when it's been justified 3 different ways to Sunday. And in fact, there's actually studies that show for some people going to prison is much safer than not going to prison. So
please point us, like for other future work, please tell us where we should look.
I think it's a point of contention for me because they literally hijacked BJS for 5 years and didn't spend money on anything else except that, and then they ignore the very research that they insisted people must do. It's really annoying.
All right, so I'm going to make a weaker point, which is to say there is some violence happening in prison that is currently studied by some researchers who do not also consider crime happening on the outside. So I think this is an open question, and thank you for, I mean, unless you're like, and somebody else has the answer, I'm just going to say... So, okay, this is, please point us to what surveys, again, for our other research that I'll foreshadow at the end. So what I'm going to ask is whether there's trade-offs between safety in jail and rehabilitation, okay? So the particular policy I'm going to study is who you're incarcerated with, okay? And this has been a long-standing debate. This is a picture from France, and I'll tell you, France in 1903, I'll tell you what it represents. But there have been long-standing policy debates in prisons to figure out whether you should be incarcerated with people and or who you should be incarcerated with, right? So here, what I'm showing you right here is a picture from the Fresnes prison in France. And what was happening here is that there was a conference about alcohol abuse in that prison. At the time, people were incarcerated alone, and even when they went to a conference, as you can see, there was mechanical ways to separate these people. And so the theory at the time was that you don't want a person to talk to anybody else, because like this, they won't be able to learn anything in prison, so really focusing about what happens after. But being alone for a long period of time could have damaging effects on the person while they're incarcerated. And so these are the kinds of trade-offs that we're going to be thinking about. So here, this is a very challenging question to answer because basically you're going to need to have 3 ingredients. So the first thing is you need to have data measuring both what happens inside of prison and what happens outside of prison, right? Then second, you're going to have institutions that actually capture who people are interacting with. And then third, as always when you're trying to get causal effects, we'll want to have a source of exogenous variation in terms of who you're going to run into. And I'm hopefully going to convince you that France offers a really good setting to get all of these ingredients together. So what we have in this project is data on the exact cells in which each person is incarcerated for the universe of people who are incarcerated in France. And we also have very rich administrative data, so we're going to have many covariates about behavioral health and the place of residence that will be an important part of our analyses, as well as outcomes both inside of prison, so misconduct and within cell conflicts. And on the outside, we're able to measure reincarceration. That will be, I'll use recidivism for shorthand, but reincarceration is what we're going to be able to measure. And so what we're going to do is we're going to exploit quasi-random variation in who I am assigned with in my cells, knowing I'll tell you more in my institutional part of the talk, but people in France, think about it, they spend 18 to 22 hours a day incarcerated with a very small group of people. So that is the setting you should have in mind. So, preview of our findings. Consistent with some of the past literature, we find that networks built in jail increase future income-generating crimes, and that recidivism is also higher in my peers' place of residence, right? So I'm more likely to commit crimes where in the place where the person I was incarcerated with lived. Second, we're going to find that peers that are more similar to me in terms of age and place of residence are more influential. So this is consistent with, I think, a separate point literature we're contributing to, which is the fact that affinities foster network formation. We're also going to provide some evidence that this network formation starts even as a person is still incarcerated, so for some kinds of misconduct that we observe inside the jail setting. However, and this I think is the policy trade-off that we're thinking about in this paper, the very same similarity that is going to increase recidivism on the outside also decreases conflicts within cells. So it's likely that there will be a conflict between two people if they're similar in age, in crime type also, and in geographic residence. Lastly, we're going to provide some simulations to show you that who you're incarcerated with can reduce conflict, recidivism, but there are trade-offs between these two measures, short-term inside and longer-term outside. And so we think that this paper makes a few contributions. First, the part that I'm personally most excited about is the way in which we are encouraging researchers to integrate both these short-term and long-term outcomes. Peers, in particular, short-term meaning in prison, the kinds of peers you interact with influence both safety and recidivism, which leads to public safety trade-off, public safety on the inside, public safety on the outside. Second, we're going to provide causal evidence on in-prison conflict. And again, Sean, please feel free to disagree with me, you in particular, and others that have worked, and Sarah too. But we're going to consider in-prison violence and conflicts in addition to crime in the community. And that, I think, is something that, at least in economics, I think we undervalue when we think about prison and incapacitation in particular. Third, we're going to extend theory of peer dynamics to the context of crime policy. And we find that social proximity fosters both nonviolent interactions and criminal network formation. And there is something kind of nice about this setting that we are able to unpack homophily, right? A big problem in the peer effects literature is that we know that if you're more similar to someone, you're more likely to spend time with them. Here, we're going to argue that at least part of the variation in who I'm incarcerated with, it doesn't depend on me. And so we can provide some evidence that actually you do causally learn more from people who are more similar to you. And lastly, there are implications for institutional design and policy in terms of these trade-offs. All right. So I'm going to start with my, yeah, Olivier.
So Claudio and Giovanni have a new paper on conflict in prison and the exact location. So that's new. I saw it last week. They haven't published it yet. So that's important for you. And it is much higher violence in Italian prisons than outside. So it goes in your way. And the second thing is, I think in this data you have if people want to see a chaplain or something. And the big issue in French prison is Islam or something like that. Do you have any notion if those kids are second generation? Or, I mean, that's a huge level of homophily that you might miss if you're not, I don't think, you only know there's a chaplain and you don't know the religion, but maybe you could exploit that, I don't know.
Yeah, so I love your question, and I'm just going to answer quickly by saying, no, we don't have this measure of what religion you're affiliated to. We don't have a measure of religious affiliation. For those of you who don't know, this is, many of you, those who have talked to me know, in France you can't measure race or ethnicity, so I'm working on a separate paper to try and develop measures of race and ethnicity in France. I don't think we'll be able to apply this to this particular context, but I'm happy to tell you more about this. So we look at that. Yes, I'll tell you about this. I would love to have a 3-hour conversation with you. We should talk about this offline. But yes, but to answer your question, I won't be doing anything to control for race and ethnicity, again, for the typical data limitation reasons that exist in France. Yes?
Do you observe who the victims are of these crimes in prison? Because you could imagine that could affect recidivism.
Can you say more?
The idea here is, especially for violent crime, if you experience violence as a victim while you're in prison, are there costs to that for society later on because it affects violent behavior after you get out of prison?
Yeah. For conflicts in cells, so I'll tell you about this. So basically, hold your question. The short answer is maybe. And I'd love to think about how we would use that to look at your question, which I think is really interested. We haven't done it yet, but if you want to tell me how you think we could, based on the data we have, I'd love to hear more. All right, so first some background about incarceration in France. So here what I'm showing you is how France compares to European countries with a population of over 500,000. And so, by the way, these are the numbers from our time period. Incarceration rate in France has increased, but the incarceration rate was about 100 per 100,000. And so France is, in the middle, pretty representative of European countries. Of course, if I had the US, this would smush everything, but this tells you that relative to Europe, France is a higher incarceration country. A lot of the evidence we have about Europe is mainly about like Swedish or Norwegian prisons, so just lower incarceration rate over there. So in France, there are 3 types of correctional institutions. The first one, maison d'arrêt, and this is the big one I'll be telling you about. You can think about them as pretty similar to US jails. This is for people who are either pre-trial or whose sentences are less than 2 years. And then you have a second form of prison, centre de détention. They're similar to lower security prisons. This is for people who are already sentenced and who have 2 years remaining at the time when they're sentenced. And then maison centrale, these are high security prisons that are not included due to the sample restrictions we're making. So again, we're gonna really focus on these maisons d'arrêt, and so I wanna tell you a little bit more about what the carceral experience looks like for people who are incarcerated there. So the big feature you have to think about, especially for those of you who work more in US prisons or think more about these, people spend the majority of their times inside of the cell. So they spend they're allowed to 2 hours where you can go outside, but you spend 18 to 22 hours daily within a cell. You might, what leads to this variation is perhaps you have a job or you have some relatives visiting or something, and then you can spend less time inside. But think about this as spending a lot of time with a small group of people, right? So 80% of people are in cells with 2 or 3 people. So, sorry, you plus another person or plus 2 other people. And so there's a lot of overcrowding. You're allowed in France to have a single cell, but most people are doubled up. So think about the treatment we're going to talk about is spending 18 to 22 hours a day with this small set of well-defined people. So what data are we using? We're using administrative data with the records about what happened both during incarceration, and we're going to be able to measure recidivism. So the sample is people who are incarcerated between June 2016 and December 2022. And our main sample in order to measure recidivism is those who are released before December of 2019. We're going to limit ourselves to people whose sentence is shorter than 2 years. With respect to cell assignment, we know the exact cell number and dates in which each person was incarcerated. And so we're going to be able to construct who your cellmates are by seeing who was in that same cell during these same periods of time. We know offense types, so we can construct priors. We know, there's also a direct measure of priors in this data. We know sex and age. And then this will be important. We have responses to a behavioral survey at baseline. That allows, that's what Olivier was getting at. We can have a lot of rich information about the person, but neither their race, ethnicity, or religion. In terms of outcomes, we're going to consider 3 things. The first one is recidivism, new incarcerations within 1 year. The second one is facility-wide misconduct, which will be reported by correctional officers. And the third one is going to be within cell conflicts. And our measure for that is that you changed cells because of a conflict. So that goes to your question, which is to say, I'll know that you and I had a conflict. I don't know who started it. So this will make the victimization question a little bit difficult. Yes, Bentley?
do you have or can you get data on any kind of psychiatric evaluation, or whether they're taking any drugs as well?
Yep,
Because
I'll show you descriptive stats, maybe next, there you go. Yes,
Okay,
it's,
because-
exactly,
yeah,
thank you for setting this up.
Well, just one follow-up on that too, because
Yeah.
one of the things that can happen, like coming out of Cook County Jail, is whether or not they continue taking their drugs after they leave the jail.
Yeah, so I don't, this is a good question. So my co-author, Arnaud, he is more embedded into currently, I had access to like an older pool of the data, and he has access to the current pool of the data. And he's working on really cool other projects about what happens inside of prison, access to work, to activities. He has really great papers that are coming out of this line of work. I do not believe that there is data about health and access to healthcare other than you went to medicalized cell. I don't believe there is this data, but I think that would be, I will confirm with him, because you're right, I think this would lead to interesting projects. Okay, so this is showing you who this population is. So in some ways it's similar to the US population. The average age is 32 at time of incarceration, 4% of women, 75%. What we do measure is your nationality. So 75% of people who are incarcerated are French. And you can see that they face a lot of challenges. So 30% are illiterate. And again, this is self-reported data. This is the term they use. 58% report having substance abuse issues, and 19% having mental health issues. You can see that, so in terms of crime types, property, drug distribution, and violence are the top crime categories. The average sentence is 7.1 months, 5.4 of which are with some cellmates. On average, during that duration, people are incarcerated with 8 cellmates. The breakdown matches pretty much the prison population in terms of crime types. So in terms of outcomes, 17% of people are reincarcerated within 1 year for any types of crime. I should say most people in France who have a new criminal charge, that leads to reincarceration. So at least on that margin, we think we're capturing most of the people who were charged with a new crime. And then in terms of facility-wide misconduct, 51% are reported as having were reported at least once by a correctional officer, and 40% of people change cells at least once because of a conflict within their cell. Okay, so now this is important for our research design. How are cells actually allocated in French prisons? So first, obviously there's different kinds of facilities that are broken down by sex, age, and length of sentence. Then there's a second layer, which is the legal requirements within jails of who you can. Sean, did you have a question?
Yeah, your incarceration rate, is that the incarceration rate for anyone who's ever been to prison, or is that an exit cohort?
This is the contemporaneous. How many people, I think the numbers I gave you, 102 per 100,000, that's on January 1st, 2019.
For people who have ever been to prison, or people that
No,
are
this
released?
is contemporaneously. There's 100 people incarcerated per 100,000 on January 1st, 2019.
No, I'm talking about the reincarceration rate.
Oh, okay. So say this one more time. What is your question?
So there's a big difference between the reincarceration rate for an exit cohort versus
Yes.
the reincarceration rate for anyone who's ever been to prison.
This is the exit cohort.
Okay.
Yes.
Because it ends up oversampling the people who just keep coming back. And you did mention the way you just have to be careful about how to talk about it, because the rates are really different depending on if you're talking about people that ever go to prison versus people that are in any given cohort.
Yeah, this is, again, our sample of people, and I have to double check how many people show up twice. I believe we keep them right now, but we could keep your first incarceration spell within our sample. That's something we could easily do. Okay. All right, so then there are legal requirements within jails. So one that's important and that will lead to some of our variation, you cannot mix people who are pretrial and convicted. They need to be in separate cells. Second, there are different types of cells, so health, disciplinary, but also if I work or do certain activities, then I need to be in different kinds of cells. Oops. And then third, there's also informal rules which are common across facilities. For example, people who smoke or not, and that we observe, that is going to be one of the criteria, as well as language spoken. So they make sure that people who speak the same language would be incarcerated with other people who speak that same language. So why may a person meet different cellmates? Again, that's our treatment. We want to understand this really well. So the first reason is due to movements in and out of jail. So these jails are overcrowded, there's not a lot of capacity, and the first reason I can meet a person is whoever was in the cell when I start my prison sentence, when I start my incarceration spell, and or when these people leave, they leave before me, then new people will replace these people. So that is the first way in which I may meet different people. Then second, there can be administrative reasons. So my cellmate could move out because they have a health event that leads them to being in a medical cell. They have a disciplinary incident, that's why they leave, or they have a status reason. They were pretrial and they are sentenced before me, they change and another pretrial person would come in with me. The third reason, which is going to be something we're gonna think carefully about, is I can meet new cellmates if I have a conflict with my current cellmate. So, does that create endogeneity issues? First of all, 15% of cellmates are encountered after a conflict, meaning that 85% are encountered for other of these reasons. Second, I'm going to tell you a lot more when I go into our identification. We're going to use an instrumental variable approach, where we're going to focus on people I meet in my first month. That's how we operationalize this. And so the first cellmates I meet can be influenced by these conflicts. Third, we're going to offer you an alternative specification, which requires weaker assumptions about who I'm encountering and why. And then as a robustness for our recidivism measures, we're going to drop cellmates that I encountered after a conflict in cells. And also look at overcrowded jails where there's just less room for picking and choosing cellmates. Okay, so I'm going to go through each outcome in turn. First, I'm going to tell you about the effect of peers on recidivism, then jail-wide misconduct, and I'm going to end with in-cell conflicts before presenting the simulations. All right, so the baseline model, if you want to know what's the effect of cellmates on recidivism, would be to regress my recidivism on the number of peers I encounter who have different types of characteristics, right? So we're going to consider both the crime that my peers were charged with, but also where they come from, where, their age, and their crime time, I already said. Okay, so we're gonna control for the focal person's socio-demographic characteristics, their literacy, their health, their prior incarceration. So we're gonna be controlling for all of this, as well as include offense type fixed effects, prison fixed effects, and sentence length fixed effects. But you may still be concerned that our baseline specification would be biased if there's another variable z, which is correlated both with one type of outcome. So for example, we're going to consider recidivism for different types of crimes in different places. So if that z is correlated with one of these outcomes and not others, and one peer type and not others. So if there's a specific sorting that correlates with my peer's characteristics of on one dimension and my recidivism on another dimension, then you may be worried. And so what do we do in our primary specification? So first I'm going to tell you why we actually don't think this is a big problem, but also tell you how we address it if I have not convinced you that we don't think this is a big problem. So first, there's not a lot of room for cellmate optimization. I can't emphasize the extent to which there's just not that many cells in which you can put a new person in. So we have one way to measure this, which is to say, if a person leaves a cell, if there's a vacant slot, how long is this slot vacant for? So half of emptied beds are filled out within the same day, and 3/4 are filled out within a week. And sometimes in these cells, there are temporary cots, so these people hopefully shouldn't be replaced if there's this temporary cot. So there's not that much room for reallocating. Where a new person comes in tends to be where there's a slot that's available. And then the second thing I want to note is that what we're doing, we're not looking directly at the number of people you interact with, but the number of people of a certain type. And so what we want to say is that we're going to look at how different types of peers influence different kinds of recidivism, right? And so the kind of sorting you're going to have is going to be pretty specific, and this is, I'm already foreshadowing the spirit of the test we add. Mike?
So I don't know if there are any implications of this. It would be interesting whether or not, if, let's say there's a vacancy because there was a conflict, that the prison tries to put somebody in who they think will minimize the risk of future conflict in that. And so there's some kind of specific sorting that they're doing by who they decide to put in there, given the characteristics of the folks that are there.
Yeah.
And then that would kind of create some type of potential endogeneity, even for your first thing, because it's not like everyone's just getting mapped all at the same time. You're coming into an existing situation.
And so, yes, but okay, so what I'm going to do when I'm going to look at that is I'm going to tell you what information we have about the new people coming in. They may have private information about the existing people, but we observe everything that the people choosing where you, Mike, incoming person, comes in. So I think, that means perhaps you will be more convinced by our IV approach. Thank you.
Suggest that maybe there's the opportunity for better assignment mechanisms. If they know that somebody's having conflict, that maybe they should use more information about people.
Yeah, so that's kind of where we're going to land, but also say it depends what you're trying to maximize or minimize in this case, I guess. And here we're just taking 2 dimensions as a proof of concept. Yes, and that's, I think, thank you. And also, yes, and it's hard depending on what you're trying to maximize or minimize. Okay, so what is our IV approach? What is the spirit behind it? We're going to focus on the first set of peers, which we're going to operationalize by looking at your peers within the first month, okay? So why do we think this is actually going to be even more quasi-random than all of the peers you meet? So the initial cell assignment follows a 2-step process. So I mentioned this intake survey, which is used. So you do an intake survey, you take the information from the survey, and you go to an interdisciplinary committee which decides this person should go into that unit of the prison. And then the unit head decides what cell within that prison the person goes to. And so you're told, Jens, you have a new person, now you choose what cell they go into. And so maybe they'll form an opinion based on seeing them, but they have very limited information. They will not have had the chance to see them behave or interact with other people. And the nice thing is that we have responses from this intake survey. We have all the items that the that the interdisciplinary committee is going to use to decide what unit you go to. And what's interesting is they have 2 types of variables. The first one are behavioral measures that could be used to determine cells. And so these are things about, whether you're suicidal, whether we think you're violent, like what risks you pose to others. These are all about your behavior and how I think your behavior could, influence how you're behaving while incarcerated. We also have some needs measures to figure out whether you should get indigent status, what particular needs you may have due to personal hardships that you're going through that are kind of orthogonal to your incarceration. And so these shouldn't be correlated with cell allocation because whether I'm indigent or not should not influence what kind of cell I have. It doesn't tell me anything about my behavior in prison. So we're able to see everything that administration uses for the initial cell assignment, and we can use the needs measure to run some balance checks. So what we're going to do is I'm going to show you the different peer characteristics and how they correlate to these different needs measures. So sorry, these figures, it's going to be a little bit hard to read. These are different peer characteristics. These are the peers that I'm going to encounter. And starting here, you're going to have all of these different needs characteristics, right? And so here what I'm showing you is looking at the number of cells that were in the first month that were convicted of property, drug, violent crimes, or other crimes, how they correlate to first the total number of peers. So that's kind of a version of the first stage that I'm showing you here, charged with property, drug, violent, and other crimes, as well as how the total peers with these characteristics correlate to those needs measures. And so what you can see jointly is that the number of people I interact with in the first month is correlated with with the number of total peers I see, and not correlated with the needs variables. So here you can see this by crime type. You can see this by different sociodemographic characteristics. So this is age. Now I'm going to show you, this one's a little bit different. This is the place in which you reside. And you can see that here you see some points that are off, but these are things that are mechanically tied to where I live. So for example, there's a variable, a needs variable is my family is far away, so I probably won't have a lot of visits. And of course, if I see more people from the same city, I'm probably gonna be less likely for my family to be far away, because that's probably because I come from a close by city. So overall, we take this as evidence that within the first month, the people I see are not gonna be correlated with my needs. And so that is the measure we have to a certain a quasi-random assignment within the first month. Okay, so turning to our outcomes, I'm going to show you two sets of results. One is our IV estimates, where again, we're instrumented total number of peers with the number of peers with different characteristics that I met within the first month. And I'm also gonna show you just our baseline regression, and you're gonna see that they look pretty similar. Both specifications look pretty similar. So here, what I'm showing you is recidivism overall. So in black diamonds are the IV estimates, and in white circles are the OLS estimates, as a function of the number of cellmates who were charged with the following crimes, so property, drug, violent, and other. And what you can see is that I'm more likely to recidivate within 1 year if I met more people who are charged with property or drug crimes. And when we turn to the kinds of crimes for which people are reincarcerated, you can really see specificity in terms of what people are picking up. So if you're incarcerated with more people who were charged with property crimes, the increase in crime on the outside is driven by property crimes. Same thing with drug distribution crimes. And so consistent with some of the past literature, what we find is that it's really these income-generating crimes in which a lot of the learning is happening. By contrast, for violent and other crimes, we don't see this effect as much. And so it's been our IV estimates, we don't find them at all. And we think that some of this violence, some of the OLS positive coefficients for violence are possibly due to some of this sorting that's happening because of who are the kinds of people who are charged with the violent crimes. Okay, so far, if we think about the magnitude of our IV estimates, meeting one additional cellmate charged with a drug crime increases my likelihood of myself being charged with a drug crime by 4.3%, for property crime, 3.1%. So the interpretation, this could either reflect I'm learning more things or I'm building more networks. And so in order to get at that, what we're going to do is we're going to turn to the place of reoffending. And we're going to consider two types of places of reoffending: in my home county or in another county that is not my home county. And see, here again, I'm showing you IV and OLS estimates. And what I'm showing you is the likelihood that I would be reincarcerated in my home county as a function of the number of people I met who came from my home county as well. Same thing with non-home county. And you can see again that the place of recidivism is really driven by who I meet, where they are from. Yes?
Sorry to be obsessed with the functional forms today, maybe every day. This functional form is very different, right? So here, the effect of an additional peer happens instantaneously when you interact with the peer, and then is the same forever.
Yeah.
Did you think about doing something like peer months or something?
Okay, so here, actually, what you're going to see is for the for the facility-wide misconduct, we're going to do something like that. Because here, the thing is, so let me just, I think that you have two versions of your question, like first peers versus last peers is something you could be thinking about, like when in my incarceration spell I'm meeting a person, or you're asking something different?
I thought of that too, but what I was asking about now was just length of exposure.
Duration of exposure.
Right, because now you're just counting the number of people you're exposed to, which implicitly says once you're exposed to them, the whole effect happens.
So I will, let me see if I have the Beamer button for that particular analysis. We look at both the number of people and the lengths of exposure. If it doesn't work, or if I don't click on it because I want to move on to other things, I will tell you that that it seems like what matters most is the number of people I meet. So there's a linear increase in the number of people I meet. I'm going to click on it because it's pretty linear. Okay. So then, one of the things we're adding here is that affinity matters, and we find bigger peer effects for people the difference is not significant for people who are from the same city, especially not in our IV estimates, but with age, it's really people who are similar to me in age who drive these recidivism effects, okay? And so here, again, because we're able to have this random assignment of cellmates, we're able to go beyond the affinitive sorting that happens in the pure effects literature and tell you, no, there's something special about spending more time with people who are more similar to me. Okay, so we move on to a stricter test of pure influence. And here I'm going to kind of take a step to the side to just illustrate the purpose of this test. So imagine you're interested in determining the effect of my peer's math ability on my math scores, right? The thing you want to isolate is not the effect of my peer being good in math on my performance in general, and I only want my peer's math ability to influence my math outcomes and not my other outcomes. And so basically, the stricter criteria says that not only do I have to have better math scores if I match to more people who are better in math, but also that the effect of my high ability math peers has to be bigger than the effects of my high ability English peers, and the effect of my high ability math peers on math score has to be bigger than the effect they have on other scores, right? And so this is a simple test where basically we're saying, look, not only does this coefficient have to be positive, but it also has to be bigger than the effect that my non-math peers have on my math outcomes and that my peers have on my non-math outcomes, okay? So this is where we think this is a cool test. So for example here, what we want to say is that the effect of drug peers on violent offending, the second condition says that the effect on violent crimes must be specific to my drug peers, right? And then condition 3 says that the effect of drug peers must be specific to recidivism for violent crimes, okay? So what's nice about this is that it allows us to rule out a lot of sorting, right? So for example, if you're worried about this kind of sorting pattern, okay? If you're worried that a person who has a mental health issues, that's going to drive both violent reoffending, but also meeting more peers because how I behave in my cell is going to lead me to being changed a lot of cells, then we'd expect that this would change the number of peers I meet who are convicted not just of drug crimes, but all different crime types, okay? So condition 2 would rule this out. And then imagine you had a second confounder in mind. Imagine you thought that younger people are more likely to meet drug peers. But the thing is, age predicts recidivism broadly and not just recidivism for violent crime. And so condition 3 would fail in that particular type of sorting that you may be worried about. So when we apply this, what we find is that our network formation mechanisms are confirmed versus general sorting. So we find that income-generating offenses, they meet all 3 criteria, so this is another way to test this in addition to our IV estimates, and that Pierce County differentially affect reoffending within that county. It passes this test as well. Okay, so yes, this is, I'm just gonna click on this one quickly. We look at this distinction between length of exposure and number of peers, and what you can see here, this is one, if you're incarcerated with one person, charged with a property crime, 2, 3, etc., you can see that these effects scale linearly. The duration doesn't influence as much as the number of people you meet. All right, so these are recidivism outcomes. Now what we're going to turn to is peer composition and facility-wide misconduct. And so first I'm going to tell you how this is measured. So these are official reports that are written by correctional officers. And so one thing that's important, and that will be a contrast with our in-cell conflict measure, is that you need to observe, you need a correctional officer to observe the event happening for it to be written out. So the data we have, we know for each person the date of the report, and we have information on the incident type if a person was charged. So you're written up, then somebody reviews and says you're charged or not. Today I'm going to focus on showing you the charged cases. About half of the cases are charged. So here what's nice is that we can have a person peer level data set because recidivism is only observed once everybody's released, whereas misconduct, I can distinguish who are my contemporaneous peers. And so this gives us a nice placebo of like my future peers, they shouldn't influence. And we can also look separately, I won't show you right now, how my prior peers influence my contemporaneous behavior, okay? And so here we're going to consider two things. One, peer characteristics, so for example, peer offense types. And second, we're going to look at peer proximity. The nice thing with our peer proximity, so age, place of residence, nationality, is that we can add in peer fixed effects. So I'm going to have my own fixed effects, my peers' fixed effects, and then look at how similar we are on different dimensions. Okay? So now let me start with looking at peer crime types. So this has my fixed effects and not my peers' fixed effects. So we're going to look at different kinds of misconduct. This first panel A shows you all incidents, and then we break it out by violence against correctional officers, against inmates, contraband, trafficking, and disorder. And so what you can see is that if I'm exposed to more, my contemporaneous peers charged with property and drug crimes lead to more contraband trafficking. And so at the time at which I'm incarcerated with that person. And so the way we interpret these results is the idea that even while I'm incarcerated, networks start to form, right? My contemporaneous peers are helping me develop contraband trafficking, so that's going to be a combination of drugs and cell phones while I'm incarcerated. And here, while the estimates are noisy, especially when we look at the first months, we do find that people who come from the same city are more influential in terms of me having contemporaneous misconduct. And we find the opposite effect for the same nationality. For age and same crime, the effects are more muted than we found for recidivism. The last thing we're able to do, we're not able to do this for recidivism, but we are able to do it for within jail misconduct, is to look at whether you and I are charged jointly. And the measure we have for that is that we're charged on the same day in the same facility for the same kind of offense. And so here, these are proportional. So I should say it's pretty rare. And so here I'm showing you, just to make this legible, these are proportional effects. And what you can see is that these effects, again, the magnitude is going to be bigger when we come from the same place, when we're of the same age, and when we're of the same crime. And so that's the evidence we can provide of co-offending on the inside. So we can't test it on the outside, but because we don't have data that allows us to, we just know when you re-enter prison, not when you are convicted. But this suggests that you're starting to build this criminal network while you're incarcerated, as demonstrated by being more likely to be charged with the same person and for contraband trafficking. Okay. So far, when you look at this, you're like, great, I have my policy. Let's separate people who are similar. Like this, not only will I reduce crime on the outside, I'll also reduce contraband trafficking. That's great, I have my policy. But now we're going to turn to our third measure, which is within cell conflicts. And conflicts are most common within cells. So why is that the case? Well, first of all, that's where you spend most of your time. So this is the place where you're most likely to come into conflict with people. And second, again, you saw this picture of cells. People are in very close quarters with one or two people. That seems like a place where conflicts would arise. Yes?
So in the U.S., when you have when they shake a cell down and they find contraband, it's often hard to figure out whose it is. And so both people get charged with it because to rat on your cellmate is going to be a bad thing. So you both take the hit. So I was curious, how many times do you get contraband where both guys don't get it?
So that's the magic of our data, which is, remember how France works? You have two types of things that are happening. In cells, and that's measured differently than outside of cells. Here, for me to charge you, when I was showing you with contraband trafficking, that means that a correctional officer saw me do something. Does that make sense? So we don't have this problem where contraband was found. That would not show up in the disciplinary records. Here, it's like a correctional officer allegedly saw me doing something. Does that answer your question? Why not fully?
No, I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah. But now you're actually raising a good question, which is I'm not sure how we'd have in our data if they find contraband in my cell. I don't know how this appears, so I will look into that and find it out. Okay, so here, our measure of conflict is going to be, I changed cells because I had a conflict with a cellmate. So this is completely distinct from misconduct, and we check this. So actually what's interesting is, in your case, what you're describing, this is the problem with the conflicts, is I don't know who initiated and who was the victim, because I can just tell there was a conflict. So we don't have this problem in the French data with contraband, but we do have it with incel violence. Yes?
Costly to report a conflict? Because you could imagine it's also just like an easy way, you don't like each other, and you're like, all right, I'll
so
try
we
another
asked, so you talk to prosecutors, we spent time, so the backstory is my co-author and I met because we were both volunteering in prisons, and then he eventually went on to be the director of this prison organization, so asked a ton of questions about prisons, and the answer is you cannot do this. Like, they take it seriously, but you can't just be like, Ben is so annoying, like this is not a motive to change because of capacity constraints. Okay, so we're going to use a duration model because, of course, the longer I spend with a person, the likelier we would have a conflict. And so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you these estimates from these duration models. So here, what I'm showing you is compared to a person, I'm again breaking it out by first months versus all interactions. You can see estimates are again very similar here. Relative to a person who is convicted of the same crime as me, how does being incarcerated in the same cell as somebody convicted of a different crime influence the likelihood of conflicts? Same thing with different ages, and same thing with different cities. And you can see that similarity, that difference is going to lead to more conflicts within cells on these dimensions. I just want to note that it's not true for all dimensions, right? So for example, if we look at your incarceration, it's not like being matched with people who are alike is always going to reduce conflicts in cells. Some things like prior criminal justice experiences are going to just increase your likelihood of being incarcerated, of conflicts in cells, and the opposite holds for composition of if I'm incarcerated with somebody who's the same citizenship as me or not. That's our imperfect proxy of geographic similarity. Okay, so what are we left with? We're left with this idea that the very same kinds of people you would want to separate in order to reduce recidivism are going to have smaller chances of conflicts in cells. So the last thing we do in this paper is provide some policy simulations to try to document these trade-offs. And I just want to take a second to relate this to different theories of pure effects. So imagine this is what we actually find. We have network, it's through networks that pure effects shape. Then you have conflicting policy recommendations. I'm going to go quickly to say that if it were skill transfers, you would not have this because you'd want, for example, on the age dimension, to also separate people who have different, who have similar ages. Social contagion is a little bit harder to demonstrate, but it's really, here I wanted to highlight that it's not true, depending on how learning operates, these policy tensions would not always arise. Jens?
I'm just going to, two quick things that where you're going with this kind of trade-off thing. One is it seems like it will be super useful to, just building on Ben's question, super useful to know more about what the conflicts are exactly. Because where you're going here is like there's a social welfare trade-off between, and it's like we kind of sort of know how to put a dollar value on the cost of another burglary.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how to put a dollar value on.
So we tried, but it's hard. We said it was simple assault, but it's difficult. I agree with you. Yeah, go ahead.
Wait, sorry, but then I think that then also brings me to the second part here, which is it feels like there is a huge strategic reporting incentive here. Where Ben likes the White Sox, I'm a Cubs, whatever it is. And it's like, I can't stand living with you. He says, I can't stand living with you. And we flip a coin to decide who reports them as the victim and the other is, like, whatever, right? Surely people figure, or maybe people figure this out and just, I don't know. I don't have a constructive suggestion for how to think about how to deal with that measurement error. But since this is so central to the whole point of the paper, it seems like taking that even more seriously would help a lot.
Yeah, and so one thing I didn't show, we also have a duration modeled version of the recidivism results. So that partially says, like, if you have a censoring problem of, like, the more, we think about it very strongly for conflicts because the length of my interaction is going to depend on both observable and unobservable characteristics here. Like you just saw the observable, plausibly unobservable as well. So yes, and I think this is something that I don't think, no, Roman told me he left. He had an idea for our simulation is going to be especially important because we're just taking fixed the duration, and that's something that for the simulations, we're going to overstate the effects of similarity for the conflicts because your interaction is going to last longer. So I'm just going to take the estimates just to give you an idea of this trade-off. Thank you. Go ahead. So this is something I'm thinking, which is, I know if you went to medicalized cell, so that is something we could potentially look at, is like, we split because of a conflict, and then I went to medicalized cell, so that's something potentially we could look at. Yeah, thank you. Okay. So I've said it multiple times, you want to avoid creating ties if you want to minimize recidivism, but you want to enhance connections if you want to minimize in-cell conflicts. Okay, so I'm going to go quickly over what we do. What we're going to do simulations under different policy goals, minimizing recidivism, minimizing conflicts in cell. We're going to vary the number of peers you met and the number of cells you were incarcerated with. We're going to have different scenarios. Either I meet the same number of people, I meet a different number of people, but among the pool of people I could potentially meet. And then we're also going to add more cells just to have more space and have people interact less. So I'm going to just go quickly. Well, I'm not going to talk about this. Again, just you already made the important point. Take this with a grain of salt in that duration is endogenous, and this is taking duration, this is not taking this into account in the simulations. Okay. And so, yes, okay. This is where we actually put, the diamonds here are the points at which we minimize the costs of crime, and again, to your point, we don't really know, and we just approximated it with assault. But let me start by saying this red dot right here, this is the actual number of conflicts in cell and reincarceration within 1 year. In orange, we're reallocating, sorry, in the circles, we're reallocating randomly people. Orange is keeping the number of peers I interact with constant. Green is I can meet a different number of people, but again, same number of cells. In blue, I'm adding more potential cells. And the big takeaway here is that you can have gains on either margin with reallocations, but there are trade-offs. You cannot gain as much along both of these frontiers. So you have trade-offs between the two objectives you're minimizing. So I'm going to focus on this table right here, which is to show you the kinds of people I would end up incarcerating you with, depending on what objective I'm trying to maximize. So here you can see the actual allocation of people who have different characteristics, and I'm just highlighting what changes most. So if I want to minimize the number of conflicts, then I'm going to incarcerate you more with people who committed the same crimes. And if I want to minimize reincarceration, then I'm going to make sure that you're separated from people who are the same ages. So it's actually different dimensions that empirically end up changing depending on the objective that I have. So, summary, there are these trade-offs, and instead of telling you the summary of my paper, I want to broaden this up by telling you about the project that I have ongoing with Emma and Hannah. So, you know, what we're thinking about is, I've written tons of papers where we say incarceration is costly, but it incapacitates, right? But when you're making this point, you're ignoring any crime that happens inside of prison, which raises questions. Is this incapacitation, or is this displacement of crime from the outside, from the community to inside prison? So in an ongoing project, what we're doing is we're looking at discontinuities in sentencing guidelines. And again, this is something that's been used a lot. They told you about the North Carolina data, so that's great. There are discontinuous jumps in the likelihood I would be incarcerated at different points in the scoring distribution, classic research design, and consistent with other papers that have used this, the kinds of people who are to the right of the thresholds, or who are more likely to be incarcerated, have lower recidivism rates. So here we're showing you the likelihood of violence within 3 years. But then what happens if you also add in disciplinary incidents in prison? Well, lo and behold, actually that increases, and again, work in progress, but across specifications, there's different measurements between violence on the inside and the outside, but at least this suggests that part of what we've been calling incapacitation may be displacement from crime to in the community to crime to on the inside. So I want to finish by saying, like, I hope more people think about this, and we incorporate this in our thinking about incapacitation and prison policy in the future. I think I'm just out of time.
You are perfect.
Thank you.
That was great. We ended with 2 papers for the price of 1. Exactly. So another terrific year at NBER Summer Crime. Thanks everybody for coming.